What's going down, my peoples? Happy Tuesday. Listen, I know mother is out of pocket and out of time. I have a lot of things going on this week, so I said I had to get in here when I can. But there is a few things that I did see that I did want to talk about. Um, Obviously, over the weekend, there was a Super Bowl. And, there was some comments made, some things happening with the Super Bowl, I guess, halftime performance. And we're going to talk a little bit about that, but we're going to get to why we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. But as usual, I have to give y'all the news and then get into some of these upcoming fights before we get into the mess. Okay, so the first thing that we have here is the IBF. Now, the IBF has ordered Lucas Body versus Albert Bell. Obviously, Lucas Body is number 5 and Albert Bell is number 6. Both teams, obviously, they have 3 days from, I think it was yesterday, to inform the sanctioning bodies of what they're going to do. Right now, previously we heard Kid Austin and his sassy daddy talking about they wanted to fight Lucas Body over Lamont Roach. So we will see, how this shapes up. Now, the winner of this fight will be the mandatory challenger and the number 1 contender in that division. Bell has already, from what I understand, accepted the challenge, and Body has 72 hours to weigh his options because, again, he is number 2 in the WBA, so we will see if he makes his decision between Albert Bell and Kid Austin. So I will follow that closely. We'll see what he decides. He only has 72 hours to make that decision. So, hopefully we can get Albert Bell in there. Wouldn't really be mad at either fight. I think obviously Kid Austin is looking for the path of least resistance. And he did say he wanted to fight Lucas Body over Lamont Roach. But if Lucas Body decides to go the IBF route and fight Bell, well, then obviously, he may be facing Lamont Roach after all. But I will keep y'all abreast on that when a determination is made on Lucas's Body's part, because obviously he is the holdup. Albert Bell accepted the challenge immediately. So we're just waiting to see what Lucas Body is going to do when it comes to that particular matchup and which route he is going to choose, either the WBA or the IBF. So I'll let y'all know. Okay. Next up here, we have Fabio Wardley versus Daniel Dubois has been finalized for May 9th this year. Now, obviously, they're both with Queensberry, so, that fight can definitely be ironed out and made rather quickly. We know, obviously, Fabio Wardley was elevated to WBO championship after beating the blow out of Joe Parker. And, Usyk, Mr. Footloose, vacating the belts. Now, Daniel Dubois' last showing back in July being stopped in the 5th round by Mr. Footloose. He really had a good momentum when he knocked out Joshua, but then he himself got knocked out the very next fight. So we're gonna see. This fight is probably a do or die fight for Dubois. So we'll definitely keep y'all abreast on what's going on with that. Now, also, let's see what else is up around here. Let's see what else we got for the news up in this piece. Yes. Okay. So we have who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Da-da-da-da-da. I don't know what happened here. Ulises Ingleses and Pavio Salone. They're fighting for the vacant IBF 168 pound. They'll be fighting on April 9th. Now, this comes after Bud. Obviously, he vacated all those belts that he won when he beat Canelo. So we're going to see. Iglesias, I think, is 14-0, and Selene is 16-0 with seven knockouts. Iglesias is considered a top contender with 93% KO ratio. So we're definitely going to see how those shape up. I'm going to tell you something. These fights are getting made rather quickly, and I love it. It looks like, the end of the first quarter, going into the second quarter, we're going to have us a lot of fights. So I'm glad. We'll see what happens with some of those. We'll see how those things shape up. Now, Sanchez versus Torres is set for March 28th. That is going to be on the Fundora and Thurman undercard. Okay. Mm, mm, okay, yeah, that's gonna be on the Fedora undercard. Now, obviously, like I told y'all before, I'm not really sure what's happening on that card. Okay, it's shaping up, and obviously, like I said, when the fights gets announced or put on the cards, I will definitely let y'all know what's going on with those particular cards. But we're just gonna move on for now. I saw something else. It's not really news because, as y'all know, they're completely glazing this young man um, for his performance last weekend. Now, it was a decent performance. I'm sorry, 2 weekends ago. That was definitely a good performance. He's saying that his hardest style matchup was William Zepeda. Okay, I'm just going to sit that right there, and I'm going to let that breathe. His hardest style matchup was William Zepeda. So, with that being said, right, and that being said, because he said it, how do y'all think he's going to do against Pitbull Cruz, right? Because I assume that Pitbull Cruz has a little more pop than William Zepeda, but the pressure will be about the same, right? Um, Not to say that I think, Pitbull can beat him or anything, because, as he said out of his own mouth, easy work. But just considering that particular style, if that's his hardest style, that come forward volume punching, kind of just stand there and kind of want to let you hit them, no head movement, none of that kind of stuff. What does that really say about this young man's resume? I'm just going to leave that right there. Nevertheless, we're going to move right along. Now, Amari Jones is also back. He has an opponent for February 21st. That's going to be Luis Arias. Okay, he's back in the ring. Now, let me see who else is fighting so we can get some of these upcoming fights. But let me just see who all up in it. Oh, look at these people. Hey, y'all. Hey, hold on. Let me go back to the top. Hey, CDK Boxing. How you doing, baby? My brother in the building. What's up with it? Lee Jackson. How y'all doing? Oh, yes, that is correct, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all check out my brother tomorrow. He's actually going to have Albert Bell on the show. So we're definitely going to pull up over there and make sure we get at a look. See, I hope he gets selected, brother. Because Lucas Body, he's battling, he can go either way. D1, what's good with it? DJ, hey baby, how y'all doing? Yes, yes, yes. I do too, Lee. So that's what I had to say about that. I don't really know, if that's his hardest style matchup. I thought that was very interesting when I read that article. I thought, oh really? Oh really? But hey, whatever. I think that he will discover, just as Lamont Roach did, that Pitbull Cruz, I mean, he gonna be on you. He gonna be on you from the moment they say go. He gonna be on you. So as long as he keeps that in mind, he should be, just fine. I guess I don't, whatever. He gonna do what he do. We know how he give it up. So that is what that is. Obviously, we know that last week was the Nick Ball versus Brandon Figueroa. Unfortunately, Ball got stopped in the last few seconds, really, of the last round. And then there was some ghetto foolishness that took place in the ring. Sore losers are we? But next up, we do have the Zuffa card, because I know a lot of y'all are always asking me about Zuffa, child. So yes, yes, yes. This weekend, F.A. Ajagba is back in the ring versus Charles Martin. This obviously is a heavyweight fight, 10-rounder, 8 p.m. on Paramount. So if you're interested, F.A. Ajagba is going to be back on the 15th. That card will be next this weekend, actually, coming up. And then obviously, on the 21st, we have Barrios versus Garcia for the WBC welterweight title. Yes, Ryan is getting another title shot. Stop crying about it already. We know. Richardson Hitchens is versus Oscar Duarte for the IBF junior welterweight. Gary Antoine Russell, obviously, he's facing his mandatory, Andy Hiroka for the WBA. And then Frank Martin and Nair Albright was on that card as well. And Bekmir Matazalev is also on that card. Now, on the 21st, there are several fights. Okay, so that's the major card, but then we also have another card with Scooter Davis and Jeter Promotions. Lil homie, he's back in the ring on the 21st. So we have to give that a look. See here too. I will get the details for that particular fight. I don't know if it's going to be televised. I know it's live at the Casino and Hotel in Hanover, Maryland. So if you guys are in that area and you want to go watch that card, I definitely you should definitely pull up. Scooter's definitely the future. He's the boy is nasty. I don't know if any of y'all have ever had the experience of watching this young man fight, but he definitely the truth. So definitely pull up over there if you guys are in that area and get you a good watch. Okay. Now Sandy Ryan, I already told you she's back in the ring also on the 21st. She's who is this girl? She up and he getting ready to whoop on. She's getting ready to fight Zamora for the vacant WBC. That's the welterweight division also. So she's back in the ring. And then obviously we know that on Sunday, Clarissa fighting. You know what? Let me stop. Let me be a little bit more enthusiastic. And on Sunday, we have Clarissa Shields. She'll be facing Franchon Cruz Dezern. Now, this is a rematch, okay, from their previous. Both of them made their debuts fighting one another. This is going to be for Clarissa Shields' undisputed heavyweight titles. Also on that card, as I told y'all, was Shay Kennelly versus Daniel Perkins. And that's for Kennelly's light heavyweight title as well. Now, again, I don't remember who else is on that card. I got to take a look again and see, but I will make sure I have it posted at least for y'all on the community board before that fight takes place. There's a pro box card also that weekend on the 27th. Renee Tellez Jerome versus Luis Torres. Okay. Now on the 28th, we have Neverate. Yeah. Neverate versus why don't I take that out? Nunez. I must have needed some room. Anyway, that's a WBO IBF Junior Lightweight Unification. Okay, Emiliano Vargas is also on that card. And then we know, on the 28th, we have my homie Elijah. You know what I'm saying? Elijah Pierce. He's also back in the ring on the 28th. We're going to have him back over here too. I got to actually DM him again and see when he want to come back to promote his fight. But he's also fighting Lorenzo Parra on the 28th, and that is actually on Prime. And obviously, little Manny Pacquiao, he's on that card, and so is Carmel Moulton. Carmel Moulton, as well as Manny Pacquiao Jr., still do not have opponents listed that I could find yet, y'all. So when they list them, then I'll post them. But right now, they are both scheduled to be on that card, and I'm assuming they're both still looking for opponents. But as of right now, they are both on the February 28th card. Let me see what's going on up in here. Yeah, the wolf honey. Yes. Now, now that we done got through all of that crap, let's get into this. Now, I don't know how many of y'all follow Jake Paul, right? But we're gonna get into him in just a second. I want to talk to y'all more about the big fish. Okay. Yes. Mother has heard the same thing y'all heard. And from what I can understand, it is true. It is very true. Errol Spence, he will be back in the ring, honey. Big fish. He's coming back. He's coming back against Tim Tszyu. Okay. Now, let's have a real conversation. Okay. Is he going to be the same fighter who once sat near the top of every pound for pound list? Now, we saw what we saw. Okay. What was this, about 3 years ago almost now, right? We saw what happened. Now, obviously, I didn't want too much of that because it still hurts my heart. But we have to have a real conversation. That was the last time that we saw Errol Spence Jr. in the ring. Okay. After such a brutal loss and a nearly 3-year layoff, he's jumping back into the fire against what some people consider dangerous. Now, Tim Tszyu, I wouldn't exactly call him a tune-up, but I wouldn't consider him, one of the top players either. He's definitely durable, right? So that's for sure. It, so Tim Tszyu, it's a done deal. it's a done deal for the end of 2026, right? This isn't just another fight. This is a high stakes gamble for both of these guys, right? Because we know Tim Tszou's been in some wars recently, and I know, no tune-ups. Big fish don't do tune-ups, but it is what it is. Now, I don't know if y'all would consider Tim Tszou a tune-up or what, but we're talking about a nearly 3-year hiatus at, what is he, 36? Ring rust isn't just a possibility, it's damn near a promise. Now, we don't want to make the mistake of thinking this is an easy night for Spence. While Tim Tszou recently, he just had that win. What was it, in December? It was a bit shaky, you know what I'm saying? But he did pull it off at the end. He's had 3 losses in his last, what, 6 fights? He still can be dangerous. Okay. He's not a tune-up. I wouldn't consider him a tune-up. But is this a fight that we want for is this a fight that we think Spence should take fresh off the couch right back in the ring? Right? Like, I just don't know. Listen, we just saw Tim Tszou. Like I said, he fought in what was it, the end of December. He beat Anthony Velasquez, or whatever the hell that man name is. And he's planning, from what I read, he's planning to have another fight before he gets in the ring with Spence, just to stay sharp. Right now, this whole matchup is fascinating to me because both guys are at a very serious crossroads. Spence isn't just coming off of a long layoff, he's coming off of what we just saw, a beat down. Let's call it what it is. So this is going to be redemption or retirement. I'm not sure I'm interested in seeing him take another loss in the fashion that he did, right? This is a man who was on top of the world, a unified welterweight champion. And now he's in a position where he has everything to prove. Tim, he's in a must-win spot too. His reputation, it took a hit after rough losses to Sebastian Fundora and Bakram. So, with his power, especially that right hand, that can end the fight at any moment. He's been the more active fighter, and you just can't overstate that advantage. You know what I'm saying? The fight is a test of survival, in my opinion. Who has more left in the tank? Who can bounce back? The odds are most likely going to lead towards Tim because he's been more active. EJ been on the shelf for a minute. Let's just call it what it is. So I know he's Mr. Big Fish, no tune-ups, you know what I'm saying? But how do we think this is going to look? Who's going to train him? There's a lot of questions that are going to play a role in this particular fight. Now, this isn't just about like this one fight. Like if he comes out and he looks good, then he'll be back in the mix at 154. Which to me, I ain't mad at that because, hey, we've been looking for some opponents for Boots, and the other boys seem to be busy. Charlo seemed to be, wanting to throw his hat in the ring. So what do we think of this matchup? What do we think of him coming off the couch, getting back in the ring to face Tim? Now, I know he did have something to say when asked about Charlo, of course.
Your old stablemate here in Texas, I saw you guys go at it many times. What did you think about that?
I mean, Canelo gone, Terrence gone, so, who else is going to get a big payday from? So I think that's the only reason calling me out, because everybody know how to spar and win. His coach Derek James know how to spar and win. Everybody who's in the gym know how to spar and win. So, hey, man, he wants some money.
So there it is. He said that Charlo just wants some damn money. You know what I'm saying? G tatted up, was good with you, baby. But now, y'all, I'm trying to look at this like realistically. And I know we all possibly excited, like, oh, Earl back in there. But I wouldn't be me if I didn't voice my concerns and my reservations about this particular fight. Right. And we've all respected EJ. He's Mr. No Tune Up. I get it. Right. But Tim Tszou is going to take a fight before this one just to stay sharp. And EJ coming fresh off the couch with it. with no trainer. He's not still working with Derek James. I did see something about him talking about Roy, or possibly training with Roy, but we that's what I want to know from y'all too. I want to know who y'all think is a good fit for him when he decides to get back in there. Who do y'all think he's going to be a good fit for training wise, right? Because he does have some things that he may need to work on, right? The last time we saw him, he was completely being taken apart by Crawford, right? And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It wasn't just a loss, it was a public dismantling of what we all perceived to be an amazing fighter, right? Now, almost 3 years later, he's not taking a soft touch. He's moving up to 154 to face a legitimate, powerful opponent. Adding another layer to this comeback is the overhaul of his team. Remember, like I said, he split with Derek James, a partnership that led him to unify world titles. That relationship ended in legal disputes over money, and Spence has since moved his camp to Philly to work with Breadman, right? But Edwards has he's been a key part, I guess, of his job in rebuilding Spence's self-esteem, which is what he needed at that particular moment. That tells you everything about the mental battles that he's facing. You have to think about the physical tolls too. I know somebody in the chat just said the accidents, the retina issue, all of that, you know what I'm saying, took place prior to the fight with Spence. But he's 35, he'll be 36 soon. He's moving up in weight. He has a new team. He's facing a younger man, albeit, Tim Tszú's been in some wars of his own. You know what I'm saying? But, how's that chin gonna hold up? How are those legs gonna hold up? The fight against Tim Tszú is a gut check. You know what I'm saying? If he comes out looking amazing, is it the start of his redemption story? But if he loses, especially if he looks like a shell of his former self, this could very well be the end of his career. Now, and I've talked to my brother about this. I never wanted to see him go out like he went with old Bud over there. I never wanted that to be the end of his story, right? But I also didn't want him to take on such a long layoff. There's no real middle ground here. This is going to be do or die. It's either going to be redemption or retirement. You know what I'm saying? The truth will be shown in this particular matchup. So I don't know, but this is just what we're looking at, y'all. But I saw it and I was like, and apparently it's legit. So who knows? I know some of y'all are excited, some of y'all be super fanned out, but I also want y'all to be realistic about y'all expectations too. If Spence jab is working, he can blind Tszú all night. The body work, if he gets in there, starts trying to fight dirty, who knows? We don't know how this is going to turn out. But the bigger question for me, the more potent question for me is, which version of Spence do we think is going to show up? I think that's going to be the biggest question for me. Which version of him will show up in that ring? I don't know, y'all. That's just, something a little, Hey, Rick, what's going on? That's just something that I, when I saw that, I was like, I've been really thinking about that. So we'll see. Now, I don't know how many of y'all watched the Super Bowl. I did not. But I've been hearing about this halftime show. Supposedly Bad Bunny, he performed the whole entire halftime show and from what I understand, Spanish, right? And then naturally, the biggest troll, or one of the biggest trolls on the internet, had something to say. So this is Jake Paul on his X account. He said he purposely turned off the halftime show, begging people to rally with him, to, I guess, stand against fake Americans, right? Fake Americans is what he called them. Now, here's my issue, right? And I've always had this very same issue with Jake Paul, right? Jake Paul he's a very right winger, right? And he makes no, he doesn't try to hide it. He very much is in love with the whole MAGA situation over there, right? He is so engulfed in his own ignorance that he doesn't understand when he's alienating half of the people, half of his damn roster. So obviously, Amanda Serrano, she had a few things to say about her employers, bullshit. Okay. Obviously, the sport is getting more eyes on it, the women's boxing anyway, and yes, that is due greatly a part for Jake Paul. There's bigger crowds, there's better cards, and even more, the massive part of the conversation is Amanda Serrano, right? Serrano, she's a multi-division champion and the crown jewel of Jake Paul's MVP promotions, right? Like, she is the female face of MVP. There's no denying their relationship has raised her profile and put a huge spotlight on women's boxing. Her first fight against Katie Taylor was a historic night at Madison Square Garden. They did great viewership and proving women could headline massive pay-per-views, right? Serrano has become a true ambassador for the sport, and she's a classy woman. We talk a lot about some of these other people being the face of women's boxing, and I know some of y'all have other people that y'all think are the face, but I try to embody and at least picture who I would like to represent the sport as a whole, not just in the ring, but outside of the ring too, right? Because we have to be honest, women, we have to carry ourselves just a little differently than men, right? But with that being said, she obviously has been doing amazing. She has fighters under her. She recently teamed up with her charity. I think it's called like Boxing Bullies or something like that, and the WBO to open and I think they renovated like a gym in Puerto Rico. She's been pouring a lot of her resources back into her community. She's building a foundation for the next generation of fighters. Things like that, right? She has a real commitment to the grassroots part of the sport, right? So the whole scene that she has going over there, it's a vibe, right? So she did not take kindly to what Jake Paul had to say. Now, obviously, he started backtracking, and first he posted this, if you don't like ice, you can't call the police. Like, he just when I tell you I am so happy that Anthony Joshua broke this motherfucker jaw, I mean that. Because he says the most ridiculous race baity things as usual, completely forgetting, you're talking trash about one of the faces of your organization. Then he tried to clean it up, right? The problem with my tweet is the word fake being misinterpreted, right? He's not a fake citizen, obviously, because he's Puerto Rico. And by the way, Jake Paul lives in Puerto Rico, guys. He lives in Puerto Rico. So I just, you know what I'm saying? He attempted to clean this up, right? He wanted to clarify things. This is after Amanda Serrano made her statement, and I'm gonna get to her statement in a minute. But he was receiving a lot of backlash on the internet because of some of the things he said about not being able to call the police if you don't like ICE, about Bad Bunny being a fake American citizen, things like that. Obviously, she took to her social media and she made her own statements. She said that she was proud to be a Boricua. The thing was too damn long, so I just took the screenshot of it and I'll just read what it says from my end. But she said that she was proud to be a Puerto Rican and she's proud to be an American citizen. She said Puerto Ricans are not fake Americans. They are citizens who have contributed to this country. Their identity and citizenship deserve respect. She went on to, give Jake Paul credit for the opportunities that he's given her, but she also made it extremely clear that she said, I do not agree with the statement that questions the legitimacy or identity of Puerto Rican people, and I cannot support that characterization. It is wrong. This is a rare public shutdown, basically, between her and them, and that is when you saw Jake Paul starting to try and clean it up. Obviously, he's since reached out to her and tried to have a conversation with her, I guess, around her disdain, or tried to just basically clarify what it was that he was trying to say. What's going on? Yeah. So I'm not really sure what is gonna happen between the two of them. However, I do want to make note that Jake Paul is an asshole. um but this is how he really feels. I mean, this is not a secret. You know what I'm saying? I'm very happy for all the women who have been able to, get their shine underneath him. But this is how he really is. This is how he really feels. He said several things. Like I told y'all when I made that video before, you hopping on stage, walking around like a gorilla when you're about to fight Anthony Joshua, all of these different things, like all of these things are race related. Him, the TOs of the world, all of these guys all do the same kind of thing. Right. This is what happens when you have no personality. This is what happens when you try to cater to a certain fan base or a certain group of people. Right. You don't come off authentic and then you have to go around playing cleanup. Right. You have to go around sending out 20 different texts or 20 different tweets trying to clean up your shit. So I don't know. But Amanda Serrano, I don't know what the status of their relationship is, but she wasn't happy with his bullshit, and I don't blame her. So hopefully, they'll get it together, and he just needs to sit down. I mean, if you guys all enjoyed it, I don't watch football, so I didn't watch it, but I heard Xander Zayas was there with Emiliano Vargas. They were like shadow boxing or doing whatever with one another. I mean, they're we all know that the Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, all of those are very country pride people. That's why Subido Mateo slapped the damn glasses off of Teofimo Lopez's damn face, because he was talking about Puerto Ricans are easy to beat. And when Subido saw him, and he also challenged him, which Teo did not accept that challenge. So these are very country proud people. So he better calm down. The people needing their own halftime show are some people that need their own water fountain. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah. He got in where he fit in. And I'm not mad at that because, like I said, he definitely did help elevate women's boxing to a whole nother level, right? Like MVP, I say it all the time. Jake Paul is in charge of the girls. I say it all the time. So he definitely helped elevate a portion of the sport that would have probably been overlooked otherwise, right? Like he'll always get his credit for me. But let's be honest, he did that because he cannot hack it as a real boxer. We see what happened every time he steps up to the plate to fight a real boxer, not a retired boxer, not somebody who dibs and dabs. No, a real boxer who really do this shit. You know what I'm saying? He can't compete where he don't compare. Now, I know a lot of people think they can play boxing, and if I'm not mistaken, that whole weekend, all of them fake ass boxers got their behinds whooped. So he definitely did. But he made her feel some type of way. Well, 10 max force, baby. What are we missing? What are we making look bigger than what it is? You know what? I'll put it back on the screen, baby. And since you speak Jake Paul, maybe you can explain to me what he means by this. What does he mean by this, honey? A fake here, let me move the banner for you, baby. What do he mean by this? Tell me, since you fluent in Jake Paul, what does that mean, baby? Since you can explain it to me. Because, see, what we not going to do, we're not going to come over here and we're not going to sit up here and act like we don't all know what it is. But you know what? Just so you don't get carpal tunnel, baby, why don't you come talk to me? Yeah, and explain to me what it is that I'm missing. That's what I would love to know. Anyway, yes, he does do these type of things all the damn time. Hey, Jamie, how you doing, baby? Yep. Yeah, DJ. Listen, I just wanted to because I see that a lot of people were giving what he said a little bit more shine, and I don't think anybody even paid attention to Amanda Serrano drawing that line in the sand. Like I said, she's been down there a lot more lately because, obviously she did her last fight down there. She's trying to build up her, her country down there. They had Xander down there. She's also doing something else with Xander. I just saw it too, down there in Puerto Rico. So, like I said, man, they proud of who they are and where they come from. And for somebody who lives also in Puerto Rico, just making comments and statements like that are a little ignorant and a little insensitive when the face of your woman's MVP happens to be full Puerto Rican. So I just thought that was extremely ignorant and insensitive. Baby, you don't gotta text no more, baby. I pinned the link just for you. Just for you. Don't nobody touch that link. This is just for 10 max. You ain't gotta type, you ain't gotta catch carpal tunnel, baby. Come up and talk to me. But anyway, hey boo, how you doing? Yeah, so anyway, back to what I was asking. And y'all let me know what y'all think. Do y'all think that he needs to turn your camera on Okay, you can turn it off now. I just want to make sure you was a human.
Oh no,
Now, what?
I'm a human. No, what I was saying was, I didn't see that tweet, but it's just I always think that Jake Paul does a lot for the sport of boxing. You don't think so?
I think he does a lot for women's boxing. Absolutely.
Well, but even for men's boxing,
No, how so?
well, like let's say even Javion Love. I mean, I know he's not in boxing anymore. I know he's a trainer, but he's giving all these guys platforms. Like the only time I knew Javion Love is when he got beat up by David Benavidez. I was actually at that fight. I heard his net worth went up to like 5 million or so. Now, that's helping out men's boxing right there.
Well, no, he's not a boxer, and the only person, if I'm not mistaken, that he trains now is Jake Paul. Correct?
Yes, yes, I believe so.
Yeah. So I mean, he's once again helping Jake. That's not helping the sport. And if that's the best he can do, getting his jaw broke, then he need a new trainer.
Yeah, but okay. But here's the deal. Anthony Joshua outweighed him by like 50 pounds, and he's an Olympic gold medalist. You okay? Let me ask you this though: do you give Jake Paul props for getting in the ring with Anthony Joshua?
No, why would I? You're parading around here like you're a boxer. Get your ass in the ring with boxers.
Well, okay, he did get in the ring with two boxers that no one knew about, and this is what I always argue with people. And I'm not trying to argue with you, but I'm just saying when we're at house parties and stuff like that, they always say, "Man, fight a real boxer." Well, Mike Tyson, when he first fought his first 20 fights, you don't know who they were. Julio Cesar Chavez Sr., same thing with him. The first 20 fighters he fought, nobody knew. Canelo, when he fought the first 20 fighters, nobody knew their names. Jake Paul cannot just fight anybody. That's why he fights big names like MMA fighters, because they have to sell that pay-per-view. Unfortunately for Jake Paul, he already came into sport with a big name. So he can't just fight tomato cans, you know?
But isn't that what he's doing? I mean, outside of the gentleman that you named, right? The Anthony Joshua, the retired Mike Tyson, the retired and newly deported but back in the country Chavez Jr. Isn't that what he was doing? Bringing guys from MMA, fighting the guy that delivers your pizza just to make you look good, padding your record. I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of them have done that, right? I think it's the way that he comes into the sport. It's the way that he operates that really just rubs me the wrong way. Even being ranked, I feel that's disrespectful to guys who've been doing this their whole entire life.
Oh yeah, okay. The rank part, I don't know who ranked him, but who was he ranked by, the WBO, WBC, or?
Well, one of them crooks. Yeah, I mean, one of them crooks. But yeah, I feel like anytime that he's faced a real boxer, he's lost. You know what I'm saying? Like this, I look at him like an exhibition fighter. He does a lot for women's boxing. That I will give him. Nobody has done more for women boxing than Jake Paul. You will never get an argue with me from there. But as far as men's boxing, nah, baby, we got this. We don't need your help. Go play.
But you don't.
Oh,
don't
hell
think he
no.
beat
Oh,
Tommy?
hell no. It's too early. Not you, baby. Not you, Michael. Boxing hacker.
Oh.
I'm going to tell you right now. It is too early in the day for me to have to deal with your nonsense. You understand me? You get up on this panel, you act like you got some sense. First time you get up here trying to bite me, I'm going to put you off of here. Go ahead, Michael. What you were saying, baby?
I was gonna
Road
say,
Queen.
you don't think
Hey,
that
baby.
he beat Tommy Fury? I thought Jake Paul beat Tommy Fury.
Did you?
I thought so. I thought he beat him barely. It was a close fight, but I thought he barely won that one.
Well, listen, I'll tell you this. Jake Paul gets into the ring with his gas tank on E already, because by round 5 or 6, he looking gassed, looking sweaty and
Yeah,
pathetic. I don't know what
yeah.
type of conditioning they working on with him over there, but whatever. My point to even be mentioning him is the things that he says that are very insensitive to a lot of people that he has underneath his promotional banner, i.e. Amanda Serrano. She is the face of Puerto Ricans boxing, yet you get up there and you call Bad Bunny a fake American. What is that about?
You know what I think it's about? What from what I've heard and what I've seen, I think Jake Paul's like he considers himself like one of those a real American kind of guys like that,
What does
and
that
he didn't
mean?
like.
What is
Uh,
real American? What does that mean?
okay, real American is he carries that red, white, and blue flag. And when he saw Bad Bunny say "F ice" and all, and I'm not getting political. I'm not on either side. I'm just saying this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that Bad Bunny saying F ICE and this and that, and that's what I think he's saying by not a real American. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
So real Americans like ICE tearing up their neighborhoods and taking children from their parents and all that kind of stuff. That's what real American support. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when he says, yeah, like F ICE and he doesn't put the American flag first. I think that's what Jake Paul's saying. Like when I say a real American, again, I'm Mexican. I'm not saying on either side. I'm just saying I think that's what he was mentioning when he said he's not a real American, because a real American
I
would
love
put
how
American flag
everybody is.
first.
I love how everybody is fluent in Jake Paul, honey. They fluent in Shakur. They fluent in all kind of shit. But we're gonna move this around because I don't want to get too political. I do want to know
Sure.
what y'all think of EJ coming back. But I do, Boxing Hacker. Now that you are here, baby, I saved
Yeah.
this clip for you, a frequent, because I knew y'all was coming. So I just want to know one thing, right? Are y'all still friends, like the Shakur fans and the Devin fans? Y'all still friends?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
we
want to
cool.
know.
We cool.
Yeah,
Well,
y'all
I do
friends?
want to
Okay. Oh,
touch on that
yeah,
whole.
yeah. Hold on, baby. We got you.
Any?
Mm-hmm.
Whoever they put in front. Hold up. Keyshawn Davis gonna fight him.
Oh, he's fighting. Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's fighting Devin?
I think it's gonna happen soon.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Keyshawn gonna beat him.
Devin
a hell of a fighter.
So y'all still friends, right? So what you think of his comments?
I mean, he's supposed to say that's his people's, man. So
Right on.
yeah,
Right
I mean, it
on.
is what it is. That's
Opulent, hey
competition.
baby. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. No,
What
that's
is it, Boxing
competition.
Hacker? How can we
Yeah,
help
so
you,
what-
baby?
I do want to touch base on that Jake Paul thing because I was reading the tweets and stuff. So to be
Mhm.
fair, I don't think he was being racist, right? It's not that he was being racist.
Goodbye, Boxing Hacker. Goodbye.
No,
We don't have
me just
time for
land
this
what I'm
today.
saying. Let me just land what I'm saying real quick. So his whole take is that anybody that's against ICE is not quote unquote a real American. Those kind of arguments, right? You know, like if you're anti, because he had two tweets. He had anti ICE tweet about it as well. You know, so he's like, oh, if you're not pro ICE, if you're not pro ICE, then you're not a pro America type situation.
So if you
Which
don't
is-
like ICE, then don't call the police when you're in trouble. What do the two have to do with each other?
Exactly.
They're not even the
It was
same damn
ridiculous.
agency.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's totally ridiculous, right? And even like I'm surprised nobody asked him because ICE also goes against the Constitution. You know, like there's a lot of racial profiling.
Boxing Hacker,
that's
you cannot read
all
these
that.
tweets and come to a legitimate reason that Jake Paul is not racist. Wait, technically, she can't get broken into because she stole the land. Listen to the things that comes out of this boy's mouth. You cannot sit up here and tell me that he's not a damn racist, or at the very least, a bigot.
You might go bigot, maybe. I don't know. Like I think because here's the thing: I've heard white Americans talk like this, also or Black Americans talk like this as well. Like it is a thing for people who are like part of the alt-right movement. You know, like MAGA. You know, like those like pure MAGA people, sort of, right? Where they just believe like, oh, like all immigrants could be considered like illegal and stuff like that. You know, so it is that perspective. And then you look at Jake Paul; he's a white American that's rich. So like a lot of the things that happen with ICE never affect him, you know.
Exactly my point. So
he's just looking at it from the outside looking in. So I won't say he's racist, but I think his perspective is tied to him being a white American that's rich.
Nah, he has racist tendencies. We gonna call it what it is.
Let's stop the bullshit. I don't know why he's up here lying.
Yeah, but it's like he knows what he's doing, man. He knows what he's doing, bro.
Being racist
exactly.
That motherfucker live in Puerto Rico. How the fuck you gonna tell a Puerto Rican the hottest thing in Puerto Rico probably in the world, hottest act in the world and shit. A motherfucker so revered in Puerto Rico and shit. Not only Puerto Rico, but he's revered by so many Puerto Ricans out here and shit. You gonna tell him he's a fake citizen?
Remember his initial tweet was against ICE, and Bad Bunny also goes against ICE. I think anybody goes against ICE, whatever you are, he's gonna say you're not a real American.
Let's cut the shit, Boxing Hacker. He's taking several pictures with Donald Trump. We know what Donald Trump is about.
Yeah.
Stop it, bro. Listen, we're not even getting into that. The point of the matter was he alienated one of the faces of his organization with his bigoted remarks. That is the whole entire point. You can sit up here and speak Jake Paul all you want to and try and interpret.
I don't
and try to translate for me what the hell bigot behavior is and what racist tropes do.
But he's like the classic
you can save the
MAGA.
time.
He's like the classic MAGA person, you know.
Let's move the conversation around. Just because, please, you're missing the whole point. We're gonna move the conversation back to where it originally started, which was EJ being back and him facing Tim Tszyu. So, what do we think of that particular matchup? Because this whole Jake Paul and Boxer Hacker up here trying to explain to me what a bigot mean when they talk about people being fake Americans. Tell me that ain't code for not white. That's not code for nothing but not white.
Man. Hey, let me tell you something, Jackie. I'm an
immigrant. Dog whistle, man.
There's a lot. There's a lot of people that feel the same way Jake Paul do, you know, and they're not even white. I seen people who are even Mexican talk that way before. You'd be surprised. Like
and he pulled all their ass too.
Yeah, a friend of mine once told me that people who act like that are like chickens who vote for KFC. You know. You know, like they support a system that goes against them, you know.
What's up, opulent baby? All right, what we got going on here, y'all? What do we think of this particular matchup? What do y'all think of my concerns about this matchup? What do y'all think?
I worry for EJ a little bit because I don't know. Like my thing, EJ is a really good fighter, but you know, boxing is a place where your heart has to be in it too. You shouldn't just be doing it just because. You know, I wonder if he's really back into it, you know.
What does that make? Why what has he shown recently that would make you say something like that? It took him
3 years. It took him like a couple of years to come back.
Yeah, but what has he shown? EJ doesn't strike me as the type of guy to just sell his name. He doesn't strike me as the type of guy.
Yeah, but it's not about selling your name, but he's also been like, he doesn't know he's coming back. I've seen tweets where he's like, he seems like he's not going to come back, then he is going to come back. And when you
so maybe he was on the fence and now he's made a decision.
Yeah, but boxing's not a sport you're supposed to be on the fence with, you know. Like the shit's especially at this level, because at this level everybody's dangerous, you know. And I'd rather the brother and like I said, EJ has accomplished a lot in boxing, you know, one of my favorite fighters. And if he's not really into it, I'd rather him just retire and enjoy his life versus like try and prove something. Because maybe I feel like he just try to go off a better shine, you know. But I'd rather him just enjoy his life, you know. There's not much he has to prove anymore. That's that's my stance on it.
Okay. Well, like I said previously, I am of that similar opinion. However, I just didn't want the last memory of him for all of us to be the Bud fight. You know what I'm saying? If he can just come out and steal him one good win and then gracefully bow out, then because I just didn't want that. I just respect him so much as a nigga that I know, you know what I'm saying, went really through the fire to get all of them belts to achieve real greatness. You know what I'm saying? He's always, Mr. Big Fish, no tune-ups. I just respected him so much that I never wanted to see him go out like that. But, we have to keep it real. He has been out the ring for 3 years, coming off the couch, fighting a tough guy like Tim Tszyu. I just don't know. I'm a little apprehensive about it. I really am.
Or you fight Keith Thurman, but Keith Thurman's been a little more active though.
Keith Thurman is fighting Fundora. Are you on this planet with us, Boxing Hacker?
Yeah, no, I know. Like I mean, like afterwards though.
It wasn't about EJ. I think EJ's dead set against that. He's dead set against fighting Keith Thurman ever.
Yeah, Keith. Yeah, he's never. He might never do that shit.
Yeah, he's not fighting. But what do you think? What about you, NHA? And I shouldn't even let you up here with that damn thumbnail boy. What do you think?
Oh, my fault. I meant to change that.
What's going on there?
Nah, I meant to update that. My fault.
That's diabolical.
But now,
yeah, but he's Mr. No Tune-Ups, Jamie. You know how he is.
Yeah, he's been like that for years. So I mean, ideally, this is probably like the perfect opponent for him. Because to me, Tim Tszyu's dog shit. He ain't never been the same and shit. You know what I'm saying? After that first fight with Fundora and shit. That cut over his fucking head and shit, you know what I'm saying? His fucking pops and his trainer let him fucking damn near bleed out instead of just like calling that shit early and shit and let it be a no contest or whatnot. That shit, I think, my personal opinion, that shit damaged him. Because when he fought, you know what I'm saying, Mortalov and shit, I'm saying, he seemed like very, you know what I'm saying, apprehensive. If you can remember one round, he shit, you know what I'm saying, I don't know if he might have caught a slight elbow and he automatically, you know what I'm saying, went and touched his head to see if it's bleeding. that just shows me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, you're worrying about, you know, that cut that's
that
over the
cut,
2 months
that
and shit.
cut.
And I think when he fought Fundora the second time and shit, that kind of like put the nail in the coffin in as far as like his pro career.
I'm on the fence with that NHA because I thought in that second fight with Fundora, he was making some headway before he quit. I was like, dang, why you do that? You was catching him a little bit. You was catching your rhythm a little bit, but I guess he had just taken too much of a beating before he got to that point and kind of wanted to preserve his career, which I understand. But I thought he was having a little bit more success, you know what I'm saying, after with the second half or whatever. I thought he was starting to catch him a little bit more. But you know, he's been in a lot of wars. He had those wars and then he lost didn't he get knocked out by somebody?
Nah, I mean he got knocked out by Murder Tyler. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the 2 losses, the 3
That
losses. I mean,
Fundora too.
yeah, the first time, right? Wasn't it the first fight? Yeah, because he
Nah,
quit.
the second time is what he is like. Yeah.
No, I
Fundora
thought
shut his
the
ass
second
down.
time he quit on the stool.
Well, I mean, same shit.
Boy, bye. No, it's not. Brother, talk to me. What's up?
Okay, yeah, man. Earl, man, it just, oh man, I posed that question yesterday on my show last night when I was saying like, no, Tim Tszyu is about to have a tune-up March 5th on the Crocker and Pyro card, and Earl's going into the situation with Tim Tszyu with no tune-up. So I posed the question: is Earl looking at Tim Tszyu as a tune-up? And I mean, it's hard for me to see that, but I'm just like, you know, we think like a lot. You already know that shit.
Yeah.
But it's like
it's not.
It's just like
fresh off the couch.
I don't think Tim Tszયુ's a tune-up though. I don't look at him as.
But see, that's the thing, right? He might not be a tune-up just looking at the landscape, but we're talking about EJ. Right? Is he a tune-up to EJ? Even though EJ don't do tune-ups, is this a respectable enough fight that you don't look at it as a tune-up? But we don't know what to expect from EJ. If he comes in there and he passes this test, because Tim Tszyu, he's durable. You know what I'm saying? If he comes in there and he passes this test, do we think he's going to be in the mix at 154? That's why I said this is do or die for him. This is redemption or retirement, y'all. Redemption or retirement. This fight is going to tell us what we need to know. How he's going to look. How's he going to move around? More importantly, which version of Spence are we going to see? Who's going to train him? All of these things are going to play a factor in how he performs on fight night.
Who's his coach again?
He doesn't have one. That's what I'm saying.
Damn.
He might
be Marvin Jarvis.
Hold up. I read something that he's been out. Birdman, right? I thought I read that somewhere.
He been working with around with
Roy too.
Guys. No, Bradman.
Roy too.
Roy's the worst case scenario.
No, he had another guy. This guy Witherspoon the other day. Like, you know, he's been
Fight Sports.
trying to get a feel who he's going to work with and who's most comfortable with.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Hey, Jack, you know round 1, right?
Yeah, I've heard that name before.
Yeah, he lost his daughter, by the way. Everybody here.
You know what? I did hear that. Tone did say that. Shout out to round 1 and prayers up to him and his family. That's horrible when you have to bury a child.
Unfortunate.
Oh, that's crazy.
So definitely a moment of silence for him and his family, man. For real.
For real.
Definitely. Shout out to them and prayers to him and his family and his wife, because that's got to be hard.
Yeah.
Hard.
He was breaking down a little bit, man. That's really unfortunate.
I don't know why he would be on camera after something like that so soon, but yeah. Who do we think is going to be the best fit for him? Obviously, he's not going to stay with Derek James. They have parted ways with some little money foolishness. But who do we think will be the best representation of his style? Who do we think we can...
Andre Ward's coach.
Who's that?
What's that guy's name? The one that's really raised Keisha Cole. Keisha Cole's dad.
Andre Rozier? No, that's not him.
No, Keisha Cole's dad. What's his name?
Oh, I don't know who the fuck he is.
It's crazy that that's Keisha Cole's dad. That's still crazy to me. Keisha Cole.
Anyway,
you talking about Hunter?
Yeah.
Barry Hunter?
No, Virgil Hunter.
Virgil.
Oh, Virgil Hunter. Okay, so Virgil Hunter. What about Bozy since he down there in Philly? Although obviously Bozy has his hands full.
That's somebody at 154 right there. So I don't think he's gonna train.
Yeah, do that. You never want to be a gym when there's another star in the gym. Not to like chef.
Not only, especially if his son's trying to compete in that same weight class too. So that'd be kind of hard.
Yeah.
But that would make sense if they was if EJ goes up to 160, then. But even then, shit.
But Virgil Hunter, I think, matches his style more better. And Virgil, Spence is all about the basics, and so is Virgil. I think that's a beautiful style matchup for those two.
I mean, Breadman ain't that. Breadman won't be a bad mix either.
I think Virgil's better.
What about Robert Garcia? Do we think he would fit with Robert Garcia?
Nah, we're going Robert Garcia.
No, but Robert Garcia is a good coach, though.
What? Okay, so who? All right. What about Ronnie Shields? What about Ronnie Shields?
He'll be good. He'll be okay. But the person
he needs Bomac.
That'd be diabolical. That'd be
diabolical. I'm dead ass. Buzz retired. So might as well. Shit.
Bomac, I don't know if he's for Spence. I don't think so. I think there's too many emotions flaring there.
Nah, they respect each other, man.
And also, I don't know, okay, sometimes you have a coach that has one good fighter, and he's able to make one good fighter really good, right? But
you're not able to duplicate that,
yeah.
But I'll say this though, but that's not really true. I don't feel for Bomac because when he had Keyshawn was looking sharp, although he looked amazing last week. But Keyshawn wasn't looking like no, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't looking bad when he was with Bomac. He was looking pretty sharp.
True.
He got Keyshawn to where he's at, pretty much.
No, he didn't.
He took over. Nah, he took over. He took over Keyshawn in his third or fourth fight.
He don't behave. Don't come in here acting a fool.
Here goes to hell. Don't let B-Dog just go to hell. Don't even listen to that guy. No, but I don't know if he really made Keyshawn better because Keyshawn was an Olympian going into the Bomac. Sometimes so you have to look at somebody who wasn't like that. Prior. I think Keyshawn was always destined to be like that a little bit.
All right. So brother, who do you think? Oh, here come this hating Negro early this afternoon. Brother, what do you think? Who do you think is a good trainer? I said Bozy. Yeah, I said Bozy. Somebody said
Virgil Hunter.
Virgil Hunter. And what about Ronnie Shields or Malik Scott? Who do we think is a good fit for him?
Malik Scott be wilding, man.
I don't know about Malik Scott. Hell no.
He a wild boy.
Like Malik Scott.
Yeah, he be wilding a little bit.
Okay, Ronnie Shields, Roy.
I don't think Bozy would make sense because of boots, obviously. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ronnie Shields. I like Ronnie Shields. Ronnie Shields. I can say for sure.
Yeah.
I can like that.
Okay, so what about somebody said Buddy McGirt, which I thought because he trained.
Frank worked with Buddy McGirt. Shit, I mean,
that's a good one. Yeah.
Frank looked good.
About Spence?
Yes, Mr. Shelton.
Spence, is he coming back? Is this shit confirmed? This nigga been coming back for 3 years. Is he coming back or what?
Mr. Shelton, you must have missed the whole show and just clicked.
He missed the whole show. He just jumped on. He just clicked the link.
Errol Spence is coming back against Tim Zoo.
Is it confirmed? Is the fight signed?
Yes,
is it confirmed?
Yes, Mr. Shelton.
Who's putting the fight? Who's putting the fight on? MVP, that Australian promotion.
I say it's not finalized, but it's in motion. Put it like that. It's in motion.
Okay.
You say it's in talks. It's in talks.
No, it's a little further than talks.
It's been in motion the last 3 weeks, honestly, to be honest, if I want to be real with everybody.
Okay. Well, if the nigga does come back,
oh my God.
I do say if.
No, he's racist.
If the nigga does come back.
That's a hard R, that nigga, man.
I would say he should probably try to work with, who he should try to work with? He should try to work with who they say he been down there working with. They say he been down there working with Breadman. He's probably working with him.
Yeah, he's working with Breadman. That's what I heard too. But I also saw that Roy was down there. So, who knows? But
Roy had the gym in Texas.
Who was down there? Oh, wait, who?
Roy the gym in Texas, so that might be why.
Yeah, he does. That's true. Yeah.
Roy Jones Jr.?
No, Roy Jones Sr.
That's a totally conflicting style. You know, Roy fights way different than Errol ever fought, so I don't know how that'll work.
So, so here we are. Yeah, but I mean, listen.
Let me ask this question. Let me ask you this though. Do y'all think? I don't think Roy would teach Errol his style like that 100%.
Right.
Like, I mean, that's just my opinion.
I don't know. Like, who's been with Roy Jones that actually did good though?
Nobody.
Yeah, that's the question
that's
too.
True.
That's a good
Don't
one.
do that. Don't do that. Wait a minute. There is no Roy Jones Jr. slander allowed.
No. I mean, Roy. The thing with Roy is it's not Roy's fault. The thing with Roy is people train with Roy and they try to be Roy. That's not Roy's fault.
I'm sensitive about my shit. Now leave Roy alone. Now all his fighters lose, but that's irrelevant. Listen, all his fighters lose, but that's irrelevant. We moving on. Now, since we know, to be honest, I wouldn't pick Roy either. And I love Roy, but I wouldn't pick him to train EJ either.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm just trying to see what's okay. So let me ask y'all this, right? Obviously, he's been out of the ring. In Boxing Hacker, you mentioned this, which nobody don't care, but it's true. He has been out of the ring for 3 years. From what I understand, he's been working on rebuilding his confidence. Do we think that what version of EJ do y'all think that we will see in that ring?
EJ's always EJ. I think he's always gonna be. He's only one type of fighter. Like I've never seen him been like much different. You know, throughout his whole career. EJ has a particular style. He has a particular fight sequence he goes through. EJ's always EJ. I think he's always gonna show up. Now, is he gonna be the same type of fighter?
That's what I'm talking about. Boxing.
Emotionally, yeah. But here's the interesting factor, right? It's been 3 years, but some things have changed. Like you might flinch more because he took a lot of hard shots. So it depends on how. Maybe emotionally it'll be okay, but naturally, is your body gonna react differently when you see shots coming? You know, than it used to. You know.
I think Zoo's tailor made for him, man. So.
You know,
let me tell y'all something, right? Let me tell you something.
EJ was gonna win that fight.
He made a lot of Spence fans cry.
I know. I cried while I was recording it because I wanted to make sure we visualized what we're up against, right? That was the last time we saw that man in the ring. He did look weight drained. He didn't look as fast. He didn't look as confident. So that's what I'm saying, y'all. We have not seen him in the ring since then. What type of mental space do we think that EJ is in? What type of EJ before the car accidents or post Bud? What type of EJ do we think is going to be coming into this fight? Because Tim Tszyu is not going to be a walk in the park. He's never been a walk in the park. You got to beat that man down.
I respectfully think Tim Tszyu is done. I think right at this stage of his career, contrary to how you held the last fight with the Fundora, I think he did way much better in the first fight while he was bleeding damn near half to death. That second fight, he's you know what I'm saying, Fundora just showed me like he was hesitant. I mean, he was landing some shit, but it's like you let that motherfucker control the distance, you know what I'm saying? And Fundora can't, you know, it's not what Fundora's fighting shit. Like Fundora had a much easier time with him the second time. I think old boy is cooked, and that's a perfect fight for Spence to come back to and shit. I think this is even a safer fight than Thurman. We could say Thurman is you know, been more active, but has he really been? Nah, he just fought that one fucking accountant and shit, and wherever the fuck it was at and shit. But
no, he done fought like 2 times last year. I thought he fought 2 times. He fought at the beginning of the year. Didn't he have a fight in the middle of the year? Oh no, you know what? That one was rescheduled.
Nah. He was supposed to fight. They were supposed to fight, you know what I'm saying, back last year, but you know, fight fell through and shit, so they fight now.
Yeah, you're right.
But I think I would have if you would have fought Thurman, that would have been a more dangerous fight than fucking Tim Tszyu. And Thurman been out the ring for fucking goddamn 6 years. I just don't have zero confidence in him saying in Tim Tszyu's ability anymore. So I think, to me, in my opinion, it's the perfect fight for him to come back to and shit. And I think he's not gonna look superb. He's gonna be rusty, but he's gonna be. I think he's gonna make easy work of Tim Tszyu, and then boom,
okay.
Back.
On the flip side, hey, I was thinking the same thing because I said something about that with Tim Tszyu. of course, we know he done been stopped twice in the last year and a half. You know what I mean? By Bakram and Fundora, like, to where, like, you know, of course, he did fight recent time. Like, he fought after he lost to Fundora last year.
Yeah, he just fought. He just fought in December. Barely won, but he
just
won.
fought in December, and then of course he's about to fight again in March, and then, you know, we got Errol sitting here 3.5 years removed going into the fight. It's like, but you know, you look at style wise, Tim Tszyu. A lot of people, you know, like, you know, NHA mentioned, like, they think Tim Tszyu punch drunk out here for them fights still. You know what I mean? So it poses to where it's interesting where, you know, Earl can fuck around and win this shit. You know what I'm saying? If he on point, you know what I'm saying? Because the Tenzu, you know, it's a style suit for Earl. If you look at the style matchup wise between both guys.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. But all right. I just was a little concerned, but you know, it is what it is. He's a grown man. Obviously, I don't put none of these niggas in a witness protection program like some people do. But now, Boxing Hacker, back to the statements that Shakur Stevenson made, right? And he made another statement that I want to get your take on too. He said his toughest style matchup was William Zepeda. Do you agree with that?
The tough style matchup? Yeah, currently it'll probably be William Zepeda. Yeah, for Shakur, I mean, he's I think most styles he figures out. I think the only way you can beat him if somebody has like faster feet than him. But like at least William Zepeda brought something real different to the table, where it's like constant pressure. Like he had to keep Shakur constantly thinking, because Zepeda was always coming forward, you know.
And what do we think Pitbull's gonna do?
No, Pitbull's problem is that he can't change directions though. So Pitbull has to put pressure on his left foot to actually throw his shots.
But Pitbull, to me, Pitbull looks like he applies way more pressure than Zepeda. Pitbull just mauls you.
Yeah, but here's the problem there, Jack.
You got to be effective
boxing is a game
aggression.
of inches. You know, boxing is a game of inches. So like the problem with Pitbull is that for him to like throw those shots, he has to have the majority weight on his front foot. That's why he couldn't beat El Rayo. El Rayo moved every time Pitbull tried to put pressure on his front foot. El Rayo moved, made him reset. Zepeda doesn't have that problem. So Zepeda is able to shoot shots more frequently than Pitbull is.
Yeah, Rayo's turning his ass like a fucking turnstile.
You know, like when he was fighting
hey,
Shakur,
Mr. Wet Baby.
even though Shakur changed direction, Zepeda was still throwing his shots. Pitbull wouldn't be able to do it. Pitbull would have to reset. He'll stop. So he'll try to throw a shot, they have to reset. That's no good. Even with power, that's no good.
And you also have to understand that Pitbull was already supposed to fight him and shit. You know what I'm saying? When Shakur came into the 135 division, he was like the number one. He's like, I think he was like the Pitbull was like either 1 or 2, and then mandated. You know what I'm saying? I think him to fight Shakur and shit, but he turned it down and shit. And his man and his trainer was like, "Nah, we're not about to do that and shit, man. We can't." Basically, they say we can't do what we want to do with him in there and shit. So they know that style is all wrong for Pitbull. I wouldn't put him against any good boxer.
I think the hard style for Shakur, honestly, and not because I'm a Devin fan, I think Devin would be the hard style for Shakur if moving forward. You know, I don't think Pitbull is a hard. I think he beats Pitbull easily. I don't even favor tank style against Shakur either. You know, I think the hard style currently would be somebody like Devin.
I think he beats Devin. I think he beats Devin. But so here's the thing, right? So hopefully that fight between from what it looks like, or from what Shakur said, Keyshawn will be facing Devin. I don't know if that's going to be next, like he said, but that looks like that's a fight that's on the table. According to
whoever they put in front. Hold up. Keyshawn Davis gonna fight him.
He's fighting. Oh, really? Yeah. He's fighting Devin?
I think it's gonna happen soon.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Keyshawn gonna beat him.
Devin
a hell of a fighter.
He hit that Floyd Mayweather. He's a hell of a fighter, but
I don't think so. That's real interesting.
Isn't it, brother? Ain't that very interesting?
Possible.
I thought so.
It's possible. I don't think so, though. I don't think he can be currently. Not like he is not gifted enough to beat Devin. I think Devin is a little more schooled than Shakur remembers. I think Devin's really changed over the years. I think Devin right now would beat Keyshawn. I don't mind seeing the fight though. I think Keyshawn can get a belt at least though. At least let there be something that Keyshawn brings to that table. But I will favor Keyshawn, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
That man is little brother
as well.
Well, here's the thing, right? I don't know why he has to bring to the table. But because here's the thing, I don't know why they would have to bring something to the table. When Devin went up there to fight Brian Norman Jr., he didn't bring anything to the table.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, of course, that's his little brother. You know, that's his little man's. You know that's his little man's.
Nobody never hear this shit. Like nobody never hears this type of shit.
You
like,
listen,
this is
they heard it. They hear it. What's up, D1 baby? What's up,
D1? Can you play that again? I missed it. I was in the back.
Sure.
Whoever they put in front. Hold up. Keyshawn Davis gonna fight him.
He's fighting. Oh, really? Yeah. He's fighting Devin?
I think it's gonna happen soon.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Keyshawn gonna beat him.
Devin
a hell of a fighter.
Wow.
He's a hell of a fighter. Floyd Mayweather coined that term.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're missing it, I think.
What's that?
Isn't your guy gonna be fighting one of them guys and you're over here capping for Shakur and shit? Why you guys always do that?
That's competition, brother. That's it. Like these guys, like I said.
Well, why you guys ignore all those body shots Shakur got hit by, and you guys are out here running around on the internet acting like Tio is on the same level as Tank, and it's going to be easy for Shakur to keep distance against Tank and outbox him something easy. That's crazy. When you've seen Tank cut distance in about 5 fights better than anybody on the planet, and that kid's body work, I didn't close my eyes when Shakur was getting all those body shots placed on his ass. I was tentatively paying attention. His facial expressions and shit during those times of the fight, bro. A vicious body puncher like Tank gonna cut the distance, and I bet you Tank don't even throw a head punch.
I said stylistically, I don't favor Tank in that fight. I think
why? The only other pure boxer you've seen Tank against, he threw up the high guard and beat his ass. Yeah, easy fucking work. But we got to look at it different because it's Tank. We got to leave shit out because it's Tank. We got to treat him on a different.
There's a lot of fighters that Tank will beat. I'm not saying Tank's a good fighter. There's a lot of fighters he will beat. I don't favor him against Shakur. I think he had more or less a puncher's chance.
Well, I do. I favor Tank heavily against Shakur. And I can't wait because of people like you is going to make me so much money on that day. I cannot wait.
You're not going to win.
I cannot wait.
All right, guys, hold on, y'all, because Javante is busy. Let's stick to Devin and Shakur because that to me is what's a little bit more tangible at this time. Sure. Even though obviously Shakur would have to make that move to 147, or maybe they'll do a catchweight or something like that. But Boxing Hacker, I'm interested to know how you think that fight will play out.
I always said it, like I told this to Freak. I think that the most dangerous fighter for Devin is Shakur. Like I say, even past Boots or all these other guys, I think Shakur Stevenson poses the biggest threat to Devin, and vice versa. I think Shakur's hardest fight would be Devin. One, because they both know each other. It's always different when you guys know each other. And at that level, Shakur's a very good boxing mind. Like he knows how to figure out shit when it comes to boxing. So he's mentally he's really game for that. I think it's gonna be, as far as how the fight goes, it's gonna be a question of Devin's athleticism versus Shakur's mental fortitude. And who would I favor? If it's at 147 with no catch weight, I would slightly favor Devin, but I wouldn't be surprised if Shakur won. If there is a catch weight, I would favor Shakur.
When you seen Devin cut distance?
When did I see Devin cut distance?
Yeah, when you see Devin cut distance and go to work on the inside, that's what
more
style.
Importantly, when the hell you see Devin? When the hell you seen Devin with a rehydration clause? More importantly, that's the real question.
But I mean,
that's a fantasy fight at this point.
He wants once, and Devin say he doesn't. So like,
who's really fighting is Devin and Keyshawn. That's the fight. That's what fight's going to happen next. Watch, you'll see.
Yeah,
guaranteed them two fight next.
That's our favorite Devin in that fight.
But in the Keyshawn fight. No. Devin getting stopped.
We'll see. I doubt it.
All right.
I think I just think the moment's not ready for Keyshawn yet.
Too Rich. What's your thoughts, baby?
Hey, I just came on. What exactly y'all talking about?
Oh, hell no. Let me tell y'all something about. So first we were talking about EJ and Tim Zoo.
I'm trying to make sure that's what y'all talking about. Like who would win?
Yeah,
or
we were talking about. Well, first of all, I went through this whole damn spill. But anyway, my major question was what version of EJ do we see turning up in this particular fight? Who do we think he's going to get to train him? Things like that, because obviously he's been on the couch for 3 years. What do we see? How do we see this fight playing out? It's going to be redemption or retirement, basically, at the end of this fight? And then I went over, obviously, Jake Paul and his racist troping tweets that Boxing Hacker loved to defend. But continue.
As far as Errol Spence, I look at it like this. It's just like it's no different with Devin and Ryan. If we watch other sports, like a player get injured, right? And when they first come back, they not, everything's still a little gingerly, so they're not gonna be their best self when they come back. But I expect people to eventually get back to who they were before they left. So in this fight, is he gonna be all the way back? Probably not. But I think 80%, 75% Spence beats Tim Zoo. So I'm rocking with Spence. I'm rocking with Spence in that fight. I think he'll get back, and by the next fight, he'll at least be back to who we know if he win the fight. I didn't hear nothing about the Jake Paul stuff, so I can't really speak on that.
Yeah, Jake Paul. Obviously after the halftime show, which was obviously done in Spanish, he went to X and he made a lot of what I consider to be racist remarks about Puerto Ricans, calling them fake Americans. He's also said some things talking about, if you don't like ICE, then you can't call the police if you're in trouble, law enforcement agency. He's very maggot out. However, the issue came when Amanda Serrano got involved, and she had a few things to say in response to him, how she does not stand with his comments, how Puerto Ricans are 100% American citizens. They've contributed to this country just as much as any other any other ethnicity group, whatever the case may be. And then he tried to clean it up and saying all this other kind of crap, how somebody stole his phone or some shit he tried to go ahead on and say. But as you can see, before he went on a tyrant trying to clean it up, he was still flapping his fucking gums. So that's just where I'm at with that. And of course, Boxing Hacker came in here with his cape on to defend him. I didn't know he spoke Jake Paul like some of y'all speak Shakur. So that is what it is.
We shouldn't even talk about this guy.
Jake Paul just mad. He's still mad about getting his jaw broke.
We should boycott his shit like he was trying to boycott their shit.
But
I like Spence in the Zoo fight. Right. Jab. Hold on, let me just.
You like the Spence fight?
Well, because I like the fight. I love it. Actually, we get another superstar back in boxing. Hopefully he sticks around for 2 or 3 more fights, because I think he's going to beat Tim Zoo and then go to fight Jamel Charlo. But Jamel Charlo need to find a dance partner. But I think Errol got a lot of pent up frustration, people talking crazy about him, all sorts of shit, the loss. Coming back, he's not injured. He's not on painkillers. He's not going to look the way he did in no Terrence Crawford fight. I don't care how bad of a beating you guys want to say that was, bro. Errol's a dog. And that happens in fights. One guy gets beat up. It just happened to be his turn.
Yeah, but D1, you can't say how people said that. We saw what happened. It's not what we said.
Yeah, I know, but it wasn't as bad as people make it out to be.
But he did look weight drained. He did look weight drained, and he didn't look himself. So, but no excuses. The 2 car accidents, the retina surgery, all of those things also played a factor. So, if he's fully himself, he looks healthy. He looks really good at 154. He looks strong. From the pictures I saw on his IG and stuff. So, we'll see. It's just a matter of we were talking about who do you think should train him too?
Yeah, buddy.
They say he's training with Breadman. They say Breadman training.
I thought he was just getting some work with Breadman. I didn't know that was his official trainer.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard it's Breadman. Because he in Philly, I think he was in Philly training.
Yeah, he's in Philly. Go ahead, D1. What you were saying, baby?
I want him to go to Buddy McGirt. Every bit of corner advice I've ever seen Buddy McGirt give in any fight, whether his fighter carried out the mission or not, has been spot on. Anybody can go look at any Buddy McGirt fight. When his fighter gets back to the corner, he tells them exactly what they need to do, and it's spot on all the time. I love Buddy McGirt. That would be a great match. It was great for Frank. Frank already got a relationship with him. I would love to see Spence with Buddy, or
They
say he's with
Breadman.
So
Yeah, if he's training with Breadman, that might be a good fit for him. Yeah, because he did good with Caleb Plant. I don't know who Caleb Plant's going to train with now when he come back, but he definitely did good with Caleb Plant. So that's an interesting matchup. As far as
in the fight, he had a broken rib though. That people need to acknowledge that shit. Like we seen it when a rib is protruding through your skin, like Showbiz pointed out. I don't normally fucking rock with the guy or whatever, but he pointed that shit out. That's a medical fact. If you can see a rib protruding through skin like that, that shit is broken. He was definitely on painkillers or something in that fight. People can't tell me.
You can't get your head out the line. It's gonna be a problem, bro.
You can't get
your head out the line.
Hold on to Rich. Let him finish.
It would have been that regardless, bro. I think styles make fights, and any version of Terrence beats any version of Spence. I just don't think it would have been that bad, and I don't think the beating was as bad as the internet makes it out to be. I think it's a fucking fight. He took a bad one there, but it wasn't like this life-altering, crippling fucking beating. Spence is a dog. Like the people leave that shit out. Like, do you think Spence is gonna come back all timid and shit? Nah, he gonna be Spence.
Well, we don't know that, D1. I mean, hopefully,
I know.
But, hopefully he does that. But he did speak upon, Charlo. I guess that's an interesting matchup for him down the road. But he said Charlo just called him out because he wanted payday. You know what I'm saying? But
and he definitely left a pound of flesh in the ring that night. I know what you're saying, Jeff.
Absolutely.
I understand, but there's ways to.
EJ will always have my respect. He will always have my respect simply because he did it the right way. He went through the gauntlet collecting those belts the way you're supposed to do in a division. You know what I'm saying? That's when 147 was on absolute fire. So he will always have my respect. You win some, you lose some, like you said. It's just the time spent out of the ring. The last fight, the injuries he sustained before his last fight. Do we think any of that will have a factor played in this particular upcoming match?
It definitely will. It definitely will. But I'm just saying, I think he can, as much as he allowed himself to heal and get better and just live and be on vacation these past 3 years. That's what people don't know too. He's been healing, bro. And that can work wonders for a fighter. And it very well could work in the opposite direction too. You come back, you ain't got the same fire inside of you. You get beat up again. There's definitely a reason to ask those questions. But I think
for sure. And I just want his confidence. What do we think his confidence level is like? Because from what I understand, that's what he was been working on, just building up back his confidence. Because that's most of the battle. You have to be confident in your abilities.
It's 100% everything in boxing. Once you're not confident, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. You gotta have confidence.
Go ahead too, Rich. You can go ahead, and then I'm gonna go back to the Shakur and Shakur and Devin thing that I thought was interesting. But go ahead too, Rich.
Well, it's just like this with me. I don't care how good fighters are. Like, eventually, two really good fighters are gonna get in the ring, and somebody gonna win. But we saw Canelo fight Mayweather, right? And Mayweather outclassed them damn near all 12 rounds, right? But Canelo got better after that because nobody else he fought was going to be Mayweather. So I look at Spence the same way. He's not going to be fighting Crawford. He's not going to be fighting somebody with that type of skill set. So I can't say he can't come back. I actually expect him to. It's going to take a fight. And yes, we got to see how he responds to getting hit. But I expect him to get back to the ability that he was. You see what I mean? That just athletics. You know what I mean? He's not going to be fighting Crawford. Just like T.O. The next fight, T.O. fight, he's not going to be fighting Shakur. He might be better because he fought Shakur. And Spence might be better because he fought Crawford. But he may realize the mistakes that he made, and then he tightened those up. Hey, I expect them to come back. Shit.
Okay. Loving the vote of confidence, loving it. So what do you think about the obviously we heard that maybe Keyshawn is next for Devin, and then Shakur. Who do you feel would fare in those matchups versus Devin? Do you think Shakur would win versus Devin? And do you think Keyshawn has a chance against Devin?
I got Devin beating Keyshawn, but I think Keyshawn gonna fight Lewis Crocker, but he shouldn't go out there.
Lewis Crocker is fighting Poirot. Lewis Crocker about to fight Poirot.
Oh, well, yeah. then that might be the fight to be made. But I hate that for Keyshawn, man, because I don't think he beats Devin. You know what I'm saying? I think Devin just gonna be a little too educated for him right now. Give him 2 or 3 more fights might be different, but right now, Keyshawn fighting on ego. You see what I mean? I think you need more than that to get in the ring with that. Yeah. Now Shakur and Devin. I'm gonna give you the same thing that I say with every fight. In any fight, it's one guy gonna be the better boxer. And I have to stick with it. I don't sway away from it. I don't think it's a big gap. But if you ask me who's the better pure boxer between Shakur and Devin, I'm going to say Shakur. It is what it is. So I would favor Shakur in that fight.
I agree with that. What about you, Boxing Hacker? Do you agree with that take? That Shakur is the more skilled boxer than Devin?
Yeah, not skilled, but more balanced. Okay. Yeah, he's a little bit more balanced. You know,
what do you mean by that?
How can I say it? Like,
he's more defensively responsible. He ain't going to take risks. He's going to stay in his defensive stance no matter what the fuck happens.
Not only
that's what they mean.
Like,
that's what they both mean.
It's just hard to describe what I'm trying to say. He just
the kid's discipline.
They're both technically sound boxers, but I feel like Shakur is more engraved in him than Devin. If that makes sense. Just by a little bit. I would say I think she was a little bit better, but I think at 147 it's going to be more of a question on Devin's intensity versus Shakur's boxing ability. I think that's going to be in question. If Devin's fully hydrated, Devin's going to be a lot bigger than Shakur, you know. And then Devin has a very big
Devin's
gas
always
tank.
bigger than Devin, always bigger than somebody. But now you said if he's fully hydrated, he'll be way bigger than Shakur. Well, I don't know about his gas tank. Devin does have a very good gas tank, but Shakur seems to have one too.
Yeah, but I think Devin's just a little more.
It's just because they fight at such a slow pace that it seems like they got
Devin can move at a fast pace too.
When Keyshawn comes out there and pushes the pace against fucking Devin, it's gonna be bad news for him. He's probably gonna stop Devin in the later rounds.
Oh my goodness, D1, you're predicting a stoppage?
Watch. That body work from that kid is no joke. Keyshawn's a spiteful body puncher.
What are you talking about, Keyshawn?
Devin gonna be running all day. Yeah, I'm talking about Keyshawn.
No, man.
What? What are you laughing at?
I don't think so.
Bro. That's suicide.
You guys lost your mind, bro.
Like I said, remember
you don't remember Ryan dribbling him off the canvas just a couple short fights ago?
But
Keyshawn gonna take Oscarine and come in overweight. Okay, maybe that works.
Fucking looking to hurt him.
Yeah, but Devin's more educated.
We'll see.
A little more educated.
We'll see when it happens.
Yeah,
what were you saying, Boxing Hacker?
So me and George said the exact same thing I said, right? Devin's a little more educated.
Dude, who's Keyshawn got in his corner? We got all the bud buddies.
D1, hold on a second. I want to hear Boxing Hacker explain this bullshit. Go ahead, Boxing Hacker. What you were saying, baby?
Devin's a little more educated than Keyshawn in the ring. Like
Devin's more educated than like ring IQ stuff like that. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, boxing. He's a little more.
Because he made it to the Olympics.
He was going to, but he was too young. Yeah, Devin was. That's why Devin turned pro because he couldn't get into the Olympics.
Yeah, and Keyshawn did. Keyshawn made it.
Keyshawn got in when he was old enough. Devin wasn't old enough, so he turned pro.
Dude, you be making up stories too.
This is the truth. Why did he turn pro when he was a teenager?
You be up there
one at a time, y'all. Okay, guys. One at a time. So we
I don't know what to tell these guys.
Okay, so Boxing Hacker, you in your opinion, you said that he's more educated.
Yeah, and Keyshawn's a really talented kid too. Don't get me wrong, Keyshawn. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Keyshawn might beat Devin, but if I'm just to look at the two fighters of today, I would favor Devin. You know,
okay.
I think Devin's had the bigger moments. Devin's been in the ring with better competition. Devin seems a little more technically sound than Keyshawn. So and Devin can fight in different styles more than Keyshawn.
What?
Oh,
where do you get this technically sound bullshit from? What are you talking about? Keyshawn is every bit as technically sound as Devin.
All you look is power, punching, power. That's
it's not like what you're the one who just mentioned it. Nobody fucking talking about power. Did I say power? Punching? Am I confused here? Did I say anything about power?
I didn't hear you say anything about
power.
No,
That's what they do. They all try to fucking project their feelings and what they're thinking onto somebody else when I didn't even say anything about it. John Davis is fucking every bit as good as boxer as Devin Haney is, but he's a better fighter too. He's a way better fighter.
That was going to be my next question, because we all know that Keyshawn likes to brawl.
Yeah.
Do we think that that is going to help or hurt him in a fight against Devin Haney?
It's gonna hurt him.
It's gonna hurt him.
Yeah.
Hey, let me say this.
Did it hurt in the Lion fight?
It's the same reason why I favor Tank over Keyshawn, but I don't think Tank beats Shakur. Because what is Keyshawn going to just imagine if it was Tank? What is Keyshawn going to do? He's going to be overly aggressive, and that's going to play in Tank's hand. Well, I think it's the same way with Devin.
We're not talking about Tank. Yeah, we're talking about Devin. But go ahead.
But I'm saying, but like Devin with somebody with such a good jab and shit, he's just gonna wait on Keyshawn to be anxious, and he's just gonna pick him off. Hey, y'all might not like the way he beats him, but outboxes him. You can't. It's hard to knock the box out, man. That's why it is bad that Ryan popped dirty, because he would have been the guy that was able to really beat the boxer, but we realized that was tainted. So other than that, we don't have a version of somebody to say that the best boxer normally wins. And I just think Keyshawn's aggression is the reason why he wouldn't beat Devin.
Oh,
we're gonna find out. Shakur is begging for Ryan. We're gonna find out about your theories there. And who wins the round in the Shakur?
Hold on, because I thought Shakur was next in line for Devin, because Devin said little brother then big brother. So it's appearing that he's gonna be looking to fight Shakur as well. And then Boxing Hacker, you said you got Shakur beating Devin. NHA, who do you have winning, Devin or Shakur?
Hold on, come back to me. I got some customers.
Well,
okay, baby. Don't be doing no shit on my channel.
Too Rich said the fashion in which he's going to beat Tank. Who wins the rounds when Tank's pressing the action and Shakur is just?
We're not talking about Gervonta. We're talking about Devin. We're talking about Shakur, and we're talking about Keyshawn. Why do y'all keep on mentioning Gervonta?
Because he made an invalid point. He made an invalid point there.
He always makes invalid points. That's nothing new.
Shakur, bro. I don't know why you think this. I don't understand.
Didn't they say Tank got the 8th best chance to beat Shakur? Didn't they say that he got the 8th best chance? Somebody agree with him.
Whoever told you that don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I give a bunch of shit.
Whoever told you that don't know shit about nothing.
I think.
Well, who said that? Oh, boy.
One at a time. And the question that I asked was in the fight we were talking about Keyshawn, and then I said, little brother, then big brother. And so in that particular fight, I see a lot of hugging and holding and jabbing and moving going on with that particular fight. But so we're in agreement. Shakur wins against Devin.
I think Devin got a real good chance against Shakur. He's more physical. He'll get a little bit more physical. Yeah, I think Devin got a real good. I always thought that though.
Yeah, it's a good fight. That's a good fight. Shit,
it was a boring good fight.
I ain't never said I'm 100% right. I'm just telling you what I look at.
I think he's got a chance, but I think Shakur is more in his form right now. I need to see a style clash with that kid. I don't want to see him versus another boxer. I know what kind of stuff.
Hey, I'm gonna say this though. Everybody had a narrative for Tank versus Tio. Oh, it's 2 counter punches. It's gonna be boring, and the fight was not boring. So I don't think you could say, oh, they're gonna be. I think it's 2 boxers that don't have a threat. Maybe they think of being knocked out. So they might let their hands go. They might let their hands go because they don't have to worry about being knocked out.
That's a good point too, Rich. A pillow fight. Go ahead, Cam. You say you want to say something?
Pillow fight is diabolical.
Yeah, I got a question. I got something that I was thinking. In that clip, that Shakur right there, why is he pushing Keyshawn so much upon Devin and not pushing for Devin when a lot of people believe that's one of the biggest fights right now in boxing? If that's the case, like, why is he pushing Keyshawn so much on him?
Well, because Shakur does what he always does. He wants to see
but Keyshawn is bigger
who you can beat.
The measuring stick.
Stop it. And y'all have to stop. No. I am sick to death of this goddamn figurine status. Y'all trying to put Shakur in. That is not no little nigga.
Yeah, he's the top dog, so we got to put him in every single fight, according to y'all.
And
You
he's
guys,
I
now,
mean,
and he is
Shakur
now
came
the
from
ring.
126, bro. He
I
came
don't
from
care. I don't
126.
care. I don't
Rich,
care
ask
about that. What does
yourself,
that mean now? He
Too
at
Rich, ask
140
yourself.
now. What does 126 got
he
to do
must
with
have hit a
anything?
growth spurt. If he came from
Rich,
126, that boy.
ask
And
yourself,
y'all
I'm just saying,
no.
Keyshawn probably
Hold
a
on.
natural
Hold on.
147.
Hold on. Let me say this, right? Because we just agreed the other day that we know that when these boys come into the sport, they are put in a division or two below where they really belong. So even though he was at 126 back then, his ass should have probably been at 135. Shakur is not this little figurine y'all would like to make him out to be. Stop it.
He is pretty small, Jab Queen. I don't know. People always want to make it seem like he's bigger
your
than
ass right off my panel, nigga. No, he is not.
I think I had this argument with the DMD was telling me Shakur is big as Crawford, just because he had a picture of him.
He's close.
Oh my goodness,
he's very close, man. I seen him on Aiden Ross together.
Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead, Cam.
Not too rich. What fight would you rather see? Shakur and Devin or Keyshawn and Devin?
Shakur and Devin. Shakur and Devin. Yeah, Shakur and Devin. No doubt about it. Shakur and Devin.
Thing is, why isn't Shakur pushing that instead of pushing the fight on Keyshawn?
I mean, because I'm like, the dude just fought at 135, now he fought at 140, y'all pushing him up to 147. I'm just like, that's a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You want him to go up 2 weight classes? I mean, he might not be ready for that yet. He might not be ready to go to weight class yet. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But if they fight, it's a great fight. But I think Keyshawn is more prepared to go to 147 than Shakur.
100%. And Shakur also wants a rehydration clause. Devin's probably not going to do that. So
I mean, they both just fought for the first time at 140. Yeah, if we want to be honest.
And I would just look at the picture. They is close to side. I will say that. I just looked at the picture. So yeah.
If we think about it, they
walk
both
around like
just fought for the
145
first time on the same card on the same night at 140 for the first time.
Huh?
That's true. That's true.
Shakur probably walks around like 144, 145. The guy's not that big.
Walks around at 148.
He walks around at 65, guaranteed.
Shakur
you guys didn't know anything. He told you that.
Bro. Oh my
he
God.
told you that. I watched the same interview you did, buddy.
He looks like it.
No, he looks like he weighs 165 pounds all fucking day.
No, you got to look at
what?
He's 5'8" for a height weight proportion. For athletic height weight proportion at 5'8", he will easily make. And aside from him never having no issues making those bigger weights, or that he's never had real weight issues like that, this man will easily make a 147, 154. I mean, easily. It's not hard at that weight. Tank is a 5'3". You know what I'm saying? That nigga probably will never be like Tank is gonna be a Tank at 155, 160. Like a nigga's gonna have to balloon up. He's gonna be massively bulkier, or he's just gonna look disproportionate. You know what I'm saying? Damn, Shakur fills out to those higher weights very easy because he's already at that height margin. He's already at that height margin. He's not no small motherfucker whatsoever.
Pull up that Jake Paul picture, Jab. Does Jake look 40 pounds heavier than Shakur or 80? I would say 40, right?
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, okay.
You got to look at height. You got to because they're the same
height.
Height's nothing.
Height, he's damn near the same.
It's about the body weight and the muscle impact.
I know what body mass index is, bro. I've been in shape my entire life.
Jake Paul looks like he's.
You understand, bro? I know exactly how much this kid weighs just by looking at him.
Like, okay, look, okay. For instance, okay, go back, Jab. Go back to that original picture, right? Look at Ray Savage right there. Does Ray Savage look like he's a
Yes, Ray Savage is another one that cuts crazy weight.
But he's not. You're
not helping your case,
bro.
Ray Savage fights at 130, bro.
He doesn't walk around 165.
Stop, bro.
Hey, y'all notice that the more that we
165 pounds.
The more that we expose Shakur's the more that we expose Shakur's real weight, boxing hackers' heartbeat start like you can start hearing that shit through the phone
I don't really
because
care.
he knows.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, right? There comes a time
Why
where
you
we're
so
going to have
scared?
to ask the tough questions, right? Because obviously this is a fight that both of them have expressed interest in. So who wins and at what weight? We know that Devin Haney is not going on no rehydration clause.
Yeah.
Y'all need to stop playing. Y'all know how he give it up. That nigga is not getting on no rehydration clause, or he would have been with the IBF route. Stop it.
Yeah, I favor if it's a 147 natural, I think Devin might get it because Devin's naturally bigger and more athletic, you know. It's not just about the weight, but Devin's also a good fighter that's bigger, you know. But I think, like I said before, I always keep in mind
So you
Shakur
think
is the
Devin's
most dangerous fight for
Devin's a
Devin.
better boxer? He's a better boxer. You're saying Devin is a better boxer than Shakur?
He's not complete. He's not better, but he's a better athlete than Shakur. And he's a skilled
Explain
boxer.
that,
He's
boxing
not,
hacker.
so he's not
Explain
okay.
that.
Like I think Shakur is a slightly better boxer, but the difference isn't wide enough that the size difference won't matter. If that makes sense, right? Because like Shakur can fight somebody like Conor Benn, right? Conor Benn always looks flashy on the mitts in the bag, but he's not really a good boxer, you know. And Shakur's skill would naturally beat Conor Benn. However, Shakur and Devin's skill sets are not so far different that the weight difference wouldn't be a factor.
And I agree with that. I think
because someone doesn't box in a style you guys don't like, doesn't mean it's not boxing.
I never said that, but
yes, that's what you were alluding to.
Like I said, D1, I think you look
Conor Benn can box too, bro.
How punches are
one at a time, y'all. One at a time. One at a time, so people can follow the conversation.
I'm ready to get my take whenever y'all ready.
All right, y'all mute up. Y'all mute up. Go ahead, NHA.
Okay.
So, if they do fight, I don't give a fuck what weight they fight in. I think Shakur beats him. It'll be competitive, but Shakur does everything. I fucks with Dev hard too. Pause. But Shakur does everything better than him. He's better at controlling distance. He's better at punch placements. Defensively, we already know that he's way better.
Yeah.
The only problem the only type of fighter that has a chance to beat a fighter like Shakur is gonna have to be an explosive, accurate puncher. The only way you're gonna beat Shakur, you can't beat Shakur by boxing him. Ain't nobody outboxing him. That's not gonna happen. The only way, one thing Shakur does that, you know what I'm saying, that if a fighter, the perfect fighter can take advantage of is just to take advantage of his propensity to jump straight back when he's, you know what I'm saying, when he's trying to avoid shit.
Right.
Like if you can get somebody that's explosive, you know what I'm saying, you jump on his ass and shit, you know what I'm saying, and then catch him and shit and get him out of that comfort zone and shit, because he still hasn't really fixed that issue, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. He's gotten better at it, and the only person I could ever thought I had a chance of doing that, and even though y'all motherfuckers think I'm a hater and shit, it was Tank Davis. I've always had him and shit, you know what I'm saying, slight over Shakur up until, you know what I'm saying, that fight with Roach. What that fight with Roach showed me is that, okay, Tank could get thrown off his game if he sees shit's not going his way. And that's exactly what happened during the Roach fight. So mentally, I don't think he can, even though he possesses the, you know what I'm saying, the attributes to deal with somebody like Shakur, because Tank is he's an amazing fighter, amazing boxer, but mentally, I don't think he's there anymore. But maybe he was never really there. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to like being, you know, when he faced the first adversity he ever had to face in a ring, it seemed like he kind of like collapsed. Maybe there's something, you know what I'm saying? He maybe that was a one-off, but I don't know. That was enough for me to say, I was like, okay, I don't think he's that guy, but he possesses that type, you know what I'm saying, the attributes to beat somebody like Shakur, because he can box just as good as Shakur, and he's more explosive than Shakur. But I don't know if, I just don't think he can do it now. Just because I think if they get in there and Shakur starts to frustrate him, because he will frustrate, because you can't, if Shakur don't want you to hit him and shit, he's gonna make it extremely hard for you. You know what I'm saying? You call it running what we're not on shit. So I don't know. But Tank is probably the only motherfucker that can't beat a Shakur. I said all that to say that.
Well, let me say this, right? Like, as far as the Lamont Roach and the Tank Davis fight, I think that the issues that he was having that night had nothing to do with his performance and everything to do with what he was going through outside of the ring. Like, once again, Gervonta lets his outside of the ring activities interfere with, fights and certain things like that. So when it comes to certain things like that, like mental things, I do think that you were right. I think his mind was definitely elsewhere that night. However, I don't really think we can compare the two because you're right. I do not think Shakur will engage the way Lamont Roach did to even have that particular type of fight. But Gervonta, in my opinion, went on his A game with no distractions. I don't see any nigga beating him. Up until 147, he ain't going no higher than that. I don't even think he goes to 147. But just with his skill set and just the discipline that he possesses, because he to me, a better fight would be Keyshawn, because Keyshawn is going to get in there and give just as much as he gets if we're talking about just the entertainment value of it, right? But Gervonta is extremely skilled. He can fight in any position. He can fight in all styles, and he ain't afraid to take two of yours to give you one of his. You know what I'm saying? But you're right. He would have to catch Shakur, and I don't think he'll have a problem with that because Gervonta knows how to cut off a ring. Shakur has also admitted that he doesn't. As far as facing adversity, I don't think we've ever seen Shakur face adversity, right? And it's boxing. You're going to get hit, especially jumping straight back on the line like that. All he got to do is follow his ass out that back door. You know what I mean? But as far as facing adversity, we've never seen Shakur face adversity either. And y'all can say it's because, he's that good. I think it plays more towards his level of competition.
I mean, he just fought Tio. I don't know. I don't see
some adversity.
That don't mean a damn thing. I don't want to hear that. What adversity did he face in the Teofimo Lopez fight? Y'all
he was hurt by that body shot.
One at a time.
I want the fight to happen, but I don't see it being. I think it's a bad style matchup for Tank. I think people are looking at Tank because he's been knocking out people for a long time, so they see something different. But like style for style, Shakur I think beats Tank fairly easily.
But style for style, you said that Devin. You said that he beats Devin. You said that he beats Devin too. So
no, I said, but that's a harder fight. That's a much harder fight for Shakur. Right?
All right. So what's the Shakur fight?
Huh?
My fault. Go ahead, Jack.
Let me say this.
Hold on, too rich. Hold on. Go ahead, Boxing Hacker. Finish what you were saying.
So Devin stylistically is a harder fight for Shakur. Devin's more active in the ring. He's a little more athletic. He knows Shakur very, very well. Like I said, they know each other very, very well. Not saying him and Tank don't know each other, but like him and Shakur know each other a little bit more, And Devin is also a smart boxing mind as well. So Devin's gonna find the best ways to fight Shakur. I don't think people always say that they feel like Tank had a lot of tools because he's a fast fighter. He has good footwork too and stuff. But I don't think stylistically he has the right tools for Shakur. And I think his team knows that a little bit too.
Well, I'll say this. I don't think Devin does either, because if you remember back to that Lomachenko fight and Bill dragged Devin ass out the damn ring, I don't think that that's a fight that Bill is looking forward to either, because I don't think that Bill is confident that his son can be victorious.
It's a hard fight. It's a hard fight. It's not going to be easy.
I mean, but don't they take on all the big fights? Don't they want all the tough?
Yeah,
they want all the
they're open
fights?
to take the fight. Devin's gonna take the fight, of course, but it's not gonna be, like I said, I don't think it's gonna be an easy one. It's definitely a hard fight. Yeah. But Shakur versus Tank, I think that's just I think Tank has like a puncher's chance. I don't think skill for skill Tank can match Shakur.
Okay.
I think
all right.
Tank's maxed
Hold on. We're going to Too Rich and then we're going to Usain. We're going to Too Rich and then we're going to Usain.
So I think a lot of people to say when you say Shakur beat Tank, it sounds like you're hating on Tank, but I'm just saying let's take the names away from it and just say logically, right? With Tank versus Pitbull, right? Tank then knocked Pitbull out. And some people thought the fights were close. That fight was close, even though we know Tank won the fights. That's why they won the rematch, because they thought the fight was close. Tank didn't knock the Roach out, and the fight was close. What that shows you, Tank don't get up a lot of punches. So if it goes the distance, you have to favor Shakur. So Tank has to knock Shakur out or drop him a couple times to win on the cards. So now if he knocks him out, okay, the fight over with. But if it goes to this, I don't care who he fights. If it goes the distance, it's gonna look like a close fight just because Tank doesn't throw a lot of punches. That's all. It ain't really, aggression. But let me tell you who I thought had a chance to beat Shakur. Just to show you, I'm not a hater, and this is gonna sound real crazy. I got Shakur beating Tank in a boxing match, but I thought Floyd Schofield had a chance to beat Shakur Stevens. I'm gonna tell you why. What did I say? I said Shakur front foot. The reason why I pick him over Tank got to get around Shakur front foot. If he leans back or take a step back, how Tank gonna reach him? Only thing he could do is he would have to high guard like he did Frank Martin, right? But Floyd Schofield a little naive enough that I think he would come in there throwing those wild punches that will get past Shakur's front foot. Even if it's sloppy, he might look sloppy, but that's what it's gonna take to beat Shakur. Make it an ugly ass fight, break him down, like run past, throw both your arms, because I always claim he'll switch hitter. Or say somebody like Boots who could switch hit, who could make Shakur think and could get past that front foot. You got to get past his front foot. And I gave Floyd Schofield a half a chance to do it. Floyd Schofield have always been my dark horse. I think he's dangerous, and I don't think too many people, he high risk, low reward, will really want to get in there with him. I hope they make this Schofield Roach fight. I heard him talking about it. I hope they make that fight.
Because Lucas Body may be going another route. He may be going the Albert Bell route. They're waiting on Lucas Body to make a decision. But yeah, I thought the Lamont Roach would have been a good fight for both of them as well. So it's a way for Lamont to stay active. It'll be a decent name on both of their resumes. But speak to me a little bit more about how you see the Devin and Shakur fight going, because that seems to be a little bit more in the realm of realistic, because obviously, that's a name that he threw out there. Devin also said that, he'd entertain that fight as well. How do you see that fight playing out? Because both of them, they're extremely high IQ boxers. This is what y'all tell me. So how do you see that fight playing out? And who do you say you got Shakur winning, right?
Yeah, I got Shakur winning. It's the same. Look, Devin, he's a good boxer. He's a good boxer for the field. To me, is Shakur than Devin. But one thing we can say about Devin, the reason why people say pillow fist, because Devin Haney will throw his right hand. He tries to land that right hand, and we saw that with Brian Norman. He's going to throw his right hand, so he's going to give Shakur some things to slip and get around and a way to get in. Think about like not the boxer Tank, but like an army tank, right? If you go into war, the tank just don't go in there and shoot bullets. It's covered in armor. It's defensive first. Shakur is defensive. He's going to be on his defense, and defense win championships. And I think he has just a little bit better defense than Devin. Well, I think Devin will take chances thinking that he's the bigger man. And I'm just telling you, a good boxer will take advantage of you taking of that aggression. So I got Shakur just simply doing the same thing you see him do. Put that front foot out. If he comes past gun line, pop him with a jab. Hit him with a combination. I just don't think Devin is as good of a boxer as Shakur, but weight could be a thing. If Devin throw right hand and catch him, because I do think Devin's going to figure out a craftier way to get on the inside because he's a boxer. He is going to understand some things that Shakur is doing. You know what I mean? And I don't know if you've seen an interview with what's the crazy guy named the light skinned guy with the glass that fought Adrian Broner.
The light skinned guy. Oh, you talking about what you call it? Blair Flair.
Yeah. He did a good interview with Mill City. Blair
the Flair. Lord have mercy.
Yeah. He sparred Shakur Stevenson and he sparred Devin, and they asked him about the difference. And what he said about what we always say, man, Shakur Stevenson is so hard to hit. He was like, it's unbelievable how hard he hit. But Devin Haney, he said pretty much Devin Haney is educated. He's like, he doesn't have to throw a lot of punches. And if you don't catch up with him by round 8, he said Devin Haney will hurt you. So I listen to how boxers talk about other boxers. So when they asked him who will win, he said, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But my point is, he said Shakur is so hard to hit, but he also said Devin Haney will hurt you. So take it, do with that what you will.
Thank you too, Rich. Go ahead, Sim, baby.
All right. So y'all think Shakur's best performance was against Tio, right?
He talking to y'all. He ain't talking to me.
Yeah.
And that's the Shakur. So against Tio, so against somebody, against I would say a trash opponent, for a number of reasons, right? But take that, y'all think that performance can deal with the best version of Tank? Let's not even say the best version, like any version before Lamont Roach. Y'all think that
no, Sin,
Shakur?
we're talking about Shakur and Devin. Who wins with
All
Shakur
right,
and Devin?
okay. Pardon me. My fault. All right. So well, with Shakur and Devin, I don't really
Yeah, with
have no
Shakur and Devin because well, obviously my brother posed a really good question. Why is Shakur trying to make Devin fight Keyshawn instead of him fighting Devin himself? And then of course I said the measuring stick. Ever since I don't know where Shakur was, he in somebody's little basement apartment. But here's what he said.
Whoever they put in front. Hold up. Keyshawn Davis gonna fight him.
He's fighting. Oh, really? Yeah. He's fighting Devin?
I think it's gonna happen soon.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Keyshawn gonna beat him.
Devin
a hell of a fighter.
So of course I immediately called the congregation, Devin fans, Shakur fans, y'all still friends? What's happening? Because eventually these guys are gonna have to go against each other, and of course, not frequent flyer. Boxing Hacker came up here meat eating, but he actually said Shakur is gonna beat Devin too, which was a shock to me. I think they're gonna kick him out the Hanos Club.
No.
What you think, Sin?
If he's fully hydrated, I don't know. 147 might be different.
Fully hydrated. So you mean coming in about 175 pounds? Is that what you mean?
As in, like, the rehydration clause.
Right. We know he's not fighting on a rehydration clause. I don't even know why y'all keep saying that silly shit.
So what weight would this fight be taking place at in y'all minds? What weight is that? And you think that's an even playing field? So that's an even playing field for both fighters to y'all?
I don't think Shakur.
I don't think Shakur ready to go up there.
Yeah, I don't think Shakur should take that fight. I think Shakur is not big enough.
But yet he'll let Keyshawn, his little brother, take that fight.
But I think they're trying to figure out which division they're gonna be in, and they don't want to be in the same division. So I think Keyshawn is going to 147.
So you let your little brother go to 147.
The more courageous little brother. Yeah, it sounds like the more courageous little brother is stepping up and protecting big brother.
Well, listen, you heard them. Shakur is a figurine. Shakur is a figurine. He's this itty bitty little man. So he can't be going up there playing with the big boys. He's this itty bitty little man. So we got to keep that in mind. He's a little man.
I can see that. We always got to make it safe for Shakur. That's first and foremost. We got to make it safe for him to fight. So,
but not only that, if I'm being honest, I don't think that's the fight that Bill Haney is interested in. If y'all remember after the Loma fight, he jumped his ass out that ring when Shakur jumped in the ring. So I don't really think that that's a fight that Bill Haney is looking to make. I just don't think that's a gamble they're willing to take with that. That they went and begged for to get put back on their record. I don't think that is a gamble that Bill is willing to take. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what? I agree with that entirely because Lomachenko exposed that Devin Haney's defense is severely penetrable. So somebody smaller than him that gave Devin Haney the type of problems that he gave him, a rangy fighter like Shakur is going to give Devin tremendous problems. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I definitely see where Bill Haney, we got to make it safe for Devin too. He's another fighter. We got to make sure that, damn near wearing football equipment in here.
Both snack fighters, both snack fighters. So this will definitely be an interesting matchup. They're both snack fighters, we can't leave that out.
Dangerous fights, in? You always say somebody's making it safe. Does the guy Tank take dangerous fights?
What are you talking about?
You always talk about somebody making it safe for somebody. Tank doesn't. His fair fight doesn't take dangerous fights.
Boxing hacker. If I tell y'all one more goddamn time, would y'all let Javante take care of his legal issues and get his balls out y'all mouth, please?
We are talking
about Shakur. We're talking about Shakur. We're talking about Devin. We're talking about Keyshawn because clearly Shakur wants his little brother to go handle his dirty work or his light work.
Yeah, I can't see. Maybe Keyshawn might do something. I don't think so. I don't think Keyshawn can beat Devin.
You say you don't think Keyshawn can beat Devin?
No.
Okay, but you think
My
Shakur can
thing
beat
is,
Devin?
It's possible, yes. Shakur has a way better chance.
Okay. Before we go back to these, because I see they're getting emotional. What do you think about the Spence coming back? His fight with Tim Tszyu. What do you? And I don't know if you saw what Jake Paul was doing on X, being a racist little bumpkin. But what do you feel about the Spence versus Tim Tszyu?
First and foremost, salute to Errol Spence coming back, because his absence definitely changed the landscape, because it just seemed like it's been hard to get big fights, and it's been nothing but conditions that need to be made ever since. So, salute to him back. I don't like that he's coming back against Tim Tszyu, because Tim Tszyu is apparently coming off the loss. I think coming off 2 losses.
No, Tim Tszyu just won. He fought in December. He barely won, but he won. He fought in Australia. So he's coming off of a win, a mediocre win, but a win nonetheless. But Big Fish, being out of the ring 3 years, we know Errol Spence don't do tune-ups. But what do we think? What version of him do we see coming in this ring? Who do we want him to train with? I know he's down there with Breadman right now. Do we think that's going to be good for him? It's a lot of questions that surround this particular matchup and fight.
All right. Well, first and foremost, I think that it's going to be, a lot. A lot smoother playing field for him. I think he's gonna. We only have one circumstance to really measure against, to measure his performance against, to make it questionable. Aside from that, the man had 28 other showings that were, essentially, always up to par after all the accidents and everything else. So now that Victor Conti's dead, his ass and jumped in that box and he out the way. You know what I'm saying? I think that I think that shit should go much smoother. You know what I'm saying? And things are gonna start looking a lot more like they were before. And I think that I think he walked through Tim Tszyu. I really don't. Yeah, I don't like the Tim Tszyu fight. I don't care for the Tim Tszyu fight, because I don't feel like I don't feel like it says much for him. I feel like they're going to move the goalposts once he beats Tim Tszyu, and they're going to want him to beat the people that we really want to see him fight against. That we've seen him,
But this will be a good confidence builder, right? Because, out of the ring 3 years off the couch, Tim Tszyu is not, you know what I'm saying? He ain't no world beater, but I think that this might be a decent measuring stick for him, because let's be real, Tim Tszyu, he's entered gatekeeper status. No disrespect.
Tim Tszyu is solid, and really, a lot of people I think a lot of people were overcritical about his Fundora fight, because Fundora just used his range very well and effectively. Like, Tim Tszyu fought a good fight. That fight as good as a man could against a motherfucker who's 6'14" and 54 pounds. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, I think that Tim Tszyu is, it is room to be competitive for sure. But I just think that I just see the goalposts moving, upon fight. And I feel like, as far as a 3 layoff, we only see these fighters, especially the top tier fighters, we normally see them 2 nights out of a year. All of the development is done when the cameras is off and shit that we don't see. Motherfuckers really think that he been sitting on the couch being worthless like them the whole time, waiting for a fucking fight. You know what I'm saying? This dude ain't never really been, you ain't see him really blown up or completely look. You ain't never seen him look like Adrian Broner.
No, he always looks good. Any picture, he always do good. You're right. Every video I see, he always look good. Washboard shredded. Nah, EJ, he looks definitely good, and he looks like he's in really good shape too. So for sure.
Right, and he was just training with a very competent fighter from Team Amanda, the JYD dude. That like that dude got a short ab. Dude is not. You know what I'm saying? I think Earl too. And my man Philly look a little swole up there, from what I was judging, his eyes did a little inflamed and whatnot, so nonetheless, people don't know what Earl does, but I think
going in and out, baby. You going in and out.
Oh shit.
I can hear you though, but go ahead.
But I just think that we're gonna see. We seen him 28 times, look phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? Damn near phenomenal. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much walk through damn near everybody he faced. And I don't think that it wouldn't be likely that we see that again, you know what I'm saying, as opposed to what we seen that one time where, you know, where shit was a little funny. I don't think that we see that version of Spence again for quite some time.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. So we think he should win. And then after that, obviously, I want him to win, and I want him to win good. I've always said I never wanted him to go out with the last showing of him that we saw. You know what I'm saying? That was a horrible representation of who he is as a fighter. And I think that some people, you know, are going to be extremely excited to see him back in the ring to mix it up with the 154 boys. You know what I'm saying? We need another star back. You know what I'm saying? We need another person who represents what boxing to me is really about. Go through the division, fight all the niggas in the division, collect those belts. That's what a real boxer, in my opinion, does. He doesn't just collect them just to drop them and then just go fight the nigga who's collected all the belts. Nah, he get in there and get to that action. So hats off to him. Hopefully he, you know what I'm saying, come back, he give us a good showing, build his confidence back, and then we'll see what other conversations, you know, we can put him in. I know he, you know, expressed his thoughts on Charlo calling him out.
Stablemate here in Texas, I saw you guys go at it many times. What did you think about that?
I mean, Canelo gone, Terrence gone, so, you know, who else is going to get a big payday from? So I think that's the only reason calling me out, because everybody know how to spar and win. His coach Jerry James know how to spar and win. Everybody who's in the gym know how to spar and win. So, hey, man, he wants some money.
Oh, my goodness. So you begging, you out here wanting some money, Charlo. Unfortunately, Charlos has put himself in that position. I don't know what him and his brother are doing either. You know what I'm saying? But that's another name that we need back at the 154-pound division. You know, we need these boys to get active and stay active. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really know. What's up, Malik, baby? How you doing? But back to what I was originally talking about, and I'm sorry that I'm all over the place today. I wanted to give the crybabies a break. Back to Shakur trying to throw his little brother on top of Devin. And I don't know if you heard when I played it from the beginning, Sin, but give us your thoughts on that, baby, of him saying that no, Keyshawn is going to fight him.
Whoever they put in front. Hold up. Keyshawn Davis gonna fight him.
He's fighting. Oh, really? Yeah. He's fighting Devin?
I think it's gonna happen soon.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Keyshawn gonna beat him.
Devin
a hell of a fighter.
Keyshawn gonna beat him. So maybe they're already working on a game plan. Maybe they've been studying them together, and maybe, you know. Yeah, I know. I know, Big Dre. We talk about this all the time, Big Dre. You know, I know. Thomas Hill, what's going on, baby? Give me your thoughts on this. What's happening with Shakur wanting his little brother to fight? You know what I'm saying? What happens if Shakur and Devin do fight? Are the fans still gonna be friends? I'm just here to bridge the gap, honey. Y'all can go and lay on the couch and tell mother. Boxing Hacker, obviously he's a little nervous about that matchup.
Never that.
He's a little scared for Devin. You know, I'm scared for Devin. You know, so what do you think?
We're not taking maniacs, man. We go to war.
Oh, really? Is that a fact?
We go to war. You know that. You know that. No, we're not.
Sin, do you want to take this, Sin, or brother? Do you want to take
knees to hair oil and shit, you know?
Do y'all want to? Why do y'all always bring up Javante? What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Take these to pick one.
Oh, look. I'm so glad I just bought this car. Because I definitely would have hit a damn kid. It's like I would have hit anything in the way that he just said that bullshit. I'm sorry. Yeah, man, this dude wilding. Why? Yeah, I need somebody to moderate this motherfucker's this dude's microphone. What'd you just say, Hacker? Hacker? Hello? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
We ain't like to take a maniacs. We go to war, man. That's how it is for the Hanos, man. You know how we do. We ain't taking no needs, no pink oil lotion, none of that bullshit.
So
have a kid have allegations.
I like
that, man.
Whoa.
That's
war,
man.
War,
I like this,
bro.
I like Hacker in this war.
Hold on. Because we're not doing that. You know I do not talk about their personal business on this show, Boxing Hacker. You know that. As long as you've been hacking my damn panel, I do not talk about their person. Let that man fix what he got going on. Stop deflecting from the conversation that is being had. Okay. Why is it that Shakur Stevenson is going to send his little brother up there to fight Devin before he take his raggedy ass up there to fight Devin? I forgot you think he's a figurine. I also asked you why it is that Devin and Shakur did not fight. You told me Devin does not duck smoke. So why, after the Lomachenko fight, did Devin run his ass out that ring when Shakur Stevenson got in the ring?
It's so funny people say that Devin ran out the division. Devin was there since he was 16 years old. I mean, the guy outgrew the division. Like he was.
I said, why did he run out the ring, baby? Why? Why didn't he stand there and let Shakur call him out and then make that fight right there in the ring at 135 pounds after he fought Lomachenko?
They did give Shakur a verbal offer for what, 25%. That was fair. I don't know why Shakur didn't take him up on that offer. I think that's what he should have done. You know, I didn't think it made sense to try to force a mandatory when Devin has all the belts and you want like a bigger split. Devin just fought internationally twice. You haven't fought internationally. At the end of the day, Devin was like the A side. And if you beat Devin, who was struggling to make weight at that time, you become undisputed. Everybody has to come to you. I think Shakur messed up. Not, you know, even if he didn't believe the offer was real, go for the offer. You know, call his bluff and see what happens. Because one thing about Devin doesn't normally like speak out offer and then not and go back on his word. You know, we haven't seen that from Devin at that point. So I think Shakur should have made that fight. I don't think he ran this whole conversation didn't run out of division. He's been there for so many years and he became undisputed.
I didn't say he ran out the division. I said he ran out that damn ring, and I have eyes. You can dress it up how you want to dress it up. I saw Bill pulling his ass out that goddamn ring, going in the other damn
looking like
direction.
Cinderella. Looking like Cinderella getting pulled the other way. They need to keep that man safe after his win, after a career-defining win. Right?
Yeah, because all those people in the stand swore that somehow Lomachenko won that fight, which I don't understand how that.
Clearly, but aside from that, how you get whipped on by Lomachenko and then get ran out the ring, like literally in the same breath. How you get ran out the ring like that? You know what I'm saying, after you got your win, talking about you the best, but walking the other way.
Yeah, but it's not like it's not like he didn't like make an offer for that fight. I think that fight could have happened at 135, but he didn't take it. If that fight would have happened at 135, I would favor Shakur because Shakur would just come into the division, he'll be fresh versus them who was struggling to make weight.
Okay, so you think if they fight now, Devin could beat him?
Yeah, Devin's much bigger. Like the skills, I don't think the skill set is that much different. That like Shakur is gonna be like his skill will just overcome Devin's size advantage. If that makes sense.
Right. Devin always does have that size advantage, so that is correct. But moving forward into the conversation, why is it that you think he wants Keyshawn to fight Devin first?
Well, Keyshawn's already moved to that division, right? Keyshawn's big for 140, so Shakur's I always say Shakur is not that big. People look at pictures. Shakur is small.
Is he? He's a figurine, is he?
Yeah, he's a small guy. I don't know how to say it. He is. Yeah, really? Like I think Shakur makes 135 easily. Interesting. I don't think Shakur struggled. Like when he weighed in against Teal, he was still a pound under Teal. And Teal came in 139. He came in
Didn't Shakur blow weight before too?
At 130, yeah. He dropped the belt on scale. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think 135 is a weight class.
He's a little guy. He's a little guy.
But don't forget weight too, though.
Hey, what did Tank blow weight at?
130.
He's an itty bitty guy.
And it was like 1 pound too. Also, if Shakur is not being targeted because he's small, after they got their latest win, they said Tank. That's coming from Bill, who speaks for him, just like Bernie speaks for Bud. Why the narratives change whenever it's a certain different type of fighter, and why are certain standards and certain rules applied to only certain fighters? I like to understand that one because I'm having trouble with that. And whenever I have trouble with that, I get called a tankomaniac when I'm a boxing fan and I want to see the fights. I want to see them all in the ring with one another.
So with that being said, Thomas, why do you think Shakur is trying to have Devin fight Keyshawn first before he goes up there? And also, in a fight with Shakur and Devin, who do you favor?
Man, that's a tough fight right there. Initially, I favored Shakur. I think that Shakur is a little bit more polished with his skill than Devin is, and he doesn't break from it. I think that Devin can break from it, especially if things don't go well, and he starts getting rattled. We saw that in the Ryan fight. That being said, Devin is a bigger dude, and it's a reason why he said he a fighting with a rehydration clause, because Shakur don't put on as much in rehydration as Devin does. But I just feel like they got together, it would be a good fight. And, you know, it's who's on top of that game. And I think that more times than not, even when he has been hurt, he has been more on top of his game than his opponent. So I might edge it to Shakur.
Okay. Okay. That's interesting.
Hey,
And,
but let me say. Go ahead.
Well, I will say that I don't think that I just don't think these boys are confident, you know what I'm saying? And that's just, it makes it hard for me to even, I can see both of them losing real good, you know, like I can see both of them losing. I could definitely see Shakur crying in the ring. I don't know who would I don't know who would really come out, like I don't know who would dominate in this fight, you know, like I see it looking like a kind of a, you know, kind of a stalemate type of ordeal, a split decision, you know, and I really wouldn't know how to measure it, because Devin's like kind of like a bigger Tio. Like he's kind of like a, he doesn't really mash his foot on the gas. He don't have a lot of killer instinct. He's kind of like a pot shotter. If he gets some success, he'll kind of be surprised at the success that he gets, and he'll just kind of try to coast it. You know, he'll try to coast it the rest of the way, and that's a great fight for Shakur to kind of ride that wave, especially if he doesn't hit him with anything major. You know, so yeah, I think I see it kind of stalemate-ish. I wouldn't know who to call in that fight, and I do think that he's hiding behind, you know, Keyshawn eliminating competition. You know, it's a manufactured friendship for a lack of ability. You know.
Okay. Yeah, because you know, I did notice the pattern. Hold on, Tarish. I did notice the same pattern. Like you saw how he told Ray Savage to fight O'Shaquie Foster because you know he didn't want to fight him. Now I don't know if that's what's happening in this Devin situation with Keyshawn, but they're both at 140. So why is it that Keyshawn, and he's your little brother, has to be the one to make the jump to 147? It's just interesting.
I say this. First of all, you know Shakur can't make Keyshawn go do nothing. But Keyshawn said after that fight when he blow weight with De Los Santos that he was gonna fight at 140 and go to 147. So he already did that. That clearly had already been on his mind. So I think it's more about they don't want to be in the same division. It don't make sense for them to be in the same division if they're not going to fight. Because believe it or not, at 140, everybody booked and busy. The only fight is Shakur versus Keyshawn at 140. So they're going to have to figure out which division they're going to fight in. I think that's what it's more about. But Keyshawn said after that fight when he blew weight that he was going to 147. So it ain't like it's a new thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not necessarily a new thing, but it seems to be a pattern with the two of them. That's what I'm trying to get at. They fought at 135 in the same division where they both held belts, right?
Amen
so I get
that.
and they don't want to fight each other. That's gay, but hey, that's their decision. However, with Shakur, you know, having unfinished business with Devin at 135, you would think that he'd be a little more eager to keep the momentum, number one, that he has after his win with Teofimo Lopez, and his name was also on that list of Devin's, so you would think he'd be a little bit more eager. But I have another question. Will we give Devin credit if he beats Shakur, being as though he brought him up to 147, you know, pulling a fighter up?
Exactly. That's what the narrative gonna be. Even if he beat Keyshawn, they already preparing. Oh, you pulling the smaller fighter up. So we know how the narrative.
And how is that a narrative? That's not a narrative. That's the truth. Is it not?
And it is. It may be the truth, but Keyshawn is calling for the fight. It's not like really Devin was calling for it.
But it would still be the same situation. It would
Well,
be him bringing him up.
Keyshawn can't pay the 147. So like, I think Keyshawn can fight Crawford, get a belt, then they can unify.
Crocker is busy. Crocker is about to fight Paro.
Yeah, after the fight, make the fight afterwards. You know, and then they can fight. That way, there is no.
In the meantime, right? who is Devin gonna fight?
I think he should move up and challenge Boots.
Oh, that would be amazing too, Rich. I think that would be absolutely amazing.
But if he beats Boots, they're gonna do the same thing they did when he beat Brian Norman.
First of all, that's stop that. Because it's interesting that you say that, because I did see Bill, had their eye on Xander's eyes because Xander has 2 belts and he's at 154. So is Devin planning to move up?
I mean, he ain't got no fights at 147. PBC gonna block him out. If Ryan Garcia fight, he already talking about going back down to 140 to fight Shakur. So Ryan Garcia is not gonna fight Devin. So he got to go find a fight somewhere.
Ryan Garcia, no. That is absolutely a fight that Devin should be pushing for, since he's the one who was done wrong. I know, but trapping Ryan in a corner.
But Ryan Daddy said that Ryan can make 140. I don't know why he said that, but that's what Ryan Daddy said.
Devin Daddy said that they wasn't interested in the fight. I don't know why he would say that, especially when they had to drop the lawsuit.
Remember, they shot a whole promo for the fight. Ryan Garcia dropped the ball. The fight was ready. Ryan Garcia dropped that ball. So you can't duck a fight. You were ready.
Too rich. You come from a generation where people who with losses fought again. And they fought people who had losses. So why is there loss stopping the fight?
One at a time.
I'm saying Turkey couldn't Turkey have said, no, I don't care if Ryan Garcia lost, still fight. Clearly, Turkey didn't want to pay for the fight if Ryan Garcia lost. Devin Haney paying for the fight.
That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Well, why not? They got DHP, but that's neither here nor there, right? But that's just an issue that's definitely an issue that hold on, because that's an issue that I have with them, right? And we talked about this the other night. Them not really actively pursuing that Ryan Garcia fight. Right. That was an issue that I had from the gate. Right. Both of y'all spent the same amount of time out of the ring. This was the last fight. Y'all need to be the first fight back. However, that didn't happen, whatever the case may be. He put them in there with Rolly. You went in there with Barbosa, whatever the hell happened. And then, whatever happened from there. But to me, that makes not a damn bit of difference, because you are still the man who cheated me. I don't care who else whooped your ass. Until I whoop your ass, I'm not satisfied.
Well, they ain't paying for the fight, though. They ain't paying for the fight. And if Ryan Garcia keep losing, ain't nobody gonna pay for the fight.
And it also, if they piece Ryan off a loss, they're just gonna say it's not the same Ryan.
In that same interview.
But didn't he fight him off a loss? Didn't he fight him after the Tank fight?
He fought him off a win.
But he still had a loss on his record. Did he not?
He didn't fight him off a loss. That's different, right? Remember, Ryan fought Oscar Duarte.
Jab, in that same interview where he said he was no longer interested in the fight, they pressed him on it, and he finally said, well, Turkey still says he wants to pay for the fight, so as long as Turkey wants to fight, then we're gonna make the fight. He tried to bounce around it, but that's what ultimately was said, because Turkey still is interested in that fight.
Yeah.
So now that Turkey is still interested.
Ryan's fighting who they want around the fight.
Hold
on, y'all.
Devin fought Jose Ramirez off a loss too, so that can't be no excuse. I ain't going for that bullshit.
I always look at who's paying for the fight. I always look at who paying for the fight. Cause you can say the fighters can want to fight whoever they want to fight, but somebody got to pay for the fight.
Well, Thomas just said that Turkey said he would pay for the fight, so that's
what Thomas said. But Turkey
that's
had
what
a
Bill
promo
said.
ready.
Bill said that
for the fight. The promo was already done. The promo was done. Turkey could have paid for the fight. Clearly, they didn't want to make the fight after Ryan lost.
Well, you know what? Hold on, Too Rich. Hold on, Too Rich. Because whether or not that may or may not be the case, that has nothing to do with Devin pushing for that fight. If Devin really wanted that fight, I'd go to Turkey and say, I don't want to fight nobody but Ryan Garcia.
If Ryan lose, ain't no need to fight Ryan. Now, I'm just saying, that don't make sense.
He didn't lose to you. He didn't lose
it don't
to
make
you.
sense. But it don't make no.
All right. Tony, be quiet. Tony, what's up?
What's going on, Ty? How you doing?
How you doing, baby?
I'm doing good. I just clicked the link because what's the thumbnail about? Cross the line, Jake Paul and Serrano.
Oh, and his racist remarks. He made a lot of racist remarks about the Bad Bunny performance during the halftime show. He called him a fake citizen. And so Amanda Serrano actually responded with her own tweets. So they've been kind of subliminally going back and forth. I don't know if anybody caught that on X. And then also EJ being back against Tim Zoo. So that's what we was on. And then also Shakur, he's putting Keyshawn on Devin. So I was asking the Devin and Shakur fans, are they okay? Because Shakur recently said that
whoever they put in front. Hold up. Keyshawn Davis gonna fight him.
He's fighting. Oh, really? Yeah. He's fighting Devin?
I think it's gonna happen soon.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Keyshawn gonna beat him.
Devin
a hell of a fighter.
Yeah. So anyway, that's pretty much where we're at. And then these fools is trying to tell me why Devin shouldn't fight Ryan again. You know, just the same old scaredy cat talk. But what's up? What you got for the show?
Yeah, I don't know nothing about these tweets. I haven't read them. I ain't watched the Super Bowl in like the last 5 to 6 years because that shit's scripted, allegedly. So NFL to me is just falling off because I done seen too many sus games over the last 5, 6 years to where I don't even care about the NFL no more. As far as Devin and Ryan goes, I mean, I don't care how many people beat Ryan, he'll always beat Devin. Devin will never beat him. It don't matter. Ryan can lose 100 times and he'll still beat Devin because Devin just can't beat him. Ryan's not a better fighter than him, but he just got his number in my opinion. As far as Shakur
That's my opinion too.
Yeah, as far as Shakur goes, I think Shakur's kind of in the same boat as a lot of these fighters. He's scared to fight anybody that can beat him. So I got 3 people I believe that could potentially beat him. Oshaki, Hitchens, and Devin. And he don't want to fight any of the 3 of them. So, you know, it's just business as usual.
Most recently, Hitchens has said he didn't want to fight Shakur either. He's backpedaled from his last couple of statements too.
Because you got the little frou-frou circle. It's Hitchens, Lil Kiki, and Shakur. They all in love with each other, holding hands and shit. I don't know what's going on there. About. I ain't never seen this.
Little weak ass top rank shit, man.
But the last
hold on, Tony, because Too Rich, I believe this comment from 2 Cent was made for you. What does a loss have to do with anything? And I agree with it. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. If he loses to somebody else, has absolutely nothing to do with me whooping on your ass. That's just
can I respond? Right? Hey, let me say this: if Tank come back tomorrow, y'all want him to face somebody coming off a loss? Or you expect him to face somebody coming off a win? I just heard you say Errol Spence facing Tim Zoo coming back off a win. That's how fighters do. That's what they do. They fight guys coming off a win.
No. Okay, but Errol's coming back off of a loss. So what does that say about Tim Zoo? And the point that you just made, if Gervonta Tank Davis brings his raggedy ass back to boxing, I expect him to get back in there with Lamont Roach. That's what I expect as a fan of his. I don't make excuses for no nigga. Never have, never will.
What is not logical about saying somebody got to pay for the fight? They did a whole promo for the fight, and whoever was paying for the fight decided not to put the fight on.
You just heard Thomas. I don't know if you can give that to me. Thomas, give that to me, please, if you can. If Turkey is saying he is still willing to pay for that fight, I don't want to hear any more excuses.
I'm willing to pay for which fight, Jack.
I'm about to give Tank some praise. Let me give Tank some praise.
Willing to pay for which fight?
Tank is a real fighter, and this is why I say he's a real fighter. Because he got his ass whooped by hair grease, and he put it right back in the scare after getting whooped by it.
Goodbye, so, Tony. Thanks for stopping by. Sin, what you say, Sin?
Nah, I was asking you if what fight are you talking about? If that Turkey willing to pay for?
Oh, they're trying to tell me that nobody's trying to pay for the Ryan versus Devin fight. But Thomas sat up here and said that Turkey said he would still pay for that fight. I think that's where Thomas went. He went to go get me that link. But if Turkey's on record saying that he will pay for that fight, I do not want to hear no more excuses from the Haniacs.
So my thing is Turkey gonna pay for the fight. I
My thing is
guarantee
for
you, if turkey
Shakur.
pay for the fight get put on. I guarantee you, if the turkey pay for the fight get put on.
Shout out to Trey Skills with the $1.99. He said, yes. What did you say, baby? I done lost the damn comment. Lord help me. Oh, Devin Fort Ramirez off a loss.
And my thing is that for Shakur to go ahead and get Keyshawn to fight for him or whatever, why would you ruin the marketability and profitability of y'all fight by even putting Keyshawn in front of him? Because that's basically saying that you don't want to fight Devin. Because are you going to want to fight him? Like, is Keyshawn whooping his ass going to build your enthusiasm to fight Devin? Or is it not going to be an excuse to, is it not going to be an excuse to not make the fight after Keyshawn beats him?
He'll never fight
What?
Devin. He'll never fight
Ain't
Devin.
no boxer
Devin can
got no
win.
control of what another boxer do,
Hold
man.
on, hold on to Rich. Hold on to Rich. Why you think that, Tony?
Because here's the thing. So way back when they were supposed to fight the first time, I always said that I thought it was a battle of the egos. Devin was like, "You gonna get this amount. That's all I'm gonna give you. I'm undisputed. If you want to take a chance, then you gonna take this flat fee of whatever it was, like 20 or 25%." Then Shakur was
25.
like, "Nah." Shakur was like, "Nah, fuck that. I'm worth 35%. I'm gonna petition the WBC." So I always thought that was Shakur just trying to get what he was worth, and it was a battle of the egos. Devin moved up. Shakur petitioned, got to fight for the WBC anyways. I didn't think either guy ducked either guy. Now we fast forward to right now in the present. Shakur already said, I'm not fighting Devin unless he puts on a rehydration clause. He ain't never wanted that fight. Shakur ain't never want to fight him. Time has showed that Shakur don't want no parts of Devin.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Tony, baby. But I have to disagree. I think that Shakur beats Devin. Dean, what's up?
What's up, Jack Queen? What's the deal? What's going on?
What's up? What's going on?
No, I just
was good.
What's going on? I just wondered, did y'all hear Bernie the Boxer say that Jerron Boutsinnis and David Benavidez should have paid more homage to Bud Crawford and Canelo to get a fight?
Yeah, I did see that. But right now, Dean, we have a serious situation here. I'm trying to make sure these two fan bases are still going to be friends. Apparently, Shakur is looking to have Keyshawn fight Devin before he does. So I'm just over here checking on the the fan bases, making sure they're still going to be friends and who they think would win if Shakur fights Devin. But Tony said he thinks Shakur's scared. Boxer Hacker actually said he thinks that Shakur will beat the dog shit out of Devin. I'm paraphrasing. I also think Shakur will beat Devin. But what do you think? Do you think that they'll make it through? You think? I
got a major question for that, and I don't know if nobody brought this up. Well, if he won, Shakur and Devin is a big fight. It's bigger than Keyshawn and Devin.
Absolutely.
So Shakur moved up to fight Tio. Why he didn't let Keyshawn fight Tio first? That was the fight we thought we was going to get.
That's the fight that we was begging for, and isn't that the fight that Keyshawn put himself in position to get?
Yes. Why didn't you let your little bro get that fight and you go fight Devin? I don't understand that. Why you didn't let your little bro get that fight and then you go fight Devin? You and Devin is a bigger fight than you and Tio. And that's great for Keyshawn to fight Tio. So it's like, do you really want to fight Devin or not? Because I don't really understand that logical of thinking when Keyshawn was literally in the way with what's been promoting Tio, and then you jumped ahead of him and for Tio, but you won't jump ahead of him and fight Devin?
That's a really good question. You know what? That is a really good question. Boxing Hacker, do you want to answer that for Dean? Boxing Hacker?
Yeah, well,
no,
I'm right here. Can you repeat the question? He said something about Tio. Yeah.
The question is, why would Shakur jump ahead of Keyshawn to fight Tio when Keyshawn was already there set to fight Tio? Him and Devin is a bigger fight. Why is he choosing to not take the bigger fight with Devin, but he didn't let Keyshawn fight Tio when he was already in line to fight Tio? It just don't make sense. So you'll jump ahead of him for Tio, but you won't jump ahead of him for Devin. That's the bigger fight. That's the fight everybody wants to see.
Well, here's the difference though, right? Keyshawn was already planning to move to 147, right? And so
no. Let's take it back. Let's take it back because if I'm not mistaken, didn't Keyshawn petition to get that fight, to be in position to fight Teofimo Lopez after he was begging Top Rank to make that fight years ago? You don't remember that? He was
Yes.
ringside at the fight, cursing at Tio when oh, baby, I remember. Mother
And Jab
remembers.
Queen, we can't let Boxing Hacker get off with that one because Keyshawn didn't say he would just go to 147. He said he'd stay at 140 for a title fight. Well, Tio would have been a title fight. So he probably would have stayed at 140 to fight Tio. Just saying, because that's what the man said. So,
well, I mean,
but it could have been he probably didn't want to step on his toes again.
It's not really about that. I think also remember
Shakur like, yo, I got you this time, little bro.
Hold on one second. Shakur wants a rehydration clause at 147. Devin's probably not going to take the rehydration clause, but Keyshawn will fight him directly, you know. And Devin is open to fight either one of them at either one first, you know. But the good thing is that theoretically speaking, let's say Devin beats Keyshawn, right? It creates a bigger storyline for Shakur and Devin.
But Shakur said it's not happening if it's a rehydration clause, so that part don't matter because Devin's never signing a rehydration clause, so they never going to fight.
He's never doing that.
Yeah, so it's a harder fight to make because of the rehydration clause. Keyshawn naturally raised.
No, Devin said he's never fighting with a rehydration clause, and Shakur said he's not fighting at 147 without a rehydration clause.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So even if Devin fights Keyshawn first, it doesn't help him get the Shakur fight. Shakur's still going to want a rehydration clause, and Devin's still not going to sign.
That fight may never happen, which is fine, you know. I always say I don't think Shakur is big enough for 147. You know.
So it's to what Tony said that it's so it's to what Tony said that Shakur don't want to fight Devin.
I'm gonna answer the question.
I don't think he wants to fight him at 147.
Go ahead, Tony. I'm confused. I'm confused.
I'm gonna give you the answer. I'm gonna give you the answer you're looking for. The reason why Shakur went for Tio is because stylistically, it's easier for Shakur to beat Tio because the way that Keyshawn fights, he's at risk of getting counterpunched and knocked out by Tio by jumping into something because he's aggressive. Tio is horrible against boxers. What you saw against Ryan Garcia against Devin. Devin is got flaws against fast, hard punching people who are going to come right at him. Shakur don't want to fight purist boxers. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to use their styles to beat people and avoid people at the same time. So what I'm saying is Devin's a harder fight for Shakur. It's an easier fight for Kiki. Teal's a harder fight for Kiki. It's a harder fight. I mean, it's an easier fight for Shakur. That's why they're playing it the way they're playing it. Because they playing the system.
This shit is crazy, Tony. I know. I've never seen
let me say
All right, hold on. I have the information. I have the information that that we were inquiring about before. Thank you, Thomas.
You're welcome, Jab. Just remember, he speaks either Bilbonics or Negronics. So it's gonna be hard understanding that ninja.
Okay. Well, we're intelligent people on this panel, so we can put it together. I would hope so.
No, we all ain't. No, the hell we all ain't. Go ahead.
Well, that's a damn shame. Okay. We're going to add this to the stage, and we're going to start at 1833, you said?
Yeah, right there, 1833.
What happens? We worry about the one fight at a time. Give us Rolly Romero, and then we're going to get to all the rest of that shit.
Now, let me ask you, I do just want to put a button. I do just want to put a button on this lawsuit thing, because it seems to me like you dropped the lawsuit with the promise of a Garcia rematch that never materialized. So did you get gamed out of getting the money that you believe you deserve for that lawsuit? And is that promise not still going to be held to bear? Like, are you gonna say, hey, listen, we did what we said we're gonna do?
I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. We got the relationship with His Excellency Turkey Al-Sheikh, and he said that everything was going to me. We're going to make sure that we get Ryan Garcia in there to fight. We get all the guys in there to fight, and that's what we want. You know what I'm saying? We know that they cheated us, and then they went on every platform and saying that Devin's career is over with. He doesn't need to fight no more. He needs to retire. They said they weren't going to rematch him. They were really trying to kill the brand. Sean Zattel, were they not trying to kill it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. They were trying to throw dirt on you, bury you.
Yeah, kill the brand, and bury the brand. So, you know what I mean? I put that lawsuit on their motherfucking ass. It slowed it up. It got Turkey Al-Sheikh interested in it, and the rest is history.
What do you think happens when Ryan Garcia?
Lord have mercy. Did you hear that, Rich?
What did he say wrong?
You gotta give it to Bill. You gotta hand it to Bill, though.
So what he say? What did he say? That the fight they was gonna fight. That Turkey wanted to fight.
Right. So you just asked who gonna put the fight on. There's your answer, baby.
Okay, all I said, if Turkey gonna pay for the fight, they gonna fight. That's what I'm saying. If Turkey's gonna pay for the fight, they gonna fight.
Yeah,
that's all I said.
Can I ask the question?
Can
I ask the question?
Yeah, go ahead, baby.
Did y'all hear what Bill is bragging about putting lawsuits on niggas? Y'all called
Yes, he
Gervonta
did.
Davis soft all the damn time, but it's okay. When Gervonta Davis say something on Twitter, he's soft, but Bill can, I put the lawsuit on their ass. He proud of slapping lawsuits on niggas, and y'all cool with that?
He got cheated in a business contract.
Living color too, Dean. Don't forget that.
One at a time.
The lawsuit based off a business contract.
All right,
But he dropped it. He dropped it, Boxing Hacker, but he dropped it.
I don't care about that. Listen, I don't care nothing about none of that, right? So the end of the day is we heard Bill admit that Turkey is still interested into the fight. So now I shouldn't hear anybody saying anything other than Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney need to get back in the ring. I mean, because as his fans, someone who cheated your favorite fighter, I don't understand why you guys are not pushing more for that fight.
If Ryan keep losing, what we pushing for?
Yeah, that's
what we pushing for Gervonta Davis and Roach for, because he keep getting draws.
Hold on, because too rich. First of all, for one, it doesn't matter how many people beat Ryan Garcia. Devin Haney did not. That's the first and only thing that y'all should be worried about. I'm so sick of y'all taking L's by association. The same shit Keyshawn did running around. He might as well have done a damn cartwheel in the goddamn middle of the street because Cruz took a L. You weren't the one who gave it to him. So why the hell are you so excited? It don't matter how many people, if anybody else beats him. Ryan mollywopped the shit out of Devin. Devin should want his get back for himself.
Jab Queen, what's worse? Lamont Roach and Gervonta Davis?
That's
Jab Queen,
not just that. Let's put it in perspective, Jab.
One at a time.
Let me respond. Let me respond. Can I respond?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with the fight here. Ryan Garcia ain't that scared. All I said was they had a promo for the fight. If Turkey wanted to put the fight on after Ryan Garcia lost, he would have put the fight on. The fight was ready to go. Y'all acting like somebody acting a fight that was ready to go that Turkey pulled back from. You see what I mean? So now, say that. Let me go to what I wanted to say earlier about Shakur. Shakur said the whole time he was going to 130. I'm going back to 135. How y'all know he wasn't trying to go back to 135 so he could be ready for a tank fight? Y'all not pushing on the 145.
First of all, no. Ain't nobody pushed that boy. Nobody pushed that boy to 140. He pushed his damn self up there. And on top of that, he pushed his damn self at 147 when he started calling out Conor Ben. So stop running around here acting like people are pushing that boy where he don't want to be.
Himself to 140 for Mario Barrios. What that mean? Man, he went back.
Okay, let me. I don't understand how many different languages I have to say this shit in. Gervonta Tank Davis is busy. Get his ball sack off y'all chin, yo. There are more fighters, more opportunities for these fighters than what the hell y'all are talking about. Y'all are worried about Tank. Tank is worried about something completely different right now. Let's stick to the conversation at hand. Devin, Shakur, and Keyshawn. For y'all niggas to be such man fans of these fighters, y'all love talking about Gervonta.
Where'd that be?
I'm not going to ask you again. Why is it that his fans are not pushing for a rematch for the man who cheated y'all? I do not care if somebody stands in the middle of the street and stomps Ryan ass to the ground. If you are not the one who did it, then you should still be wanting that fight for yourself, for your own redemption.
For Devin fans, we feel that
somebody got to pay for it.
We're not gonna keep going around in this. Can
I ask you a question, Jack Queen?
This is like ridiculous. Y'all niggas, oh my god, it's disgusting.
Jack Queen, can I ask you a question?
You want me to answer the question as a Devin fan? That's a reality of it. Ryan did bad business, and then Ryan lost the fight. He lost to Rolly, and then he didn't rematch for him.
Okay.
The nigga that Devin fought,
and that my man Dean go. Oh my bad.
The nigga that Devin fought lost before he fought Devin. So clearly Devin does not care about fighting niggas off losses. Stop using that excuse, bro, because that's all it is. And y'all niggas sound soft, man. Y'all sound soft.
Jab, they were about to fight. They were contracted to fight. But
Jack,
the agreement was that they both had to win their fight. and Ryan's the one that lost. It's not Devin's
What
fight.
does that have to do with
So you
it,
have to
though,
blame
Boxing
Ryan
Hacker?
for the fight not happening.
What does that
The
have
whole
to do with
thing
it?
is that
No, I blame Devin for not pushing for that fight. If this man
exactly.
cheated you, why is it that I see y'all taking pictures, high-fiving each other in a hallway, talking about some damn backgammon, all this other kind of shit? You're not pressed about getting cheated. That's all. Y'all niggas is not pressed about that. Y'all just want to cry about it. Y'all don't want to make it definitive. If the nigga only reason he beat you was because he was on something, you crazy. The same thing that Tony just said last week made perfect sense. If I whooped your ass while you drunk, I better hear you knocking on my door in the morning to run that shit back sober. Or you just want to run around town crying about me beating you while you was drunk. Prove that the only reason I beat you was because I was on the juice. Prove it.
But here's the thing, Jeff.
That's a fact, and I've seen that from actual drunks.
Yeah, but you got to go through
I've seen
like
that.
ego and motivation, right? Here's the difference. If me and you have a contract, let's say we have a contract, and it's intention that I win and you win. If I win and you lose, you're breaking the contract. How am I supposed to fight you?
You don't see that as the
Like, it's
most.
not just
You don't
by
see that
word
as the
of mouth.
softest shit in the world. You don't see that as the softest shit in the world. If you don't win your next fight, I ain't fighting you again. That's some shit that Ryan should have been saying, not Devin. He shouldn't be tucking himself behind another fight.
Guess what? Look at Devin now. Devin's now the #1 champion at 147.
And he still got that Ryan stink.
No, he would
on
just fought somebody come off a loss.
Can I ask you a question, Jazz Queen?
He's a Tupac of boxing because 5 shots couldn't drop him. He took it and smiled.
Hey, Jab Queen, what's worse? What happened to Devin or Gervonta Davis and Lamont Roach? What's worse?
Obviously, what happened to Devin is worse.
What happened to Devin is worse, right?
Of course.
Now, Ryan Garcia lost afterwards, right? Yeah. He lost afterwards. Lamont Roach had another draw after Tank. Correct?
Yeah.
Right.
But these are the same guys that don't mind Shakur fighting Pitbull, who's coming off a draw. Correct?
Right.
I don't understand.
That's correct.
Right. No, I'm talking to Jazz. You won't understand. Y'all never understand where Dean go until I bring it all the way around. So, Jab Queen, if everybody telling us we should be pushing for the Lamont Roach fight, right? Because of what happened to Tank. And he just got a draw. He didn't even lose. A draw is not a loss. It's not a win, but it's not a loss. Devin didn't even get he didn't get granted a win for Ryan. He just got his loss taken away.
No contest.
That's all. He just got a no contest. That's all that matters. Don't Keyshawn Davis, Jab Queen, want to fight? Why Keyshawn Davis want to fight Nair Albright? Because it was a no contest, right?
Well, no, because he beat his brother ass.
Well, because he beat his brother ass, but he said it's because of no contest, correct?
He lying. But yeah, that's what he said.
Okay, so Devin Haney don't got to fight Ryan Garcia again because what happens with Ryan Garcia afterwards? So what if Ryan Garcia beats Mario Barrios now? Does that change overnight?
Yeah, let them fight. Now you have a title. Now you're winning.
Well, guess what?
Fight. They can unify.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. I just want to land my plane here. It's funny though when we talk about keep the same energy because I don't see nobody pushing Lamont Roach to keep the same energy for Pitbull that he had for Gervonta. It's okay for Lamont Roach to act like he didn't just get another draw with Pitbull and just go on and fight Shakur. That'd be perfectly fine. Y'all wouldn't have no problem with it. But Devin don't got to run it back with Ryan Garcia. Y'all got no problem if Lamont Roach just decided to not rematch Pitbull. But he went on a whole tour when it came to Gervonta Davis. It was the same result.
No,
but y'all don't keep the same energy. You didn't keep the same energy.
People didn't
y'all
want to
still
rematch.
said Lamont Roach and Shakur is a great fight.
Ryan win, the fight on. Shit. Ryan win, the fight is on.
One at a time, because this is what I don't understand, Rich. I don't understand how one thing has to do with the other, right? I don't understand how you don't want your get back. I don't give a damn who else defeats him. Why is it that you don't want your get back? That storyline wrote itself a long time ago. It wrote itself April 20th, 2024, baby. Why is it that you don't want your get back? That's what I'm talking about. Where's the dog in Devin?
Do you mind if I respond?
The fight was signed to be done. I don't know what y'all talking about. The fight was on.
The fight was supposed to be on, yeah. So here, I just want to respond real quick. Lamont Roach wanted to rematch with Pitbull. Pitbull didn't want to rematch with Lamont Roach. Let's start from there. Also, when it comes to Devin and Ryan were meant to fight. Devin wanted to fight. People were acting like Devin Haney wasn't going to fight Ryan again. They were literally going to fight. You know, like the fight that happened all because of Ryan's side, not because of Devin's side. You know, nobody, you can't force people to put on a fight if the other side didn't be up to the agreement. It was on Ryan. That's all on Ryan. I don't know why we keep going back to Devin needs to fight Ryan.
No,
there's nothing fans can do if they have an agreement to fight each other.
No, but I'll tell y'all what y'all shouldn't be doing, right? Y'all shouldn't be doing, because if that's the case and if everything that y'all say is true, then that's the only motherfucker y'all should be running around on this internet calling a duck. Not Louis Crocker, not Rolly Romero. The only nigga that I should be hearing y'all call a duck is Ryan Garcia. Then if everything that you just said was true, that's all I should be seeing. But that's not what I see.
Here's the problem.
I'm talking. Keyshawn's a duck. Louis Crocker's a duck. Rolly Romero a duck. Everybody but the nigga that y'all claim cheated you.
But here's the problem what you're saying, Jab Queen. Here's the problem what you're saying. Right now, Ryan's about to go for another title shot, right? If, let's say, Ryan loses, like, worst case scenario, Ryan loses to Barrios, and then he gets to fight Devin, that literally means that Ryan had consecutive title shots, one after the other, from 3 sanctioning bodies.
Well, guess what, Boxing Hacker? If what you're saying is true, Boxing Hacker, then guess what, Jab Queen? Watch how cold this is. So if Ryan beats Barrios, Jab Queen, I don't want to hear none of these niggas bitch and complain when he don't fight Devin and he fight Rolly fucking Romero. Y'all better not say nothing. I don't want to hear nothing that people ducking Ryan. Jab Queen, can I finish talking to Jab Queen, please? Jab Queen, can you mark this day? So if Ryan beats Barrios now, right? Yep. And we talking about get back, right? Then don't nobody say a motherfucking word when I don't want to hear people ducking him at 147 because Ryan doing what he should do. He beat Barrios and he going to go get his get back with a belt. Right, Boxing Hacker, you love this. A unification with Rolly Romero. Jab Queen, please make sure this day you always remember. Do not let them win when that happens, because that's more than likely going to happen. Jab Queen, remember Dean said that's more than likely going to happen. When that happens, Jab Queen, make sure Boxing Hacker and everybody else don't complain a little bit and say that people are ducking Devin. That's all I ask.
That's not a big deal.
That's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to duck Devin.
Yeah. Ryan,
you hear that, Jab Queen? Now it's a duck win when Ryan want to get his get back.
I don't want to hear
it. Let Ryan beat Rolly. That's fine. Ryan lost to Rolly too. That's cool. There's no problem with that. There's no problem with that. And they can
definitely need to go up and get down to boots.
Can I ask 2 questions too?
One at a time. Who was that said they want to ask a question?
That was me. I just want to ask 2 questions because I was told that, first and foremost, Ryan is nobody that anybody should be scared of. What makes a fighter scary in the ring? And then 2, if that's the case, then who are Devin and Shakur that somebody else should be afraid of? And then 2, if there's no money to be made for fights and therefore we can't call people ducks or they're not going to make the fights, then why should Tank be fighting some of these people when they ain't got the money to give them the money that they're demanding? Like, how come it only applies to the people that you guys are trying to use it for?
Say that again, Thomas Hill. That's a great ass point. I ain't even think about that. Say that one more time.
Well, I was told that Ryan ain't nobody that anybody should be afraid of. And I want to know what makes somebody scary in the ring. And then likewise, if that's the case, what do Devin and Shakur do that makes them scary for other folks in the ring? And then likewise, if they ain't making money or nobody's putting up the money to pay for fights that we're talking about right now with concerning Devin, then why was it that Tank should be fighting these people or he's ducking these folks if the people ain't willing to pay the money for them fights? Why is it always Tank?
That's a great ass
question. Let me answer.
One at a time. One at a time, y'all. One at a time. One at a time, please.
So let's start off with the first question.
No, it's not on you. Go ahead, too, Rich.
Okay, I'll go after you.
Hey. God, go ahead, Box. How y'all made me lose my thought.
So there was no thought. What makes fighters scared of somebody, right? Nobody said any of these fighters scared of each other. I don't think Ryan's scared of Devin.
Somebody literally just said it's Hacker. Somebody literally just said that.
Well, I personally don't think that fighters are scared of each other. Now, there are certain fights that don't favor fighters that they may not want to take. Maybe somebody doesn't like Devin's style or Shakur's style. They think the style is not a good matchup for them. In particular, I think that's what makes people avoid each other. Like when they look at this person's style, the way.
So what would be the reason of that, though? What would be the reason for that?
Because let's say I'm just a puncher and you're a boxer, and I know personally from sparring that I normally have problems with boxers, and I'm be like, you're like a really good boxer. I may be like, that's gonna be a hard fight for me. Let me look for an easier.
So do you think that's a duck?
They're afraid.
So do you think that's the duck box?
Wait, let me go. Let me go.
No, hold on.
Go ahead.
Let him finish too, Rich. You got to wait now. Let him finish. Go ahead.
I'm not done.
Do you think that's the duck boxing hacker?
Do I think that's a duck? You're cherry picking at that point. Yeah, sure. But
finish your little soliloquy so we can let Rich go.
Yeah. So that's the first point. When it comes to the whole Tank Davis situation, like I said, I think the biggest problem with Tank Davis, he's been at 135 for so long. He never fought a top champion at 135. Ever since he's been there, he's fought people from other divisions. He fought
nigga, boxing hacker. I don't know if I have to remind you what the hell I told you. We're not talking about Gervonta.
He asked a Gervonta question. I'm just responding.
You said he was never a top champion. He was just the top. He was just
no. I said he never
champion.
fought a top champion at that division. Not once.
Oh my god, yeah, niggas.
Not once he did ever fight. He fought like
boxing hacker. Get on with the rest of your answers so we can move around, please.
Not a top champion.
I mean, really, come on, please.
When it comes to Tank, I think he needs to I think people always gonna criticize you
if he never fought a top champion. Why people want to fight him?
Why people want that still doesn't change the fact.
And then want to fight his leftovers, who was exhibition and trash.
Wait. The people you call leftover are current champions.
Boxing hacker, if he would ever fought a top champion, why is he everybody's biggest fight? I'm confused.
Yeah, here's the difference. I didn't say he's not a big draw, right?
How? If he don't fight nobody, he never fought a top champion. How did he become a big draw?
Again, you're asking a different question, right? What I'm saying with the criticism that Tank gets is based on the fact he never fought a top champion in that division. We hear Max Kellerman, we hear other partners talking about Tank.
Hold on. Max Kellerman's name does not hold a damn bit of weight on my channel. So stop mentioning it. Okay. No, it's not the reality. His opinion is based on hate, and his opinion is driven by who pays him. So we're not going to use his talking points on this channel. We're a little smarter than that over here, Boxing Hacker. Well, at least I am.
How long do you think Tank has been in the division? Probably like 5 or 6 years, right?
Nigga,
so why everybody want to fight?
Went from having an intermediate
like 10 years,
undisputed in the same division that Tank Davis
So why do you get the most credit for beating Tank if what you're saying is true about him?
I don't understand what that has to do with.
Why do everybody want to fight him? Why is he everybody's biggest fight if he don't fight good champions?
Let me go, man.
You should let Rich go, hacker. You're blowing it.
Listen. One at a time so people can follow the conversation. Boxing Hacker, wrap it up, man.
Why'd you put me in the back? He was talking over me. But
because I don't like you. Now there. Now
answer the
question. That's a fair answer. Now, so when it comes to Tank, he's always gonna get criticized about that, and it's not to say he's not popular. He's popular, people like Tank, lot. But when it comes to his career wise, people are gonna look at this guy. This guy was in the division. People consider him to be good, but he's only fought people from different divisions.
How is he popular, but people going to look down?
Dean, stop interrupting him so he can finish, please. Go ahead, Boxing Hacker. Hurry up.
Thank you. The fact that you had Lomachenko, you had Kambosos, you had Tio, you had Devin. While all these people became champions, all these people became unified, and you never fought one of them. It's always gonna be criticized. Until he does that, he needs to fight the champions. If not, he's gonna continue getting that same criticized. That's why.
Boxing Hacker, that's a bunch of bullshit. Thank you. But go ahead. No, it's not the truth. Because if that was the case, and Devin only cared about fighting champions, he wouldn't have fought Ryan Garcia.
I didn't say they only care about, but Devin fought champions.
Can I ask the panel a question?
Hold on, please stop it. Go ahead, Dean.
If everything Boxing Hacker is saying is true, and Tank don't fight nobody, and he ain't fight, let's run with it. I want it to be true. Let's run with it.
Okay.
Why is he everybody biggest? Please, no. Why is he everybody biggest fight? And if people going to look down at him so much, why is he so popular? If so many people dislike Tank, if so many people think his career is trash, because Boxing Hacker said his career, Jab Queen, people want to look down. Jab Queen,
please, yes, please. Boxing Hacker, be quiet, baby.
I was just saying, if everybody's going to criticize his career so much, then how is he so popular? Where are these people? If he got the most fans, y'all going to say he got the most fans, Dean, he got the most fans, and that's what make him. But then say people are going to look down at his career. Who are these people? Because more people like him than everybody else. It ain't like they looking up to Shakur Stevenson's and Devin's career. Because if that was the case, they would be the face of boxing then. So explain to me, why is he everybody's biggest fight? Why are people reaching for him? If he's going to be so criticized, how did he get so popular? Why do so many people like him? If all of these boxing fans hate his career, why do all of these boxing fans support him and go to his fights? I'm confused.
Yeah,
But
I never,
can two things be true?
Hold on, one at a
Has he ever
time. One
fought a
at a time.
champion?
Too Rich, go ahead.
I never made hate.
Hold on. No. Stop talking while I'm talking. That's number one. Sorry, NHA, I didn't mean to do that. But go ahead, Too Rich, it's on you.
You good.
All right. Let's just use logic here. I don't got a horse in the race. I don't know why people don't know that. I don't have a horse in the race. What I'm saying logically from a business standpoint, we know that the PBC didn't want that fight with Crawford, right? So the fight happens. Errol Spence a dog. He wanted to prove it, all right? How much money in the last 3 years have they lost in revenue from Errol Spence not fighting? Right? Because he didn't want to listen. He wanted to prove to the world that he was the best, right? Okay, now Tank is in that same situation. You arguably going to put him in the ring with the best boxer in boxing. Tank got the draw. He's the draw. He has the fans. If they go out there and try to prove that he's the best, they could take a risk on losing the face of boxing. You see what I mean? Or at least have it damaged a little bit. So it's understandable why you heard Leonard Ellerby in time, when the time is right. When the time is right. They are definitely thinking about that, because is it worth the risk? Is it really worth the risk to the PBC to prove that Tank is the best? Or do they gonna make the money off the show? Or do they gonna make the money off the show?
Too Rich, here's my problem with that, right? Here's my issue with all of that you're talking about. Here's my issue with all you're talking about. I think Gervonta believes in himself a little more than that. I think that what the issue was with them and why they were so mad with Errol is because he gave up too much leverage, right? And I think that's the same playbook that Shakur is trying to run with Gervonta, and Gervonta is not buying it. Right. At some point, I do want them to fight, but there's a thing called A side and a B side. And I know y'all don't like it because y'all favorite fighters are usually the B side in those situations. But here's the thing. He worked his ass off to get where he is. Y'all can say you don't deserve it. Y'all can say whatever the fuck y'all want to say, but the revenue says otherwise. Right. So he gets to decide how much this person gets, this person gets. Now, the fact that he already tried to make a fight with Shakur lets me know that he's not worried about a Shakur fucking Stevenson. He's just tired of you niggas bringing his name up. And as far as that fight and who would win this, that, and the third, I already told you, I think Gervonta wipes all these niggas when focused, right? But that's another story for another day. The conversation was, if he's never fought a champion, I believe Dean asked, if he's never fought a champion, he doesn't fight top level competition, why do all these niggas want to fight him outside of wanting to be in his spotlight, which I believe he told y'all niggas in a tweet, get it out the mud, pussy. Which is what Shakur is now pretending that he's attempting to do, right? All they want to do is make their name off of his back. But since he's been removed and he's handling his other business, let's see what type of dog moves they make, right? Because a big fight would be Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. But I don't see either one of them really pushing for that fight, which lets me know neither one of them is really ready to risk that up. So you talking about other fighters not being ready to risk anything. These niggas ain't fighting each other, tells me they're not willing to risk it either.
But they are fighting each other.
Thank you.
No, they're not.
Shakur fought
Oh my God!
Okay,
Y'all
so
have to stop this shit.
I'm just saying. So
a defeated fighter who lost to George Kambosos. You talking about you talking about Shakur beat Tio. Not about Shakur beat Tio. Shakur beat Tio.
Can y'all answer the question?
Answer mine.
Let me land my plane real quick. I ain't get to land my plane. What I'm saying.
One at a time. Go ahead.
Let me just land. I'm done after this.
Okay. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
You just interrupted the flow of conversation just for that. You ain't said a damn thing.
I just got one question. That's all I got.
Hold on. Y'all mute up. Go ahead, NHA.
I'm sorry. I just see, has Tank actually ever fought a champion at 135?
No.
And he been there for like 10 years?
No.
How many champions has he fought in his career? Everybody ducking
a champion, an active champion.
The best on the planet.
No, he hasn't fought one at 135.
And that's all Hacker was saying?
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
Yeah. And then bringing all this extra innuendos. Why does other fighters want to fight him? Both things could be true. Tank has never fought for a belt at 135. He's never fought an active champion at 135.
So NHA, then why do all these
what champion at Shakur for at 135?
Hold on, Deem. Hold on. So if that's the case, then that brings me back to my original question and Deem's original question. Why do all these trinket chasers want to fight him? He has nothing of value that they would want. Is that correct? Since he's never fought a champion, he should be the last nigga on your list that you want to fight. If you really
he has a namesake.
He just has a name. That's really it.
Same reason why motherfuckers want to fight Canelo.
Carabel has a name too.
How did he get a name?
Because he knocks out mediocre bums.
Like Pitbull and Lamont Roach and Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero and Mario Barrios, you mean?
So hold on. I would like to know, hold on, every mute up. Y'all mute up. Because we're about to wrap this shit up. I need to know who these mediocre bums that you're referring to. Because from my count, the last year alone, going into this year, all of his top ops have headlined events. So who are these mediocre bums that y'all speak of? So if that's the case, then the whole sport is filled with mediocre bums.
I can give you a few. Rolly Romero, Hector Garcia, Pitbull.
You mean the same niggas that just
Frank
headline
Martin.
fights? The niggas that just headline fights, those niggas?
They weren't.
Ryan
They
Garcia
weren't
about to headline a second fight back to back.
They weren't
Ryan
champions.
Garcia about to headline a second fight back to back. Mario Barros.
And ninjas who have been champions.
Shakur want to fight Pitbull. He not a champion.
Shakur better not fucking fight Pitbull. I'm not.
Bro, don't argue. Why y'all want to argue with me and Jab Queen when he said that on Najee?
Yeah, I mean.
No, I'm saying I don't want to see that fight.
Nah, I don't want to see that at all. Hell no.
The other thing, though, two things can
Shakur want to fight Lamont Roach. He not a champion.
Yeah, but two things can still
I mean, he's the man who beat Tank, though.
Hold on. Mute up. Because Boxing Hack, I don't like how you just dismiss that but. No, my nigga. We're going to let that breathe. He want to fight Pitbull. Pitbull's not a champion. He wants to fight Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach is not a champion. Don't just poo-poo that nigga. Let that breathe.
Yeah, but can we go back to the original point that Shakur Tank is never?
No, ain't no but. Why do he want to fight them?
Why do we go? Why are we around the world?
Y'all
right
are
now?
trinket chasers. Y'all are trinket chasers.
But
Why is it that y'all are accepting
Did Gervonta fight Roach and Pitbull?
Yes, he fought Roach and Pitbull.
Dude, Roach or Pitbull got a belt?
Now,
not then.
Do they Roach or Pitbull got a belt now?
But then that's like
no, dude. Answer the question. Do Roach and Pitbull got a belt now?
Hold on, y'all, because I need to know this, right? If Roach and Pitbull are trash, right? This is what y'all tell me. So why are y'all about to accept this fight from Shakur? If they're mediocre,
nobody's saying all that.
Nobody wants to fight no Pitbull.
Do Conor Ben got a belt?
Care for that fight.
Do Conor Ben got a belt?
Yeah, so people fight for names.
I don't care.
Do Conor Ben got a belt at 147?
That's not what y'all told me, bro. That's not what y'all sat up here and told me.
I mean,
y'all told me Tank ain't never
question.
fought a champion. Tank ain't never been a champion. He ain't never fought a champion. He's trash. His resume trash. Then why are y'all favorite
I will never
fighters
say he's
running
trash,
around
though.
here? Why y'all favorite fighters running around here chasing his leftover trash?
So wait,
do Andy Cruz got a belt?
Oh, that was leftover trash.
People still fight for names too, right?
Jab Queen, they will not answer the question. Do Lamont Roach, Pitbull, and Andy Cruz got a belt? That's people Shakur wanted to fight.
Yeah,
do they got belts?
Mute up. Yeah, all right. Y'all mute up. Y'all mute up. Mute up. No, you won't. You're gonna mute up. Dondrick, what's up? It's on you, then it's on 2 Cent.
Salute, man. I'm just listening to y'all, man. It's a funny conversation because it's like people forget context now. People forget that Top Rank had their own plans with their whole belts on their side, and people wasn't trying to make fights. And you knew we should bring it up when it become early, goddamn, and Terrence. But y'all forget when it came to Tank that they didn't want to make the fight. So it's like it's kind of a double standard, and people know why they want to fight Tank. Because Tank is the man. Tank, he has all the clout. That's what they want, but they don't want to do what they got to do to make the fight. People aren't going to do the same thing Earl did. Earl made a huge mistake. He gave away his leverage. When you give away your leverage, you have nothing to spend on. Tank is not going to do that. And so they're going to try to move around him, which is not going to work because he's going to come back and they're going to have to fight him. So I don't understand why everybody gets in a tizzy. Like we don't have the past. They say, hey, they weren't working together, but now they are. Guess what? If Shakur would have kept his belt, he would have been in line if Tank comes back. He's like, hey, we can make a fight. But no, he's not going to do that now. Now he's at 140 and he's going to have to fight somebody. Because his little brother going to fight goddamn Devin, going to take care of his work up there. Now he got to fight somebody at 140. But who is he going to fight? Because everybody's his goddamn friend. So I'm just confused, bro. It's just a lot.
Yeah. Don't worry, Dondrick. We're all up here trying to figure out our grievances. I just wanted to know if they're going to be okay once they fight. But who the hell knows? 2 Cent, what's up?
Well, I mean, I just want to circle the conversation back to Keyshawn and Shakur, tag team boxing champions of the world. And I think that was a good point that Tony made, like how they basically kind of like teaming up and like, oh, maybe your style will beat him better, so I'm gonna let you fight him, and your style will beat him. Like, it's just weird to me. And it's also like weird how it's like fighters, y'all just ignore the facts. Like y'all just don't see what's going on. Could you imagine if Shakur Stevenson would have fought a fight at 135, then went down to 130 and beat a Hall of Famer, and then went up to 140 pounds and beat somebody? Could you imagine the level of Johnson bounce that would be happening?
The same level that's happening.
Boing, it'd be crazy.
It'll be crazy, but like now all of a sudden, and I heard Boxing Hacker reference Max Kellerman. Max Kellerman is like, does anybody even want to see Shakur and Keyshawn fight? I mean, Shakur is the best fighter in the world right now. Like, do y'all even want to see him? Like they just know for sure Shakur can beat everybody. Like, I don't understand how y'all jump to these conclusions. Y'all will see fighters do the same thing, but have two different narratives about the same fighter. It just doesn't make any sense. And we're literally sitting here arguing about how y'all are okay with people fighting Tank's ex-opponents, the same opponents that y'all criticize and shit on when y'all talk about that opponent fighting Tank. But when y'all talk about that opponent fighting somebody else, it's a whole different rhetoric. Like, y'all don't see, like, it's insane. It's like y'all under some type of hypnosis or something. There's no way anybody should be like, oh, Keyshawn fighting Pitbull. Like, why not Keyshawn, Shakur. Why does Shakur want to fight Pitbull? Can you tell me why Shakur wants to fight Pitbull? And then it's when it's another opponent that somebody's bringing up, y'all hide behind the belts. Y'all hide behind the money. Now all of a sudden, Devin can't fight nobody but a champion. What boxer do y'all know that only fights people with belts? That shit never happens. So for y'all to keep saying, oh, Devin don't need to fight him, he don't got a belt. Oh, Devin don't need to fight him, he don't got. Since when is that a qualification to have to fight somebody that you have to have a belt? Y'all just making up stuff to hide behind different scenarios. And as soon as he fights somebody that don't have a belt, is what y'all been hiding behind all this time, y'all gonna say, oh, it's for the money. Oh, he fighting him for the money. Which one is it? Are these fighting? Like, which one is it? That's what I'm saying. Y'all keep.
Can I go at the
y'all keep. Queen? Yeah, y'all keep hiding behind all of these things to make excuses. And then when somebody bring y'all hardcore facts, hardcore evidence, you heard them say it right out of their mouth. Y'all still jump through hoops and act like it was never said and don't even acknowledge it. Like, I don't understand how y'all keep, like, why we keep letting y'all get away with that. And I like Dean not letting y'all get away with that no more. Like, y'all not about to sit up here and overlook or go against y'all's own logic that y'all been using this whole time. But now when your logic goes against your favorite fighter, y'all want to try to switch it up. No, y'all not gonna keep getting away with that.
I feel like they have selective memory, and like you said, they use whatever scenario to apply to a situation that fits their narrative at that particular moment, right? So I don't understand what Ryan Garcia losing to anybody else has to do with Devin wanting his get back. I don't understand why that's even a qualification of redemption.
I think people over exaggerate.
Boxing Hacker, I'm supposed to go next. I asked politely. Thank you.
Oh yeah, go ahead. No, you can be quiet, Boxing Hacker. Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you, Jab Queen. I appreciate that. I'm gonna show y'all how they don't believe what they say. Shakur Stevenson put out a list. He said he won Raymond Maritala, Andy Cruz, Lamont Roach. Two of them didn't have belts. Now he won Pitbull Cruz. He said he'll fight Conor Benn. That's 4 people that don't got belts, and y'all perfectly fine with all 4 of them fights. So it's okay
in different weight classes.
In different weight classes, so that's perfectly okay. And to 2 Cent point, no, they're lying because Devin, 2 of his last 3 fights wasn't for belts. So they're lying. They was okay with it because they still Johnson bouncing Devin today. So it's not like this. So they had to be okay with it. They are lying. So it's okay, like I said, to fight Rolly Romero now because he got a belt and all this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, Shakur Stevenson said he want to fight Andy Cruz. He said he want to fight Lamont Roach. He said he want to fight Pitbull Cruz. He said he want to fight Conor Benn. None of them have belts. None of them. And y'all would be perfect. Y'all perfect. But if Gervonta Davis said the same 4 opponents, you would criticize them.
Can I respond to Ray real quick? Let me say this real quick to Ray in the comments.
Be quiet, Boxing Hacker. Go ahead, 2 Cent.
Ray talking about Errol Spence only fought for belts. It took Errol Spence 12 years to unify the division. What do you mean he only fought for belts? It took him how long to unify that division? If he only fought for belts, it wouldn't have took him that long, right? So that's not even true.
Yeah. So I we keep going back to this Devin and Ryan situation. We're like, the only reason we're fighting that the Ryan Devin fight's not happening is because Ryan doesn't have a belt. It's not true. What was that happened? They were planning to fight after the New York fight.
You told me it's because he lost, not because he doesn't have a belt. You told me it was because
but
he lost.
This is on a contract. They didn't fight because Ryan didn't hold up the end of the contract. It's on Ryan.
But that's my question, Boxing Hacker. Why was that even in the contract? What does one
Because
thing have to do with the other?
Because hey, that's how it worked out.
Boxing Hacker, whether it was in the contract, Devin should still want it or not. It shouldn't matter.
I didn't interrupt you, bro. I'm just
My question is this. No. Hold on. Boxing Hacker, you can go back in 1 second. My question is this. How did it get in the contract? Who wanted that in the contract? Because I'm pretty sure Turkey wouldn't have thought no shit like that. Why was that in the contract? That's the real question.
It was actually most likely Turkey, if you think about it, right? Because none of those
Oh
guys.
my God.
I'll tell you why.
Turkey don't know his ass from his elbow.
Hold on. If you remember all there was a stat card with Tio, Devin, and Ryan. Ryan was the only person who was fighting a name, but the name that Ryan was even fighting, he was supposed to beat. Like the odds were heavily in favor for Ryan to win that fight, right? It was planned that all three of them were going to have a good showing then, and they have a bigger fight later on that same year. What upset the apple cart because Tio beat his person, Devin beat his person. Ryan was supposed to beat Rolly. It was supposed to be Ryan's gonna beat.
But shouldn't Devin want his get back no matter what?
Hold on, no, because it's contracted. So
I know, but he can still make the fight even if the contract is over.
Somebody has to pay for it. Somebody literally
and
has
Turkey
to pay
just
for
said
it.
he would pay for it. Turkey just said he'll pay for it. This is what I don't understand. Y'all doing a whole bunch of diddy bopping. Y'all doing a whole bunch of diddy bopping and flip flopping. I just can't even take it anymore.
Y'all cook.
We just played. I just played the video of Bill saying Turkey want to put the fight on, so we'll still fight him. You didn't hear that?
Yeah, but not at that time.
Here we go. You say but it's always a damn but,
if there's a contract. Jack, if there's a contract saying that we're gonna because they're doing promo for Ryan and Devin already. If there's a contract saying that we're gonna fight after,
let me ask
you can make a new contract.
That I'm about to say. So that contract is definite. It's infinitive. Like it's up and away and beyond. It's no alterations. It can't be revisited. The terms of the contract can't be renegotiated. Is that what you're telling me?
The problem is now that Ryan had the loss. It's gonna be Ryan coming off the loss.
Nah, man. All I hear from y'all niggas is a bunch of pussy
that shouldn't matter. Devin should want his get back still,
bro. I don't want to hear that shit, man. Y'all niggas is sounding real scared, bro. Y'all niggas is sounding real scared, man. Y'all niggas is sounding real scared.
How can somebody be scared if you're ready to fight? Doesn't make any sense.
If somebody beat you up,
that's what it is.
If somebody beat you up, and you heard they got beat up by somebody else,
how could you can't say
you wouldn't want your get back?
Hold on. It doesn't matter. It's one on contract because somebody has to pay for the fight.
Turkey just said he'll pay. Stop saying that.
Okay, you know what? No.
Get him out of here. He keeps saying we just played the video.
We're not going to keep doing that, right? And we're going to move the conversation along because obviously this is a redundant conversation that y'all just don't even want to be honest about. So we're just not even going to continue talking. No, we're obviously, I see what it is, Dr. Hacker. Y'all niggas don't really want that smoke. Devin don't really want that smoke. And that's just
this is a perfect example of hearing the truth and you still saying the same dumb shit.
Bill literally said Turkey will pay for it.
So that would be stupidity or insanity. Which one?
You cannot deny. You can say it.
Jab Queen, do you see how crazy this is? Bill Haney, Devin Dad literally said Turkey will pay for it. He's saying if somebody paid for it.
The whole Tank situation or people are fighting now is leftover. When Tank fought those people, they were not champions. No matter how you people want to spin it and run it, when Tank fought Rolly was what?
When Devin fought Ryan, he wasn't a champion.
People had no title.
When Devin fought Ramirez, he wasn't a champion.
Yes.
When Rolly was a mandatory.
Wait. Yes.
When Devin fought Loma, his best win, he wasn't a champion.
Dean, hold on, I'm talking.
Devin best win Loma, he wasn't a champion.
But guess what? Now they're champions. It's different.
Loma's not a champion now. Loma's not a champion. It became a champion afterward, not when Devin fought.
See, this is what I'm talking about. No, you know what? And here we go with these trinket shits again, right? It has nothing to do with nothing bearing on the conversation. Boxing Hacker, bro, this is why I really restrain myself when I talk to you and I limit my conversations with you because you be making me feel stupid sometimes. I know good and damn well, I just said, what does one thing have to do with the other? You sit up here talking to me about belts. I'm talking to you about how many of y'all run around on this internet screaming, Ryan cheated, Ryan cheated, Ryan cheated. Devin runs around here, Ryan cheated, Ryan cheated, Ryan cheated. Yeah. You think the very first thing that he would want to do would be to clear that up. That's what a dog would want to do, right? They would want to get back. I don't care who beat your ass. I'm not satisfied until I beat your ass. Do you understand me? If you did something wrong to me, I don't care if the nigga up the street beat your ass. I'm next. I got next. I don't care about none of that other shit. Where is the dog in him? That's my question.
Boxing Hacker, what's Devin Haney best win?
The whole business though, Jab. You guys are talking like boxing.
Now
did Loma have a belt when Devin beat him?
Okay.
It's always
Go
been
away.
a business.
Go away.
If you have a
Boxing Hacker.
contract,
Thank you, baby.
and you break the
Thank you,
contract,
baby. Thank you, baby. When he fought Ryan Garcia, that wasn't for no fucking belt. What was that for? Just because
Hey, Jab Queen, if you ask him his best win,
I can't take it anymore. I can't take it
Jab
anymore.
Queen, if you ask him his best win, they say Loma. Loma was not a champion when Devin beat him, so they don't hold belts in the air that much because Loma wasn't a champion when Devin beat him. Jab Queen, and that's his best win.
They do it when it's convenient, and it wasn't for the narrative of the conversation. The shit is annoying.
Hey, Jab Queen, they hold Loma over George Kambosos, and he beat George Kambosos for undisputed. Jab Queen, they hold Loma over George Kambosos, and he beat George Kambosos for undisputed. Jab Queen, think about that.
I thought the belts don't matter no more. Ain't the belts don't matter no more? Like, why y'all still Johnson bouncing them? Y'all favorite fighters saying they don't even mean that no more, even though they spent their whole careers chasing them.
Okay, well, let me say this. This is the problem I have, right? Okay, Tank fight these guys. Who let me see. You got Ryan, you got Rolly, you got Mario Barrios, right? We didn't know these guys. Well, we knew Ryan, but we didn't know these guys like that. He makes them famous, right? They get a name now because they fought Tank, right? Now these same fighters at 147, and it's y'all that say 147 is the worst division in boxing, because that's what y'all really think of these fighters. And these are the fighters that Tank beat. Y'all say that. I don't say that. Y'all say
who is y'all? Who is y'all? Everybody been saying that.
First of all,
who is y'all,
everybody
Rich?
been saying that.
147 is trash. Right? And
that was
Devin
fans saying that. That was Devin fans. That was Devin and Shakur fans saying that 147 is trash. That was y'all saying that. Them fans.
Hold on, 147 ain't what it used to be. That's for sure. 147 ain't what it used to be. That's for sure.
Nah, I ain't saying that.
Bro, y'all was saying Barrios, Ryan, and Rolly is trash. If they trash, they at 147, which means you think 147 is trash.
There's hundreds of fighters at 147.
So just because they champions now, they not trash. Which one is it? Because they champions now, they not trash. Y'all said Barrios. Can I speak, sir? Can I speak, sir?
One at a time. One at a time.
Jab Queen, they is cooked because y'all said Barrios, Ryan, Rolly was trash. So now because they got belts, they not trash. What's the difference? Y'all said they was trash. If y'all think they trash and they the champions at 147, that means y'all think the division is trash. Correct.
The division has hundreds of fighters. They don't make up the whole division. So even if you think they're trash, that's still
Boxing Hacker Hush, because you was the main one talking about the weak division too.
You can't. Jab Queen,
you're the one who called this division trash.
I never called the division trash.
What?
I said, why do y'all keep saying the division is trash? And if the division is trash, that means we're going to get better competitive fights because everybody's on the same level. That's what I said.
Tucson definitely said that.
The switch up is crazy. I don't know.
No, it ain't no switch up. It ain't no switch up. It ain't no switch up.
That's a
it ain't no switch. Nothing switched up. I'm literally on. Hold on, Boxing Hacker. I'm documented saying this. I don't switch up anything. I say what I mean and I mean what I say, and I always have since I started my channel. There is no switch up. Everybody was saying the division is trash, and I said if the division is trash, then that should be good because more people, everybody's going to be willing to fight each other and we're going to get more 50-50 fights, which is what the hardcore fans want. So I don't know why the hardcore fans is calling the division trash. That's what I said.
She damn sure did. I want to know, since they got belts now, are they not trash no more?
They trash, but they got to come off them straps. They got to come up off them straps.
You got to come off the belt. You have to fight them.
Y'all told Boost to go to 154.
Another sad truth is the fact that
I do any of this.
My nigga, why are you always talking? You won't say nothing, dog. Come on, I was talking. You talk right over me, player. You've been talking a lot, and I ain't saying nothing. Can I play?
Go ahead,
oh no, I'm not talking to you, Jab. My bad. I just don't understand how everybody criticizes Tank, but on his resume is a lot more champions than on his contemporaries' resume. Then on top of that, the people that they are fighting or seeking actively to fight happen to be one man's trash, but their treasure. One man's exhibition, but their greatest fight or their biggest fight. And we gloss over that. And then just to say two things in particular, because 2 Cents came up here and cooked the hell out of everybody. She surveyed him. When you said Max Kellerman be saying some BS to the highest bidder and whoever he be hating for, that would make that Mickey Fricky a Johnson Bouncing commentator. He a color analyst for Johnson Bouncing. And then when you said your boy Jab, when you said your boy Turkey didn't know his elbow from his ass, that would make it an elbass. And that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I don't know why Boxing Hacker uses Kellerman's talking points, but that makes a lot of sense because Kellerman don't know shit either. So that makes a whole bunch of sense. But just so you know, Max Kellerman gets no airtime on this channel. He is bought and paid for, just like Showtime. So there will be no need to reference anything either of them say because I don't believe a word that comes out of their mouth because they have ulterior motives. That's number one. Number two. Okay, y'all are the ones running around here on this internet. First, y'all trinket people, then y'all name people. Pick a damn group and stay there.
Wait,
oh my goodness!
Why would Devin Haney fans call 147 bad division when Devin's there? Nobody. No, I think it's.
I was calling it bad before he got there.
No, that was.
Bro, y'all was calling Ryan Garcia, Rolly, and all of
that. Was y'all side. Repeatedly
one at a
time.
One at a time. Tony, what's up? Because I'm getting ready to shut this down. Boxing Hacker done gave me a headache. What's up, Tony? Unmute yourself, baby.
Yeah. I was just getting in position. I'm at the computer.
Hey, yo.
What's that?
Hey, yo. Low, Tony.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the audio low?
No, I can hear you, Tony. What's up?
Oh, I thought Boxing Hacker said my audio was real low.
No, what's up?
I was just jumping back in the conversation.
Okay, well, right now they diddy bopping and flip flopping, so I don't know anymore.
I'm out, Jab Queen. I holla at you.
All right, baby. All right. If you knew the truth, that would be a dangerous situation.
I'll pull this up real fast.
More than less.
I was gonna say I didn't get to touch on this earlier, but I don't think Errol Spence is fighting. I think he retired.
They came out today and said he's fighting June 3rd or June 8th.
He's fighting in June. What are you talking about?
I don't believe it. I believe it ain't gonna be until I see him in the ring. I don't think he's fighting. Just like he was supposed to fight Fundora, and it never happened.
But they just announced the fight. The Fundora stuff was rumors.
No, it wasn't. They had announced the fight.
No, they didn't.
Yes,
they never announced.
Bottom line is
they never announced the fight, Tony.
From what I understand, they've already reserved the little situation for him. No, he's definitely fighting Tim Tszyu. He'll be fighting Tim Tszyu, and we talked about that earlier. What do you think of that fight? What kind of? Well, I know he's down there with Breadman, so maybe that'll be his trainer of choice. So we're gonna see what's going on. But boxing will be better with EJ back at 154. Shit's shaking up. Now we just got to get Charlo ass off the couch and back in the ring, and we good.
Yeah, I heard he training with Roy Jones, but y'all ain't hear that from me.
It was officially.
I heard that too, but I saw him down in he's been down in Philly with Breadman, so I saw him with Roy too. But I think Roy was just out there like working on some shit with him when he was in Texas. But I heard that
Roy opened up a gym in Dallas.
Yeah. I don't think Roy's a good fit for him. I'm just being honest, and I love Roy. I love Roy to death, but I don't think that's a good fit for EJ.
Terrible.
I don't know. But what's up, Ray? What's up?
What's up, Queen? I just want to say salute to everybody on the panel. I'm not trying to create no controversy. I just listen to a lot of the channels and I hear what people say. So I just want to get this straight. I'm gonna jump off right after this. Why is it when Boots was companion at 47, Barrios was a fight to make? No problem, wasn't garbage, wasn't somebody to be he was supposed to be a good fight for Boots. But then when Devin get there, a lot of people said he's Tank's leftovers. Devin called him trash, so this and that. The division has been weak for quite some time. But why is it now that people are always considering the division trash when they said that the division was held up by Earl and Bud? And when they were there, that's when the division was last great. So we have to ask ourselves, is it them or is it the generation that supports Devin or Shakur or whoever else is there now? I just think it's ironic that we just move the needle when it's somebody else that's at the top of the division. All right, I'll land my plane.
Well,
I don't
Let me say this. Let me say this, right?
No. Everybody, hold on, because I hate a nigga that run off after they say some goofy shit.
Run off
So
on the
here's the
plug.
thing, right? Yeah, run off on the plug. Well, at least they thought so. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never even said a fight with Jerron Boots Ennis and Mario Barnes. I never even mentioned a fight of that magnitude. And I don't know who told you that Devin was at the top of a damn division. To be at the top of division, don't you got to unify and have all the belts? The problem with y'all is y'all want to run around here acting like Devin ducks no smoke when in reality he ducks several people. Now I know y'all don't like to hear this, but it's the truth.
Ty, I can't co-sign that. Devin fight everybody.
I don't need nobody to co-sign it, nigga. It's the truth. If y'all pay attention to Devin's patterns from 135 on up, they scream, Gervonta Tank Davis, put your ass over there on Top Rank. Y'all scream, team this person, but you tuck your ass over there on Matchroom. Now y'all say he got DHP and he over there, he doing this, he doing that, but he's constantly always re-signing to somebody for this, re-signing to somebody for that. When you were at 135, you could have fought Shakur Stevenson, but you decided not to fight Shakur Stevenson. Bill is on record saying if it get too hot at 35, we moving to 40, bro. So no, I don't want to hear Devin doesn't duck no smoke because that's simply not true.
Okay.
Well, I think old boy was kind of like directing that towards Deem and shit. You know, Deem's my guy. Fuck with him.
Directed to
No,
Dean.
let me answer. Let me answer, Ray. Let me answer, Ray. Ray, what's happening is it was the hardcore fans saying the shit about the 47 division. And it was me going at them, asking them, why are y'all saying that? Now, all of a sudden, since Devin's there, or can y'all still hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Yeah,
now.
and
You sound,
okay. So now all.
Oh,
I don't know why I got an echo. That's not me. Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So now all of a sudden that Devin's there and he's trying to unify. They're trying to flip it as if we were saying it's a weak division. That we didn't start that. That's what I'm saying. So now all of a sudden it's like, well, y'all saying this, y'all kept saying it's trash. And it's like nobody ever said it was trash, but y'all, the hardcore fans was talking about how trash it is.
One at a time, y'all.
And hold on, I'm not done. And nobody ever said Boots and Barrios is a good fight. I never heard not one person ever say that. Matter of fact,
me either.
Nobody. I never even discussed that fight because it was already well known that Barrios didn't want to fight Boots.
Mm-hmm.
But
y'all didn't criticize Boots for wanting to fight him. Is what people are saying.
Well, why? If he's at 147,
he's trying to go undisputed.
Same people. We got some. I'm not saying y'all in general. Some of the same people criticizing Devin for wanting to fight Barrios.
No, because y'all trying to switch. Because Ray, what's happening is they're trying to switch their narratives and then put them off on somebody else. And it's like, no, don't do that.
I respect the answer. And hold on. So
who's there this time?
Hush,
that's not. Yeah, I'm not going there. Yeah, that's not going there. What I was saying is, no, I wasn't running off. I just had stuff to do. But listen, let me just put it this way. She said, I understand where you're coming from, right? When you are explaining this. So it's not me putting this up here to be like the thorn in the road or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to create no flats and nothing like that. What I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to bring substance. Go ahead.
And act crazy. I don't mind y'all coming up here, and I love these conversations because everybody can't agree all the time. But what I don't want people to do is start changing the narrative and switching the direction of the conversation when it doesn't fit their narrative. That's what really aggravates me. And the people that do that the most are usually boxing hackers. So don't worry about that and don't take offense to it. But he's usually the one doing that. But I understand, if
but
y'all
it's a
feel
substance, right? Queen, what I'm saying is it's a substance of the conversation. Like we're looking at the division has been weak. It is what it is. And I don't mean weak as none of these guys are tough or they can't. It's just the name. The stars aren't there, is what I'm saying. So because the stars aren't there,
but that's why it's even better because they're gonna come out of it.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is 2 cents is if Devin is going to fight, he's looking to fight and unify the division. I don't have a problem with that. If he has to take other fights in the division as well, I don't have a problem with that. I don't care. If Shakur comes up, that's a big name and that's a star. He fights him, cool. But we've seen that a lot of people have been moving different, right? Let's keep it real for a second. A lot of people thought he was going to lose to Brian Norman. He beats Brian Norman, becomes a champion, including Conor Benn. If I'm not mistaken, Conor Benn was on record saying he was going to beat Devin's ass, this, and that, et cetera, et cetera. Sorry for cussing and all that, right? And then as soon as he gets the knockdown, he makes this, then he acts like he's sleeping. Then he gets on the panel right on the stage afterwards, calling out Ryan and Barrio's winner and said Devin's not the fight for him. And then when they're talking, he sits there and acts like, oh yeah, we're cool. And they ask him, is that fight going to happen? He says no, literally at the gala. So it's like, is it Devin? Like, is he really just not worth the fight, or is it just these guys just don't want to fight him? I don't get it.
Well, so here's
I
the
mean,
thing, right?
listen. Let me. I don't know. I don't know
Hold on, man. Hold on. I'll let y'all cook.
Be quiet. So, who's that, Dondrick?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think I'm trying to be as reasonable as I can right now. I think the problem is when Boots was there, it was he needs to move to 154 because there's nobody there. Even when he was trying to unify and he was saying, I'm only fighting people for the belts because I just want undisputed. I don't care about who they are. I just want undisputed. So he moved. So he had to move to 54 because he kept getting blasted. Hey, you fighting in a weak division, so he moves up. Devin goes to 147. The problem is Devin has called, and his father and his fans have called the people who are currently at this division trash. It's his fans' fault. It's his father's fault and his fault that the competition he has up there now, he can't fight them because he's not gonna get a full credit because every time somebody else fought him, he called him trash or he demeaned the fight. You can't do that.
Okay.
You can't do that and be like, I don't see why Devin doing that. You know exactly why. Stop acting like you don't. You keep saying you don't understand
Can I
why, but
respond?
hold on, let me finish. Let me
Hold
finish
on, yeah,
talking.
let him
I'll
finish.
let
Let him
y'all
finish.
cook. I'll
I'm
let y'all
sorry.
cook.
Go ahead, man. My
I
bad.
ain't getting y'all way to nothing. It's just I don't have a problem with Devin fighting nobody. But if you're gonna pull somebody up, keep the same standard y'all bring for everybody else when he bring a motherfucker up. I don't care how good he is. I don't care how good he's still bringing them up. If anything happens, stop having a double standard for everything. That's one thing I say. Stop having a double standard. Let's keep everybody on the
Okay.
playing field. That's it.
But Devin also say he
can I
doesn't think
respond?
Boots is that good.
Shut your
Ain't no
ass up, Poppin'.
hypocrisy
Have
is
that
just
be right back.
exposure.
Hold on. Mute up. Who was at the second I respond?
Me.
Go ahead.
So Boots.
You went out, baby. Can y'all hear him? I can't hear him.
No, I can't hear him. He went out.
He went out.
I got it.
Ray, you went
My
out, baby.
bad.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. My bad. I said
ahead.
Boots didn't move up because he had he couldn't make the fights. No, the fights would have been there. The money was the issue with the fights, but he left because he was weight draining himself to stay at that division, trying to unify and go undisputed. I seen that coming. So when I was one of the people that asked him to go to 54, I thought it was healthier for him. I didn't say because he didn't get fights or the fights weren't there for him. I just seen that the weight cut that he was doing. Boots is I don't know if you guys ever met Boots. I've been over there. My cousin used to spar a lot with Fulton in that gym.
Oh,
So I've met
okay.
him. Boots is a big motherfucker. I hate to say it like that, but excuse me for cussing again. But yo, he's not like as you would think. And I'm not saying he's like a 200-pound big dude. I'm saying he's a solid 189, easy. I'm not saying that's his weight. I don't know for sure. I'm not going to just throw that out there just to say. I'm just looking at it in the sense of I can say that by looking at him. That doesn't mean he is because muscle looks different on people. But he's a big guy. So when he's cutting all that weight down to go to 47, he said it. He said his doctor told him he had to move. That's why he didn't wait for the Norman fight because he was hurting himself. So that is one thing I want to move out the way. As far as the fights not being there for him, that was just money issues. We all knew it was money issues. So all these guys wanted that extra bag to fight. But Boots was a high risk, low reward.
And they still do.
Him,
And they still
right?
do.
Even him with a championship, correct. So we see that now he's at when Devin moved up, he moved up to fight, and that unfortunately the guys that got the belts were because they were dropped and they were elevated. He didn't control the narrative. He doesn't have nothing to do with it. The only one that won that title was Crocker, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he's just trying to
Rolly.
fight the champions, right? Unfortunately, Rolly was a guy because he was supposed to fight Rolly after that Super 4 tournament or whatever. Whatever. I don't even care. We can move past that part. And Rolly turned it down. As far as him going to 54, Devin said he had no problem going to 54. He just didn't want to do it now. He may do so, right? Because he's having trouble getting the fights there, and he wants the money fights for the belts. So we seen him call out Xander. He said that Boots is him going to eventually meet. He's not. I don't think he's ducking smoke, and I'm not taking up for Devin. I'm just saying generally that if he runs, he runs. Hey, we'll see it in live action. That's all I got to say. It's all being broadcast daily. All this stuff that they're doing, all the moves that all these boxers do. Devin seems to want all the smoke. I'm not saying he's running or ducking from smoke, but I think he's also not taking high risk, low reward fights that can hurt him. Right? A lot of fighters can beat other fighters. They just don't take those fights because they're not worth the reward. Like they're not getting paid enough to risk their belt to some of these guys. And that's every division. It doesn't matter who the fighter is. That's why you don't see certain fighters fighting backwards. They fight forward. And I think we get confused when we don't see these fighters taking the fights that are there for them or super fights or whatever the case may be, and we get obsessed with why they ain't fight this guy over that guy because this person has nothing to offer. So if he does go up and fight Boots, it is what it is. Big fight for them, great for them. I'm all for it. Anything. And that's any fighter. And I don't think he's ducking. Go ahead.
But Ray, you can't really double talk like that, right? Because when he fought Ryan, that wasn't really for anything. Or some of these fights that he calls out, Conor Ben was on the damn list. Conor Ben ain't got no belt. It's namesake. Like y'all go back and forth between names and belts when it suits y'all. I think that's one of the issues that I have, right? And then a lot of the issues that I have with Devin Haney is really what comes out of his daddy mouth because his father, he sat on a platform and said, "We're not interested in fighting Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia is a crackhead." That came out of Bill Haney's mouth. Then he also just sat up there on another platform and said, yeah, if Turkey wants that fight, that's the fight to make. But the problem that I have is that list had Ryan all the way at the bottom when Ryan should have been all the way at the top. He said that was in no particular order. Okay, cool. But the nigga that wronged me should have been number one, and that should have been non-negotiable.
Okay, so to respond to that, that fight was supposed to be.
I want to respond to Ray too.
And he stepped off, right? So when he stepped off and he lost, they tried to make the fight with Rolly. Rolly said they need a rematch. If I'm not mistaken, Ryan got the call afterwards, and Ryan said he didn't want that fight. Matter of fact, Oscar De La Hoya was on record saying, we're not taking that fight. Ryan said that he was injured. He said he had a shoulder injury and had hand surgery. So he stepped away from that fight. So they never even had it, mentioned that. They moved down the line. They went to Tio. After Tio didn't want the fight. Then Boots' name circulated in the scene. After that, then they ended up going to Brian Norman. They went to Hitcher. They say he's honorable mention, right? If I'm not mistaken. And then from there they went to Brian Norman. They were looking for fights. I don't care, like to say the least. And I'm not flip flopping. I'm not trying to do. I'm just saying straight up. The kid was looking for a fight at 147. He was looking for all these guys. Unfortunately, he didn't go. He didn't get the Ryan fight because Ryan didn't make himself available. As soon as that Brian Norman fight was announced, Brian came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, he didn't have his hand surgery, went okay, and he's fighting this month with Barrios, and he was supposed to fight in January. All that stuff circulated afterwards. So Ryan's the one that seems that he's moving a different way. Matter of fact, his dad, Ryan's father's on record on Mill City, just saying that they don't want to fight Devin Haney. They're looking to move to 140. I don't even think Ryan's going to take this fight seriously with Barrios because if he extends his contract with Oscar by winning a championship, then look where we're going to be at. He's going to be back with Oscar. He doesn't want to be under De La Golden Boy Promotions anymore. So he might come in overweight even if he beats Barrios and then move away from that fight. If he doesn't beat Barrios, that also helps him. So he may throw the fight. We don't know what's going to happen. Ryan don't want that belt because he knows he's going to be locked in with Golden Boy. So we have to look at all these options when it comes to Ryan Garcia. Now, I would like for him to fight Devin. Devin said he wanted that fight. He just said it on the stage before the brawl happened. When he asked him, what's the fight you're looking for next? He said, Ryan's the fight I want. He goes, that's the fight that needs to happen next for me. That's the fight I want. And that's the fight that we need to see. He goes, but if that fight doesn't happen, then it's on to the next. That's exactly what he said. So we have to listen to the fighters. As far as Bill goes, Bill's just talking as a promoter and a manager, right? That's what he does. We have to listen to the fighters. I respected Boots when he said, if you didn't hear it from me, then it didn't happen. So when Devin says something, I have to respect him as a fighter.
Yeah,
when
but
Gervonta
Devin's
says
also
something, I
on
gotta
record
respect
saying
him.
that his father speaks for him. Is he not also on record saying his father speaks for him?
No, he says he has no problem with his dad saying things for him, is what he said. He didn't say he speaks for him. He said he has no problem with the things he says. But you can also see when they stand in a room together, sometimes he gets that look at like Teofimo Jr. gets at his dad, like it's cringeworthy, and Devin stays quiet and he just looks at him like whatever. I've seen that awkwardness in Devin's eyes before when his dad said some weird shit. But as far as these guys ducking and running, I don't think nobody's ducking and running. I just think it's opportunity, and it's just not there for every fighter. That's all.
I mean, but this logic that the issue is, Ray, is this logic that you coming with, and it's not you personally, but you got to understand the Haney fans that we deal with. This logic that you come with, they don't come with that logic when it applies to other things. So that's why when we have conversations with them, we have to point out the hypocrisy and let them know what their logic is in one situation versus another situations. That's why you hear conversations going like that. For one, especially when you come on these platforms, because they don't take those same reasonable thoughts that you just had about one fighter and apply them to another fighter. They don't do that. Like, okay, nobody want to fight Devin, whatever, he cool, but we're not going to sit on here every day and just cry about who's ducking Devin. We don't want to hear that every day.
I do have a question.
Y'all, they come to my panel and cry every day about how Ryan ducking Devin, how Rolly don't want to fight, how they don't want to fight him. Everybody's career doesn't revolve around Devin. They don't have to fight him now, or if they don't want to. Like, I don't understand. And y'all act like Devin is supposed to get a championship fight after fight after fight after fight, when that doesn't work like that. And y'all know that. So I don't even know why that's y'all's expectation.
See, 2 cents.
Hold on. Let Tony. Okay, you can ask her a question in a second. Tony, go ahead, because I'm getting ready to wrap this up. So Tony, then Boxing Hacker, and don't be too long.
I gotta do pushback to 2 cents. I disagree with that fully. That's the problem with Tank. He don't want to fight any other champions. Where you have Devin wanting to do champion after champion after champion after champion. That's what we should be striving for. That's what we should be pushing.
Nobody does that, Tony.
Wanting. That is what we should want from all the champions. For all the champions.
Yeah, but Tony, taking tough fight after tough fight is not logical for their longevity. So a tough fight after tough fight is not logical for their longevity.
Well, it is logical because it's logical for Devin, and he's trying to do it. That's one thing I give.
When did Devin do it?
I'll say it again. I'll say it right now. I don't believe Devin Haney will ever beat Ryan Garcia. I believe they fight 100 out of 100 times. You could put Devin on our string and have Ryan on nothing, and Ryan still beats him. I think stylistically, he's just got his number. But
boxing guys didn't believe him.
I'm sorry, Devin is everything you want from a true champion.
Nigga, when did he fight champion after champion after champion though?
He tries.
Oh, hold on.
Devin,
every time Devin moves up, he's fighting a champion.
No, Ramirez, that was the champion.
I can't hear. Hold on.
You said what? You said Regis?
No, he said Ramirez. Was Ramirez a champion?
Well, that was a catchweight fight. That was a return fight.
Catchweight, so it wasn't no like.
Was Ryan a champion?
That was.
I said when you move up. Every time he moves up, he fights a champion. When he moves up, he fought for a championship.
Oh my bad. But if it's past the weight that he was at, it's considered the next division though. It's not considered where he was at. So he did move up in weight.
So to respond to Tony, can I say this though? I mean, at the end of the day,
keep it short, Ray. Keep it short.
Yes,
Ray.
I am. I promise you, I will. At the end of the day, fighting all the champions, right? If that's what he wants to do, what's wrong with it? Because that's what it is to be king of the hill. Another thing, a lot of fans were saying Devin never collected all the belts at once. He never fought a champion and built it like Jamar Cello. So now that he's pursuing that, why is that an issue now? I mean, I land my plane on that though.
It's not an issue, Ray. It's not an issue.
I have a question though. So
I'm just saying, stop acting like he can't fight anybody but a champion when it doesn't work like that. You don't get to fight champion after champion after champion. That's what I'm saying. It's no issue. It's no problem. It's nothing. It's just that's all I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Or he could be like
I agree with Dondrick though.
Champion.
Dondrick made a comment.
Well, Tony, you keep
Stop
saying
saying
that,
my name, nigga. Stop saying my motherfucking name.
You act like he cares. He flat out told y'all he only wants the money, which is what now all of a sudden his contemporaries seem to be doing too by name chasing. So you saying that really means nothing, because for him not to want to fight a champion, for him not to want to be champion, all these niggas still want to fight him. So that literally means nothing to him.
Because
I'm gonna hit you with the Mayweather. No, yeah, sure they do. I'm gonna tell you like Mayweather did. Who make the most money? You know what I'm saying? So it really don't matter. Y'all can say what y'all want to say. Y'all can say what all y'all can.
Devin is not making more money. Stop lying.
Mayweather had more belts.
Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say about these little trinkets. At the end of the day, Gervonta don't give a F about them trinkets. And guess what? Neither do your favorite fighters, or they wouldn't keep dropping them every time it come to pay their damn bill.
And we all know Devontae's a bad bitch. All these niggas
so
want
why
him.
would Tank want to unify the belt with Loma if he didn't care about the belts?
He wanted to fight Loma because he was tired of niggas saying he was ducking Loma, if we're being honest. And because at the time when he was under Mayweather, Mayweather acted like he didn't want that Loma fight. When he got from under Mayweather, he tried to make all of those fights. Y'all niggas act like y'all forgot that. I'm so sick of y'all talking about this Roach shit. I'm so sick of y'all talking about all this shit. Y'all act like Roach wasn't 4th, 5th down the goddamn list that he tried to make fights with. Y'all have to stop saying this shit. Did y'all forget he tried to fight Keyshawn? See, y'all take these niggas sitting up in front of these cameras calling him out like they really want to do something. But when I'm sorry?
You never try to fight you, John.
I'm sorry, you didn't see. Hold on. You didn't. Hold on.
Man.
Shut up. You didn't see Keyshawn sit up on that top rank goddamn top when Bruce Carrington was fighting. You didn't see Keyshawn sit up there and say, "Yeah, Tank Team reached out to me." You didn't see that because I saw it.
But
okay.
Floyd wanted the Loma
so he
fight,
reached out to him for nothing. No. Don't switch the fucking goalposts. Did you or did you not see that? Because y'all laughing like he didn't try to fight Keyshawn when Keyshawn literally sat up on a top-ranked televised show and said, "Yeah, I got that call for Tank." Do y'all forget that? Because I didn't.
So only the best fighters turn Tank down, but all the little garbage fighters accept the fights. That's what y'all saying?
Yeah. But wait,
I don't know how we keep on getting back onto Gervonta. We're talking about
I
Devin.
don't
That's
know.
your
I don't
favorite
know how we
fighter,
got
right?
there.
This is like really getting on a this is
to be fair,
Floyd
wanted
y'all
the
can't even
Loma
have a
fight.
conversation without talking about this nigga. This shit is nasty. I'm starting to think grown men are in love with this nigga.
No, to be fair, Floyd wanted the Loma fight. Tank didn't want the Loma fight back then. That was the difference. But
Boxing hacker.
No, that's
There's
true.
no evidence. You got to prove evidence to me. I don't know which way that went. I'm not getting into that
It's all
part.
if you Google it, you'll see the post.
I don't want.
Yeah.
Well, Google says
There's
a lot of things.
There's a whole video on it too, where Floyd
Okay.
actually say we're trying to make the Tank fight.
And Floyd is not on record being jealous. Floyd is not on record lying. He's literally suing right now for this missing money that nobody can account for but him, and he can't even count or read.
Why would Floyd be jealous of Tank?
Because of spotlight. What are you talking about? Because of the spotlight he's now receiving. The same reason he always comes out with an exhibition every single goddamn time a fight with Genante's like y'all act like y'all don't see
That's
this
like
shit.
An
Why
elephant
is he
being jealous of
constantly?
a flea.
So let me ask you a question. Right?
That's crazy. I can't see that. Why would we be jealous of that guy? That's wild.
I mean, I could see Floyd being jealous and shit, but not of Tank and shit.
Not of Tank. Yeah. Come on, guys.
Is Floyd Mayweather an attention whore?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
that don't mean jealous of fucking Tank. This is wild.
Come on, Jack, please. Come on. But I had a question, but I'm about to leave anyway. So
just because y'all being dumb together don't mean y'all right.
No, but it's just funny y'all think. It's just funny y'all say that Floyd jealous of Tank is crazy.
It's all right. Let's move the conversation. Like
I have a question. I'm about to get off the panel anyway. I have one question, right? So I remember there was a comment made that the reason why Devin gets criticism for trying to fight like a Rolly or a Barrios, right? It's because back then Devin was like saying they weren't that good, right? But then Devin also said Boots wasn't that good either, but people wanted him to fight Boots. So what's the difference there?
No, nobody wanted him to fight Boots. He threw his own damn name in that Boots ring because I specifically remember seeing an interview with Boots, who is he? I mean, he's good, but who's he beating? Like Devin beat a whole bunch of world beaters. He beat Loma. Stop hanging your hat on that.
No, all I'm saying is that some of the same
and he
people
beat him after Tio did it. So it's not like he's even the first nigga to beat him.
So some of the same people who said that.
I got a question for Ray Davis, man, because he's a boxing insider, man. I respect his takes. He's he's in the know. Ray, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm
here.
I wonder if you have any information. If you ever heard about the situation. I just want your insight, if you actually have any, of when Tank Davis supposedly fainted in the locker room prior to the Pedraza fight.
Listen, I laugh at it because I never heard of it. I just heard somebody mention it, and
Where
I
did you
seen
get that from?
and I heard I see Flyer playing a video, but they had the coach did say something about him fainting. I don't know how that tied together, but he started breaking down in tears and saying that everybody came out from Pedraza fainted.
He said Floyd was setting
Where
them
y'all
up.
be
Floyd
coming up
was
with
setting
this
them up.
bum ass shit from?
Only
Coach
some
Calvin,
lame ass niggas will make fun of somebody overcoming some
Like,
shit.
where do y'all come
listen,
up with this
Coach,
dumb ass
I
shit
know,
from?
I know. Listen,
He had to throw Tank in the pool to wake him up.
Where did we get this from? Where did we get this from?
Coach
'Cause I
Calvin
never
said
heard-
it in the interview, Jab.
Oh,
He told
okay.
a story in the interview about how Tank passed out before the Pedraza fight. He had to throw him in the pool to wake him up.
Oh my goodness.
And so for some reason,
making fun
lame
of him.
niggas think they want to make fun of that and think that that's funny somehow, as if Tank didn't win the fight, which would mean if he was scared or was nervous, he overcame that. But for some reason, niggas think that's funny.
He was scared
you
again.
sure he can be scary.
Funny ass niggas think that's funny.
Yo, guys, please stop talking over each other. It's so annoying.
Yes.
So what was the issue? Was he dehydrated or something?
So he didn't really say. I guess he was. People are implying that maybe Tank was nervous or anxiety. You know what I'm saying? Coming up with his first big fight. So for some reason, they think that that's funny, and I'm like, I don't understand how that's funny when Tank won the fight. So y'all are making fun of a nigga that overcame his fear and or anxiety. That shit don't make no sense at all.
Yo, I know y'all still hear her
Can I respond?
I know y'all still hear her talking, bro.
Oh, all right.
Go ahead.
So
You done 2 cents?
yeah, so that doesn't make any sense at all. So for some reason they think it's funny. I don't know.
Well, I would say fast. I've never heard that before ever. I've never heard anything about Tank ever passing out, but I would say that Haney fans need to be careful when it comes to pools, because I'd rather be stressing out and woke up in a pool than be in the Diddy pool. That's all I'm saying.
That's crazy.
I mean, Diddy pick Tank up. Pick Tank up. What are y'all talking about?
Oh my goodness.
Gave him a nice bed.
Y'all stay with that tit for tat. Y'all.
I swear they do. I swear they do. It's like a child. It's like
I mean, if you're gonna make something relevant, make it about the ring, man. Don't make it about the little antics outside the ring. That's what's crazy.
No, but look, let me say this. Just from a psychological point of view, when I hear Tank say in the interview that why would I be scared of Shakur? He don't got no power. If we are boxers, if we're gonna be scared of somebody, it's gonna be scared of somebody with power. Okay, then when you hear him say he was scared to be knocked out by Ryan Garcia, he was scared to fight Pedraza. He said he was being set up by Rolly. That's his mind state. That might be what makes him great, but that's his mind state.
Yeah.
Well,
First of all, if you ever been in a
Too
fight,
Rich, what are you talking about?
So hold on, most of these niggas ain't never been in a fight. Hold on. Let me go.
One at a time.
First,
go ahead, Don.
a lot of y'all, I could tell y'all ain't never got close to going pro in boxing or even fought pros, because you get fucking extremely nervous to the point where sometimes, nigga, you can't take that shit. Nigga, I had to box niggas who was going pro. That shit is, nigga, you be nervous as a motherfucker. Sometimes your anxiety do get a hold of you. So it's like going to war, nigga. If you ever been to war, you know you're fucking you get nervous. You get sweaty, bro. It shit happens. Some people's body act different. I don't understand why it's a fucking issue. If you don't understand, if you ain't got no fear in you, you're going to get your fucking self killed most times in war. Because you ain't got no fear. You need to have a certain level of fear in every fight you get into. Because if you don't, that's how you get knocked out, because you're overconfident. I don't understand why this is big, man.
I don't understand this either, but let's go ahead and close this down.
I mean, y'all had a whole lot.
Let's close this down because y'all getting on my nerves. Let's close this down. Tony, closing thoughts.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to Don. I was going to say, I mean, whenever I was ever in a fight, I never got nervous or scared that I was going to fight somebody. The only thing that ever made me like tense or reprehensive was the fact that I would look bad in front of people I knew. It was never.
That's like, part of fear. That's part of
fear.
Then
you a psychopath or a narcissist, Tony?
What I'm saying is my fear never came from like, oh, I'm scared I'm gonna lose, or I'm scared I'm gonna get beat up. The only thing that I had in the back of my mind was I just don't want to look bad in front of everybody I know, because I know the next day they gonna clown the shit out of me. Like that's really the only thought. Like as far as like
that's still a level of fear.
I mean, it's not being scared of the individual though. So I think it's a little different. I think everybody's
I don't think
got.
it's a
I mean,
fear
well,
of
I
the
say this.
individual.
I
I
say
think
this.
it's a fear of the
I say this. Like
situation.
when it
Performance
comes to
anxiety is
most
a real
fighters,
thing.
when it comes to most fighters, I don't think most fighters are scared to fight anybody. But I do think a lot of fighters in this atmosphere, the post Mayweather, whenever a loss can count for so much, I think a lot of fighters are scared to lose. I don't think they're scared of fighting. I think they're scared of the loss more than they are the person.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
I think I don't think that's like, I think that's different. Like I don't think that's the same type of fear as like, oh, I'm scared to fight this person, or this person's a killer, I'm nervous. I think a fear of a loss is different, if that makes any sense.
I think it's
I
pretty
think
much
yeah.
almost an alignment. I don't think it's about the person. I think it's about the situation and them, like you said, not wanting that off their record. But see, to me, that leads to a whole bunch of niggas not fighting each other, which is scary behavior.
That's what
And then you
exactly
got to
what
put
happened.
the context of the situation Tank was in. He was late on rent. He wasn't getting fights. He was doing a lot of things. Scary because you nigga, if I lose this fight, I might not get this chance ever again. And I got people depending on me. That's terrifying. When you got everybody depending on you to win this fight,
Nah,
Well,
I
that's
think
what
he
I'm
said.
And
saying.
y'all
that's
up here
called real.
laughing and
That's
making
called
fun
real
like that
life
shit
pressure,
funny.
bro.
Y'all should be
That's
ashamed of
called real life
yourself.
pressure.
Who
I
making
mean,
fun of that you
I'm
being
gonna
nervous?
close out. I'm
He
gonna close
got
out with
thrown.
this,
He got
Queen, because I know
thrown in
you're
the
trying to close
fire.
out.
He
I'm gonna
got
close
thrown
out
in
Go
the
with
ahead.
this.
fire.
Go
Um,
ahead, Ray. Ray, go ahead and
I
close
think a
out.
lot of times, we confuse anxiety and butterflies in our stomach, being prep ready and stuff like that because of the atmosphere, right? You don't go into the big game without butterflies in your stomach because you want to win. Those things happen, and like Tank said, he didn't want to be a meme. So nobody wants to lose in front of people. I don't think so much of the O happens. I think once you lose, the bag gets shorter, right? Then the questions start coming. Then the pile ups come. Everybody deals with pressure differently. Um, so he may just have an issue with dealing with certain things in public situations, and he's afraid of that. So it bothered him. I'm not mad at him for if he fainted or anything like that. I think I think they had their fun with it. It's cool, you know what I mean? And it's in the past. He's obviously over it. I think we're all, just having fun with it now. But still, in all, it's not like something that nobody goes through. Every single person that gets in that ring, every fan of a fighter looks at their fan as a possibly, hey, this could be an upset. That's why we watch the fights. We wait for this stuff to happen because we have anxiety when we're watching these fights. Like we're in the ring with the fighter that we support. So we have to understand that fear goes a long way, or anxiety, to say the least, goes a long way with some of these fighters. I don't think it goes as far as us fainting, but if we do, you know what I mean, it's possible. It depends how your blood pressure rises and shit like that. But yeah, man, it's good talking to y'all, man. I'm always around and I'm always
All
listening
right,
and
Ray.
tapping in.
Thank you,
And
baby.
salute to
Okay,
y'all. No
appreciate you
problem.
stopping by. All right.
Anytime.
Thank you. Tony, it's on you, baby.
Yeah, like I said, and kind of sound like what he was saying. Like I don't think no fighter is scared to fight no fighter. I mean, after you've been in so many fights, it's just a fight. I think it's the fear of not winning, or like he said, becoming a meme. It's not that you're scared to fight anybody. It's like anything can happen in a fight. You could lose to somebody that you're better than if they just happen to catch you right. So I mean, I'll never believe, especially professional fighters, are scared of each other. I don't think it's like I'm scared to get in the ring with you. Because if they ran up on each other like in a real situation in the streets, I don't think they'd have any problems with fighting each other. I think it just comes down to nobody wants to lose their role. If you do in boxing, you lose a lot of money. People say you're trash. They say you're washed after one loss. You could be on top of the world. You lose one time. Oh, you was never that good. So I think that's the fear that comes with it, not the fear of actually fighting somebody.
Yeah.
I think the fighting part's the easy part. It's what comes after if you don't win. That's the hard part. I disagree with something that was said earlier where like knockout artists, like, nah, I'd rather get knocked out in a fight than get schooled for 12 straight rounds. Fighting somebody that you can't do nothing against, that's the worst feeling in the world. I definitely went through that whenever I first started sparring, having people I couldn't touch, couldn't get to. It didn't matter what I did. They were just always 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps ahead. and it's just you in there just getting beat up on, and there's nothing you can do, whether it hurts or not. Like I've literally at the start of whenever I was boxing, I had people that didn't even hurt me. It felt like little pebbles bouncing off of me, but I just couldn't touch them because I wasn't skilled enough. Didn't know how to move, didn't know how to time. And it's just like a little gnat that's annoying buzzing around you. But again, I don't find it funny that if somebody did pass out, like I don't see how that's funny, especially when he went on to win the fight. So I mean, it would be funny if like a fighter walked to the ring and then ran away from the dude. That would be funny. But like passing out because of anxiety, I don't find that funny. I mean, because a lot of things could go into that. You could have had a bad weight cut. You might have passed out because you didn't truly rehydrate like you should have. It could be like health
Yeah, that's
issues
why I
with
said,
that.
was it rehydration or
Yeah,
something?
like I don't find that funny at all. But I would find it funny if you saw one person running from another person. That'd be hilarious. But like I said, I don't think no fighter's scared of no fighter. I just think there's a lot of business involved with it, and that's what they don't want to lose money. But on that, I'm out. Y'all have a good night.
All right, baby. Thank you. Lord have mercy. Thomas, what's up?
Yeah, this was another banger. And unfortunately, you know, we got to see levity being on display and then some people bringing perspective on display. But the thing is, the bottom, if they are in the division that's together, and I'm speaking of friends, there's 4 the belts. They can each have 2. They can still be unified because none of them actually going trying to go undisputed anymore. They really just fighting to try to get the biggest bag. So why not get decorated while getting your bag? Hey, niggas go out there and get them Fendi's, them Coaches, them Louis Vuittons and all that. They can get a couple. There's a lot of designers out there they can wear too, and they can share the division, and then they can do whatever they got to do at that. That being said, if it is indeed more egregious to be beat on for 12 rounds than to get knocked up, tell them niggas less compromise so we can go on and get their ass that healthy dose of that Tanquil so they can go to sleep, and you niggas can come with some different ass talking points regarding Tank Davis. And likewise, remember, one man's trash is another man's treasure. So shout out to the exhibitions that done turned into the greatest fights and then got people paid the most money. We got off of an exhibition fight. Remember, a nigga made 50 million and 30 million and then sued because they ain't getting no millions. And on that note, y'all have a wonderful day.
You have a good night, baby. Oh my goodness, Too Rich.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just look. I see people going far left, go far right. I just bring it to the middle. That's all I'm saying. You like who you like, and when the person you don't like can't do nothing right, and the person you like can't do nothing wrong. Now I'm gonna give you an example. I saw Tank Davis come out of hiding to respond to academics just to hate on Shakur. I saw no lies about that. I saw nobody having a problem with that, right? That's weird to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So I'm just saying that people like who, that's what make it fun talk, whatever. I guess fans are fans. I'm not. You know what? I probably got more subscribers than everybody put together, right? But you'll never see me go live or nothing like that. You know why? People don't want to hear truth. People like opinions. So, but for me, opinions is like crack. They get you high, but after a while, you start looking bad. You see what I'm saying? Because you get to trip over those opinions, you know, as they start to fail a little bit. Some things just is what it is. If you say some guys fight for the money, then let those guys fight for the money. But if some guys fight for belts, let them fight for belts. It's fine. It's fine. You can't make these guys fight. It should be no sport where people choose their own fights. That's the worst thing I ever heard of in my life. You know, one thing to make football or basketball good is that the worst team in the league get the first pick in the draft. Why do they do that? Because they're trying to knock off the people at the top. They're not trying to let nobody reign at the top because you want to reign at the top and put on shows. The object should be to knock the guy off at the top. That should be, if it's a sport. But if it's not a sport and it's just lollygag entertainment, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But we wouldn't be talking about these fighters if they weren't great. Tank is a very talented fighter, very great fighter. Devin's a great fighter. Shakur is a great fighter. Keyshawn's great. We just want to see the fights. I think we all can agree that we do want to see the fights. And you know, it's just good boxing talk, man. Hopefully I ain't offended nobody, man. Jazz Queen, appreciate you letting me come up.
Always, baby. I talk to you. Thank you. I shouldn't even let you on here, NHA, with that damn name and that damn picture. But what you got, man? What's your final thoughts? You've been missing in action, so go ahead.
Nah, man, I was just chilling, man. I was reading the chat, and I said, "Damn, motherfuckers really upset at me." Oh, motherfuckers bringing that shit up. Like I'm the one who said it. They should be mad at Coach Cal. He's the one who said that shit. I ain't tell the motherfuckers that Tank fainted. He didn't say he passed out. He said he fainted. There's a difference between passing out and fainting. You pass out, you just pass out. You fainted, you know what I'm saying? You usually fall down like slow and go, oh. I didn't say that. Coach Cal did it. Y'all mad at me.
NHA,
but anyway,
wrap this shit up.
So as far as the Keyshawn and Kerr fight, I think eventually they're gonna fight. Because I don't think Keyshawn is on cold like, you know what I'm saying, Shakur is and shit. And that's the kind of shit I know me about Shakur and shit, all this brother shit. Like, I don't think Keyshawn feel the same way about you and shit. It's like, at the end of the day, I think he's going to break whatever little code they have, and they're going to have to fight. And if they don't fight, because I'm pretty sure Keyshawn's going to be one to push for that fight. And if that motherfucker's still talking that bullshit, oh, that's my brother, I'm not going to fight him, he's going to get that smoke from me too. But yeah, that's all I got for now, man. I do hope Spence come back. I would like to say that I fucks with Spence.
He is
and
back
I think
in the ring. Yes, he's back.
Yeah, but I'm still feeling, you know, like Tony said, until we actually get that press conference and that shit fight, I still can't, you know, bet on it 100%. But I hope he does, and I think it'll be easy fight for him.
Oh,
but that's all you got. Y'all be easy.
All right, baby. Thank you for stopping by.
All the pleasure.
All right. Dondra, take us home, baby. These crazies done came up here and bit us today, honey. These people crazy.
Yeah. These people wild. But no, I understand that y'all like it. They like their favorite fighting, and it is what it is. I believe this. You can't believe in too much of nobody's side. Everybody gonna have their opinion. Opinions like assholes. Everybody's got one. But niggas gotta stop with these double standards. Niggas hold people to certain standards that they don't hold other people to. And that's the world we live in, because you see what kind of character some people have, how they choose their favorite boxers and who they boxers are. I tell people that all the time. Who your favorite boxer is tells me a lot about you. So it's like, so that's why, hey, at the end of the day, we just want to see the best fight the best. Well, start fighting the best first, the best, and stop making excuses for it, then.
You know what, Dondrick, I have to agree with you, and I'll tell you what, and I'll say the fans hold some of the blame too, because we do a lot of that. If somebody loses, all of a sudden, oh, you a bum, you lost, you lost. We have to get away from that. That's not how it used to be. Maybe if we normalize some of them taking losses, they'll be more willing to get in the ring and fight one another and risk that, just to prove that they are the best. Because I think that that's what's really going on. A lot of them have kind of strayed away from that simply to protect their but protecting your doesn't show me that you're the best. It just shows me that you're carefully crafted, and you know.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't have no problem with people losing. Like Zab Judah is my favorite boxer of all time. That was my favorite.
Roy
Jones
Jr.
one of my
is
favorite
my
boxers.
favorite boxer.
They
Roy
lost.
Jones Jr. is my favorite boxer. So you know.
They lost. So it's like, it's okay, but people got to stop saying boxers are trash, or garbage and things like that. That's the biggest thing. Is change your terminology. Say, hey, he's not elite. He's not good. He's not that great. You know what I'm saying? Then we can have a conversation about, okay, he just wasn't on his level. That's cool. It's cool to say that. Stop saying people trash, because if you say people trash, if you go around and fight them now, I got a problem with you because you fighting trash.
Yep.
Out of your own words. So it's like, come on, choose your words better. How about choose your words better?
Yep, they need to choose their verbiage, especially over here, because you come over here telling me that your favorite fighter is trash, and then you want credit when he beat him. Why you want credit? He's trash. He should have beat him. So you know what I'm saying? They do need to stop throwing fighters away after one loss, and they do need to choose their verbiage better. You cannot shit on your favorite fighters ops and then want credit when they beat them. The two things just don't align.
They conflict. They conflict.
Yep.
Well, enjoy your night. Enjoy your night, sis.
Thank you, Dondrick. You too, baby. Oh, guys. Man, that was definitely an interesting conversation. It went all over the place. So everybody in the bushes that's going to be watching the playback, mother apologizes. I tried to keep these boys in order the best I could, but you know when hacker gets hacking, things get a little stray. So my bad, everybody, if y'all couldn't follow the conversation for parts of the conversation. But the gist of it is, these niggas are scared. No, I'm just kidding. The gist of it is EJ is back. We're gonna see him in the mix at 154. I really believe that he's gonna go through with this fight. I don't know why people don't think he's gonna actually fight, but I do. The question still remains. We still have not gotten answered. Why is it that Shakur wants Keyshawn to fight Devin instead of him fighting Devin? When he's the bigger fight for Devin, at 147 pounds or whatever they agree upon. We know Devin does not do catch weights, and he definitely ain't gonna do no rehydration calls. What's up, heavy bag? So that's the gist of that. As far as Jake Paul, because we strayed all the way from that, but I want to bring it back to his racist remarks about Puerto Ricans being fake Americans. Obviously, we know that caused some sort of a rift between him and Amanda Serrano. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Obviously, she replied in classy fashion, just basically letting him know the Puerto Ricans contributed just as much to this country as any other ethnicity group, which she is 100% correct. So we definitely just need to be mindful of our words. But this was a great conversation. I don't know how far in the conversation we got. No resolutions as usual. So to be continued. I have some running around to do Thursday, which is why I'm live today. So I don't know if I'll make it back in time to do my live. But if not, I will definitely see y'all Saturday. Don't forget, we have some fights coming this weekend. But until then, y'all stay safe. Y'all behave. And until next time, baby, catch mother on a panel. I am